Chapter 895. After bidding farewell to Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing entered secluded cultivation. While she was in seclusion, Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone did not move alongside his main body this time. Instead, he remained in secluded cultivation atop the mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, the Northern Ocean clone would very likely make use of this chance to attempt to break through into the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage. Other than the flesh and blood of the cyclone turtle, Yan Zhaoge had also discovered some Baifeng bloodline in Daoist Shi's luggage this time. The Baifeng was shaped like a red-crowned crane. It only had one leg and its body was blue with red spots. Its long beak was white. Flame crystals were ominous, an omen of fire. Daoist Shi collected the blood of the demon race to use it to set up a formation. However, having fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands, the Northern Ocean clone was able to refine it into his body. Following Yan Zhaoge's previous train of thought, the Northern Ocean clone advanced steadily. Yan Zhaoge himself and Yan Di, who had settled the matters of the clan, left Broad Creed Mountain along with Fu Ting and the others. Along the way, Yan Di discovered that his son seemed a little distracted as he could not help but smile. I already know about junior apprentice Niece Feng's matter. While it was dangerous, this is precisely the will and spirit that a martial practitioner should have. Yan Zhaoge curled his li. He naturally understood this principle. Otherwise, he would not have agreed with Feng Yunxing's idea. What made his balls hurt was that he seemed to have been counterattacked by Feng Yunxing. This is outrageous. You run fast. Yan Zhaoge thought viciously, the next time we meet I will definitely kiss you back. Just as Yan Zhaoge was thinking about this, their first stop was Golden Court Mountain. The Brocade Emperor was on rather good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, and Yan Zhaoge was similarly on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain and the Southeastern Exalt. Having arrived in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, Fu Ting would have to make a trip to Golden Court Mountain to pay a visit to the Southeastern Exalt. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting were also familiar with the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua. Now that something had happened, they should pay him a visit. As Yan Zhaoge had long since sensed this, he felt more like sighing now. Fu Ting was more complicated. She had a good relationship with Lin Hanhua. Lin Hanhua's age and cultivation were much higher than hers, and he had given her pointers in martial arts before. It was just that at that time she did not know that Lin Hanhua was actually related to the Prime Clear lineage. When the news had just arrived, Fu Ting had still not believed it. Only when her father, the Brocade Emperor, had spoken did she know that it was true. As the group walked on the borders of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, they could sense that the atmosphere was gradually becoming rather restless. As time passed, more and more people in the southeast heard of the rumor, and it gradually spread. Most people were skeptical, but there were also unusual voices such as, if the Shadow Mountain Sword King is really a descendant of the Prime Clear lineage, could the Southeastern Exalt also be? Was it the Shadow Mountain Sword King who deceived the Southeastern Exalt and hid in the world beyond worlds? Or was it the entire lineage of Golden Court Mountain? Even if there is no problem with the Southeastern Exalt, the Shadow Mountain Sword King has been in the world beyond worlds for so many years. Who knows what he has done? I wonder if there are any other Prime Clear successors other than the Shadow Mountain Sword King? There were all kinds of rumors, some of which sounded like false fabrications, while others sounded dubious. For those who knew the truth, a lot of fake news was like listening to a joke. Still, for those who did not know the truth, there was quite a market for some fake news. Still, on the whole, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie and Lin Hanhua still possessed great prestige in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Most people expressed doubt and disbelief. Still, Yan Zhaoge was very hard-pressed to feel optimistic for Lin Hanhua. According to Fu Ting's introduction of the situation, the winds in other places outside the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory were extremely disadvantageous to Lin Hanhua. When they arrived at Golden Court Mountain and saw Lin Hanhua himself was extremely calm. He was still that domineering sword cultivator who stood upright like a sword, displaying his sharpness to the fullest. His back was ramrod straight as he would rather break than bend. Long before Master fell out with the Heaven Emperor back then, we had already predicted that this day would come. Lin Hanhua said calmly, Shun Lingzi is not weak in terms of cultivation base and insight. In saving Gu Hong and Zhou Haoxing from his hands, I more or less revealed some of my abilities. Even if Shun Lingzi himself does not dare to confirm my identity, the Heaven Emperor would be able to tell if he reported it back. Lin Hanhua said, it is impossible for the other party to want to control my Golden Court Mountain with this. Things start with me and end with me. Lin Hanhua smiled, his sharp aura turning much more genial. It is just that I cannot remain in the world beyond worlds any longer. It would be difficult for us to meet again in the future. I was planning to leave in the near future anyway. With you visiting today, junior apprentice Sister Fu, we still have time to bid farewell. Yan Zhaoge was not surprised. The earthly sovereign's decree was there for all to see. With Lin Hanhua's identity exposed, his only way out was to leave the world beyond worlds. If he did not leave, the primordial heaven emperor and the southern exalt Zhuangshen would have plenty of things to do. They were just waiting for the southeastern exalt Chao Jie to protect Lin Hanhua. At that time, even the southeastern exalt would be very passive. At that time, the brocade emperor would also be hard-pressed to help. If Lin Hanhua took the initiative to flee, while Chao Jie would still have to bear the responsibility of having been deceived, the pressure on him would be reduced greatly. While the earthly sovereign had turned a blind eye to this, tacitly allowing Chao Jie and Lin Hanhua to play along the line here. Still, that was because Lin Hanhua's identity was special that the earthly sovereign had made an exception. From the bottom of his heart, the earthly sovereign had always forbidden descendants of the prime clear lineage from entering the world beyond worlds. Therefore this was actually an agreement. His identity could not be exposed. If it was, he would have to leave of his own accord. Otherwise he would have to go by the book. Now that the matter had been exposed, Lin Hanhua would have to fulfill this agreement. He himself was very carefree, just feeling a little apologetic towards Fu Ting. I have been keeping junior apprentice Sister Fu in the dark all these years. I feel really bad about it. Fu Ting shook her head. Senior apprentice brother Lin, do not say that. I have also received your care all these years. Lin Hanhua sighed. It is still two things that I feel the most bad about. I have been with my fellow disciples for so many years, knowing them all the time. Now that we have to part like this, I feel guilty. I have been indebted to Master for so many years. In the end, I still ended up causing trouble for him. I feel uneasy. Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and Fu Ting did not speak as they could all understand Lin Hanhua's feelings. Lin Hanhua's sorrow only lasted for a moment before he quickly smiled. Still, having been able to study under Master's tutelage, having been able to have these fellow disciples who I know and have been able to get to know you all, I have not lived in the world beyond worlds all these years in vain. While we have parted, I still look forward to the day when we meet again. Yan Zhaoge and the others all cupped their hands. We admire the Shadow Mountain Sword King's magnanimity. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lin Hanhua smiled. Heroes truly emerge from the youth. Now that you've killed Shen Lingzi, I'll have less to worry about when I go this time. Chapter 896. Lin Hanhua encouraged Yan Zhaoge greatly. His attitude towards Yan Zhaoge was no different from how he looked at Yan Di and Fu Ting. However, as Yan Zhaoge and Lin Hanhua exchanged glances, they both felt like they had a tacit understanding. To a certain extent, Lin Hanhua had come to the world beyond worlds to fulfill the Dragon Spring Emperor's wish to return home rather than acting as a spy for the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge guessed that while it was out of consideration for confidentiality and also because there was no need for it, Lin Hanhua might not have much contact with the roving Jade Heavens. Here he lived more as a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt. It was only when he had been forced to leave the world beyond worlds like today that he might try to inform the roving Jade Heavens. There was no relationship between him and Yan Zhaoge. Lin Hanhua had always taken care of him, partly because he had discovered that Yan Zhaoge was proficient in the Immortal Ending Sword Manual as well. It was just that Lin Hanhua had never been able to ascertain Yan Zhaoge's background. However, this time within Lin Hanhua's gaze, Yan Zhaoge saw some more understanding. This caused Yan Zhaoge's heart to jolt slightly. He contacted the roving Jade Heavens previously. Did they tell him anything? Thinking of this, the question from back then surfaced in his mind once more. Why had the roving Jade Heavens given him the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual? It was still a secret to most that he simultaneously cultivated in the three purities. He had rarely clashed with descendants of the prime clear lineage, as it should have been very hard for them to tell. First, not mentioning that he just so happened to require a supreme martial art of the prime clear lineage to attempt to break through into the seeing divinity martial saint realm, the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual was exactly what he needed. If not for Yan Zhaoge cultivating in the Immortal Trapping Sword, it would have been much more difficult for his side to obtain victory in the earlier battle of the Royal Reed Sea. Victory might even have been hard to predict. After all, there was only a slight difference between experts at times. Shen Lingzi and Kang Ping, who cultivated in the time-flowing sword yet had been completely countered by the Immortal Trapping Sword, had died with remaining grievances. At the end of the day, the two of them were supreme geniuses, rare existences amongst immortal bridge martial saints who could challenge opponents of a higher cultivation level. While they were stronger than most opponents by half a cultivation level or even a level, they were instead inferior when facing the immortal trapping sword. The difference between this addition and subtraction was huge. Yan Zhaoge could not help but ponder, the roving Jade Heavens might not know of the return of Xin Lingzi, Daoist Shi and the others. Still, having gathered information on me in the Royal Reed Sea, it would not be hard for them to know that the ones who pose a greater threat to me these past few years are Xin Lingzi, Gu Zhang and He Dongqing, the three immortal bridge martial saints who cultivate in the time-flowing sword. Of course, those of the roving Jade Heavens had also somewhat underestimated Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. Whatever the case, however, Yan Zhaoge had obtained the immortal trapping sword for free. The other party had clearly lent him a hand. As for saying that it was to redeem Sun Zhongda, even Sun Zhongda himself did not believe it. Yan Zhaoge had already taken the advantage. Whether or not there would be any downsides remained to be seen. Still, whether it was towards the roving Jade Heavens or the Lin Hanhua before him, Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt more of goodwill. This made him even more confused. Strange. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, doubts arising within his heart. Lin Hanhua seemed to have sensed Yan Zhaoge's puzzlement. Still, looking at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, he just smiled slightly, not saying anything. Perhaps having long since been mentally prepared for this day, Lin Hanhua was still very calm despite being forced to leave the world beyond worlds. The invasion of the southern Blazing Heaven territory had been repelled, and Xin Lingzi, whose identity had been exposed, had perished as well. While he was reluctant to part, he had no regrets. 2 days later, Lin Hanhua left Golden Court Mountain, leaving the world beyond worlds as he fled into extra-dimensional space, his whereabouts unknown. Yan Zhaoge and the others in Mu Jun's group of Golden Court Mountain watched this former head disciple of the Southeastern Exalt depart at the peak of Shadow Mountain. While their emotions were complex, with a small portion feeling resentment arising from having been deceived. Still, most of the Golden Court Mountain disciples were still rather reluctant to part with Lin Hanhua. Mu Jun forcefully retained Lin Hanhua's residence at Shadow Mountain, also dispatching people to clean and take care of it regularly. Meanwhile, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie, who had not appeared all this time, tacitly approved of his actions. The Southeastern Swords Mistress and the other long-time Golden Court Mountain experts all maintained their silence. Miss Fu, let us be on our way as well. After sending Lin Hanhua off and meeting the Southeastern Exalt, Yan Zhaoge ceased his thoughts and said to Fu Ting. Fu Ting nodded. Young Master Yan, Chief Yan, please. After taking their leave of the Southeastern Exalt and leaving Golden Court Mountain, Fu Ting took out a shadow-shrinking pouch. She retrieved a great amount of treasures from within, quickly setting up a formation amidst space. The patterns of the formation did not look complicated. Instead, they were rather profound as they contained a unique concept. With the formation as its foundation, a simple yet majestic altar was erected. Fu Ting ascended the altar, simultaneously striking out with her palms, one standing before her while the other slammed down on the altar. A pillar of light was instantly emitted from the top of the altar, illuminating the sky. A hole was created in the sky by this pillar of light, leading to extra-dimensional space that seemed boundless and limitless. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di followed Fu Ting and the other ingenious flying peak martial practitioners into the pillar of light, heading towards extra-dimensional space. Guided by the pillar of light, their figures seemed to merge with the flowing light as they instantly traversed numerous layers of space. At this moment, time seemed to have lost all meaning. It seemed like an instant, yet also like eternity. When the chaotic phenomena of space vanished before the eyes of Yan Zhaoge and the others, when the scenery reappeared, a place that resembled a majestic immortal realm appeared before them. There was nothing special about this place, just that the purest, most primordial qis of yin and yang existed between the heavens and the earth. The qis of yin and yang transformed into bright and dim black and white, coiling unceasingly amidst space. Gazing over from afar, at the center of space where the two qis of black and white intersected stood a simple, unadorned palace. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both thought, that should be the Brocade Emperor's minor no-hatred Dao Arena. As Fu Ting and the others brought Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di over, the minor no-hatred Dao Arena immediately sensed it. The door of the palace opened, someone emerging and first bowing towards Fu Ting, senior apprentice Aunt Fu. This was a disciple of ingenious Flying Peak who was cultivating at the minor no-hatred Dao Arena. He was of a generation younger than Fu Ting and was actually much older. Being familiar with him, Fu Ting immediately said, "These two are Chief Yan Di and Young Master Yan of Broad Creed Mountain in the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. They have come to this Dao Arena at Father's invitation as guests." That ingenious Flying Peak disciple hurriedly greeted Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di as well as those ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners who had come along with Fu Ting. Still, after the greetings, he glanced at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di before secretly sending a sound transmission to Fu Ting. Senior apprentice at Grand Master is currently not here. Fu Ting was rather taken aback. How could that be? It was father who instructed me to bring people here to see him. Could it be that he has returned to the world beyond world's Kunlun Mountain for urgent matters? That ingenious Flying Peak disciple smiled bitterly. Grand Master actually just left not long ago. I do not know the details either. Still, he left behind a letter for you, senior apprentice ant. Settle the two guests first. Fu Ting frowned slightly. Where is the letter? Bring it over for me to read. Chapter 897. There had also been outstanding talents of the younger generation whose names had reached the Brocade Emperor's ears in the past. The Brocade Emperor had taken pity on them as he had curiously wanted to see what sort of outstanding figure they were. If he was fated, he might even give him some pointers. This time, however, Fu Ting was certain that her father had important matters to attend to. Therefore, he had specifically instructed her to bring Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di over. If Fu Ting had to guess the general reason, it might be related to the extreme Yang seal, the extreme Yin crown and the dim radiant wheel. Under such circumstances, since the Brocade Emperor had instructed them to meet at the minor no-hatred Dao arena, there was no reason for him to suddenly leave. While the Brocade Emperor had always been very casual in his dealings, he would not go so far as to treat an invited guest lightly like this. It was normal to ask the guest to wait for a while when there was an urgent matter at hand. But directly leaving the minor no-hatred Dao arena and disappearing without a trace, this was not normal. When Fu Ting heard that her father had left a letter for her, she did not feel relieved. With a letter left behind, it precisely indicated that the Brocade Emperor would not be returning within a short period of time. She asked her fellow disciples to entertain the guests while she entered the depths of the palace. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, both having sensed some abnormalities. Let's wait and see, Yan Di said calmly. Yan Zhaoge nodded, very much at ease as he was not in a rush, instead analyzing the principles of the martial arts that he cultivated in. Just having stepped into the boundaries of the minor no-hatred Dao arena, he discovered that the two qis of Yin and Yang here had been completely separated from each other, yet they flowed endlessly as they interacted with each other. It was truly the best place to cultivate the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture and Taiji secret arts. While the spiritual qi environment at Kunlun Mountain's ingenious Flying Peak in the world beyond worlds might be more abundant and miraculous, this Dao arena was clearly better for disciples of the Brocade Emperor's lineage who cultivated in Taiji. Cultivating here, Yan Zhaoge felt that the Taiji Yin-Yang palm that he was studying seemed to be able to undergo some new changes. Glancing at Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di could not help but smile. You do know how to grasp. He also sat down and breathed in and out the Yin and Yang qi, trying to further comprehend the ultimate art of the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture. The ingenious Flying Peak disciple in charge of receiving them couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder at their composed attitude. However, this wait lasted for a long time. In terms of hospitality, it was already very rude. Still, with the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base and status, treating two martial practitioners who had yet to even ascend the immortal bridge in contempt was really not all that arrogant. However, Yan Zhaoge felt that this emperor had no reason to do so. Even if it was for the sake of the profound sky-purple gold furnace, if they were certain that it was in Yan Zhaoge's possession, they could just openly make a move. There would be no need at all for them to leave Yan Zhaoge and his son hanging here. Is there something urgent? The first thought that popped into Yan Zhaoge's mind was that the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt were up to something again. He suppressed the many guesses in his mind, calmed his mind and continued to sit upright. Yan Di's voice now resounded by his ear. Has something happened in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory again? Yan Di had indeed guessed the same thing. Yan Zhaoge answered, it's still hard to say now. Logically speaking, I feel that it shouldn't be. In the world beyond worlds, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and the exalts of 10 territories reign supreme. Still, unlike the southeastern exalt and the others who mostly guard the world beyond worlds, the peak figures of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors are actually only able to remain in the world beyond worlds for a relatively limited amount of time. Even if they did, they would spend most of their time cultivating in seclusion. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The rest of the time they are actually active in extra-dimensional space. After the great calamity had shattered the great 1,000 worlds of the past, they had been split into countless worlds as well as infinite space. With that, many unknown existences and vast, boundless regions had been created. Sufficient strength and a great amount of energy were needed to explore all of this. Apart from that, the existence of the world of Buddhism might also be drawing the attention and time of the 3 sovereigns' 5 emperors. Apart from that, there was also the 9 underworlds that could never be underestimated or overlooked. Therefore, the peak existences of the world beyond worlds, the earthly sovereign included, the 3 sovereigns' 5 emperors frequently left the world beyond worlds. A few years ago, the Brocade Emperor had left for extra-dimensional space. Recently, in order to assist his old friend, the Southeastern Exalt, he had specially hurried back. Fortunately, he had still managed to make it in time. Since the Brocade Emperor had returned, the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt had ceased their activities as well. Generally speaking, those at the level of the 3 sovereigns' 5 emperors and the exalts of 10 territories would not lightly start a war. It was like how Yen Zhaoge had personally experienced it that year. While the Northeastern Exalt and the Eastern Exalt had been in a standoff, they had not truly clashed. Meanwhile, while the Southeastern Exalt and the Southern Exalt clashed, they would not fight to the death unless absolutely necessary. It had already been many years since a battle between emperors had occurred. With the Brocade Emperor having returned from extra-dimensional space, the Heaven Emperor had simply retreated. If the 2 of them really started a war, the other emperors might be alerted, as one of the 3 sovereigns might even come forward to mediate. When the Heaven Emperor had suppressed the Southeastern Exalt earlier, he had only done so through his momentum, as he had not truly used force. Most of the time, the conflicts between the peak figures of the world beyond worlds would all be waged in secret as they fought for supporters before finally reaching a compromise and tacit agreement. While the martial practitioners below fought intensely, it was still within a controllable range, as the peak experts seldom truly fought. There were still powerful external enemies outside the world beyond worlds. Taoism had suffered a great blow to its vitality following the Great Calamity. Now that it was gradually recovering, it finally showed signs of regaining its former glory. With the earthly sovereign at their head, the current rulers of the world beyond worlds treasured the current situation very much. Unless the Brocade Emperor left the world beyond worlds once more, or the Heaven Emperor had new powerful reinforcements, the Heaven Emperor would not make a move again. As Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di conversed, they saw Fu Ting reappear. Carefully observing Fu Ting's expression, there was only some apologetic look on it, not solemn or worried at all. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di were the first to relax, as they knew that the matter was not serious. "My father has left for an urgent matter and will not be able to return anytime soon. I really did not mean to neglect you. Please take offense," Fu Ting said apologetically. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di both said that it was fine. Fu Ting added, "My father is not far from the world beyond worlds this time. There will not be any changes over at the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory for the time being. You need not worry." Yen Di nodded. "It is fine for us to wait. I just wonder when the Brocade Emperor will be able to return?" Fu Ting smiled bitterly. "I too cannot be certain of the specific time. I can only ask the 2 of you to stay for a few days. Of course, it is fine if the 2 of you want to leave. Still, I hope that you can wait a little longer." Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di exchanged glances, both nodding slightly as Yen Di said, "It is fine. The Brocade Emperor must have a sudden and urgent matter to attend to. As long as there are no major disturbances at the headquarters of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it is fine for us to stay for a few more days. We will just have to trouble you." Fu Ting smiled and said, "Sect leader Yen is too polite." With ingenious Flying Peak disciples temporarily residing at Broad Creed Mountain and Yen Zhaoge himself not present, even if someone coveted the dim radiant wheel, they would not be able to act rashly for the time being. With nothing to do, Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di simply stayed at the minor no-hatred Dao arena. While they would not be able to interact in depth, Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting's group of ingenious Flying Peak disciples had allowed them to gain a greater understanding of the martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. Sadly, the Brocade Emperor had yet to return even after waiting for a full 7 days. Chapter 898. 7 days later, instead of waiting for the Brocade Emperor, someone else arrived. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di had originally been in the midst of cultivating when Fu Ting came to visit. Fu Ting's expression was a little awkward, but it was mostly solemn. "My father hasn't returned yet. Please don't blame me for neglecting you and your father." Fu Ting said, "There are some matters here at the minor no-hatred Dao arena. It might not be good to continue keeping you father and son here." Yen Di and Yen Zhaoge exchanged looks. The first thought that flashed through their minds was, could it be that the Heaven Emperor had actually invited one of the 3 sovereigns to make a move, actually causing the Brocade Emperor to be hard-pressed to resist and forced to retreat? Or was it that the hot potato that was the dim radiant wheel in Yan Zhaoge's possession had caused such a huge disaster so quickly that all of Ingenious Flying Peak actually wanted to send Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di off on their own? Fu Ting clearly knew that her current actions were inappropriate, but she seemed to have something she couldn't say, so she didn't say much. She retrieved a brocade box, handing it to Yan Di. "My father left behind a letter. If he never returns and the two of you are in a hurry to leave, then this treasure is to be delivered to him as an apology. Due to the special circumstances at the moment, it is not convenient for the dojo to continue receiving the two of you. Please forgive us." Receiving the brocade box, Yan Di was in no hurry to open it as he said calmly, "Us father and son have been troubling you over the past few days as well. We understand that the Brocade Emperor is busy with matters. Still, please forgive this Yen for asking, but does this matter have something to do with the southeastern Yangheaven territory?" Fu Ting sighed. "Chief Yen worries too much. This matter has nothing to do with the Heaven Emperor, the Southern Exalt, the Southeastern Exalt or the embryonic immortal artifact in young Master Yan's hands. My father has indeed gone out for some business, but it's a private matter. Right now, the dojo is dealing with another matter that has nothing to do with the two of you. It's just that it's not convenient for me to continue entertaining you." Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both felt curious. If it was not related to the matter of the Heaven Emperor and the Southeastern Yangheaven territory, if it was not related to the dim radiant wheel, then the current situation would truly be strange. From the looks of it, why does it seem like there might be a calamity here at the minor no hatred Dao right? Ingenious Flying Peak has good intentions, not wanting to implicate us and be implicated? Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. Still, since Fu Ting was unwilling to say more, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di did not continue asking about it. The other party was very likely doing this out of good intentions, and also being very courteous. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di could only do as the host wished. The two of them followed Fu Ting out of the palace. As he walked past the main hall, he saw a group of people standing there. Some were disciples of Ingenious Flying Peak while others did not look like descendants of the Brocade Emperor's lineage from their attire. Looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge discovered that they were actually not humans. While they were clad in armor, they had the heads of dragons and bodies of humans. It was a three-headed dragon race. If these three dragons were to be measured using the cultivation bases of human martial practitioners, they would shockingly all be experts of the immortal bridge stage. All of them were brimming with energy and strength. Their innate dragon bodies were even stronger than the humans. As he inhaled and exhaled, the might of a dragon overflowed, causing other living beings to be unable to help but feel the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. It was just that when they visited the minor no hatred Dao arena, they intentionally retracted their dragon might to show courtesy. What Yan Zhaoge paid even more attention to was the fact that these three experts of the dragon race were clearly all feeling very uneasy at this moment as they appeared anxious. This was an extremely rare thing for the dragon race who had always been orderly and focused on their dignity. After glancing at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, they did not pay too much attention to them as they quickly shifted their gazes away, their gazes falling on Fu Ting. Fu Ting nodded towards them. "I will speak in detail with you seniors after sending our guests off." Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di followed Fu Ting out of the palace. Yan Zhaoge gazing back. Great demons of such cultivation bases are rarely seen in the world beyond worlds. Fu Ting said simply, "Following the great calamity that year, the dragon race withered. They are indeed rarely seen now. Our lineage has some ties with the dragon race that survived the great calamity that year. This was a matter of my great-grandmaster's time." Yan Zhaoge nodded, not speaking. Fu Ting said, "I will send you back to the southeastern Yangheaven territory with the ritual of this Dao arena later. I have really been impolite this time." Before she had finished speaking, the world of intermingling black and white cheese before them actually shook abruptly. With this, the originally distinct black and white cheese instantly became blurry and indistinct, mixing together as yin and yang were indistinguishable. Fu Ting was shocked. So fast. The expressions of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di changed slightly as well. Having been cultivating in the minor no hatred Dao arena these past few days, they all knew that this cave manor had been personally established by the Brocade Emperor. While its stability could not compare to that of Kunlun Mountain's Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, it was still far from comparable to ordinary places. Even if their master, the Brocade Emperor, was not present, wanting to shake this place would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet, the scene before them clearly indicated that someone was attacking the minor no hatred Dao arena from the outside. Even worse was the fact that the other party was extremely powerful, as it was not impossible for them to break through. The spiritual chi flow of the Tao arena had already been disrupted, its foundation having been shaken. Fu Ting was shocked but not panicked as she directly retrieved a jade crystal, tossing it into the air before tapping on it with a finger. The surface of the jade crystal lit up with radiance, which established a spirit formation. At the center of the spirit formation, a hole seemed to be opening up. The next moment, however, the hole immediately closed up while the spirit formation began distorting. An instant later it shattered. Fu Ting frowned. The enemy's attacks are fierce. The ritual cannot be activated. Looking at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, she shook her head helplessly. I had originally wanted to send the two of you back to the world beyond worlds. Still, from the looks of it now, this will not be possible. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, both feeling that this was rather absurd. From the looks of it, someone had actually really come to find trouble for the Brocade Emperor. In the end, the fish in the moat had been caught in the crossfire. Since that is so, please follow me first, Fu Ting said as she led Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di back to the palace. While the spiritual chi flow of the Tao arena had begun to turn chaotic, this was the Brocade Emperor's manner at the end of the day, as it would not be so easily breached. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Now that things have come to this, I wonder if Miss Fu can tell us the details of the situation? We father and son are still completely in the dark, as we are completely clueless about what is going on. Looking at the palace up ahead, Yan Di asked in a heavy tone, it is related to those dragons? Fu Ting hesitated slightly for a moment before sighing. It can be said to be related. Still, the enemy is also specifically targeting our lineage. Those 3 seniors of the dragon race rushed over to warn us. Who would have thought that the enemy would arrive so quickly, arriving right after them? Fu Ting shook her head helplessly. There are some matters that have to be taken care of in this Tao arena. We are unable to leave immediately. I had originally wanted to send the two of you off as well, but in the end I was actually unable to do so as well. Yan Zhaoge asked, who exactly is it? The other party might not know that the Brocade Emperor had gone out, most likely thinking that he was at his manor. This was not an attempt to take advantage of the situation, as they had specifically come to target the Brocade Emperor. The Brocade Emperor was one of the strongest experts of the world beyond worlds. It was truly out of Yan Zhaoge's expectations that someone would actually dare to cause trouble at his manor. If it was not the Heaven Emperor, who could it be? As they were guessing, Fu Ting said in a complex tone, it is not a person who has come. Chapter 899. Yan Zhaoge was taken aback by Fu Ting's it is not human. Some great demon expert? Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This time, Fu Ting pondered for a moment before saying, it cannot be said to be of the demon race. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, she added, it is also not a great devil from the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both looked at Fu Ting. Fu Ting said, it is not completely correct to say that it is of the demon race. It is actually a weapon, just that this weapon is extremely special. An extremely powerful demonic soul is sealed within, such that this weapon is equivalent to possessing a complete consciousness of its own. Fu Ting explained, it can be said to be a weapon that can control itself, resembling an independent life form. It can also be said to be a great demon with a weapon as its fleshly body. Fu Ting paused for a moment before adding, he himself has always considered himself to be a weapon. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. All right, I think I understand. Now, I am more concerned about another problem. Knowing that your father, the Brocade Emperor, might be here, he still dared to directly come knocking. This weapon is an immortal artifact, right? Fu Ting nodded straightforwardly, that's right. It is indeed a leakless immortal artifact. Due to its uniqueness, it is actually more appropriate to view it as an expert who has pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the immortal realm. Still, he himself does not think so. Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. I deeply agree with this. Since things had already been said, Fu Ting no longer concealed it. He has great enmity with the dragon race. He slaughtered numerous dragons that year, causing the already declining dragon race to decline even further after experiencing the Great Calamity. The dragon race sought help from the world beyond worlds that year. Afterwards, a few lineages of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, my great-grandmaster included, joined hands and helped the dragon race design a formation to seal this weapon. A few years ago, this immortal artifact broke through its seal. After recovering its vitality for a period of time, it has come seeking revenge. Fu Ting's expression turned rather solemn as she said this. Just before this, the ancestral grounds of that branch of the dragon race had already been attacked. Now it has come looking for us again. Time has passed and some of the inheritances of the sects have been lost. Now, only Ingenious Flying Peak and Uncle Chow of Golden Court Mountain are left. This immortal artifact's temperament was violent as he was lawless and out of control. Even though the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base was not inferior to his, he was still fearless as he wanted to fight him first before anything else. At the end of the day he would first vent his frustrations as he definitely would not hold it in any longer. Fu Ting said, "He came to the minor no-hatred Dao arena this time specifically for my father. Instead, he still has some misgivings about Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds." As Yan Zhaoge listened, he vaguely felt that something was wrong as some things from his memories surfaced within his mind. Yan Di now frowned, asking, "The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are of the same breath and branch. For this immortal artifact to cause trouble at the Brocade Emperor's residence, it should not just be the Brocade Emperor who has been offended, right?" Fu Ting sighed. "Most of the emperors are currently not in the world beyond worlds." With that, she was silent for a moment. Looking at the two, she finally said, "Other than that, this immortal artifact has some connection with the world beyond worlds. His name is Mars Halberd." Hearing this name, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di simultaneously narrowed their eyes into slits. Mars? A title naturally leapt into their minds. The Exalted Fire Luminary. One of the Kunlun 9 luminaries that year, the Exalted Fire Luminary who had once been acclaimed alongside the current earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign of the 3 sovereigns. Fu Ting said unhurriedly, "The Kunlun 9 luminaries, in order to live up to the name of the 9 luminaries, each of them forged a treasure, and they are all top-notch high-grade sacred weapons. There is only one exception, and that is this Mars Halberd. It is rumored that because the demonic soul that was sealed was too unique and too powerful, an immortal artifact was ultimately forged. Also, it was an immortal artifact that possessed its own thoughts and was able to move on its own. I heard my father say that after the Exalted Fire Luminary vanished that year, it was equivalent to this immortal artifact having lost its master, thus beginning to move on its own." Fu Ting smiled bitterly. In the end he began a wanton massacre of the dragon race until he was finally sealed. In the blink of an eye, so many years have already passed. Even after so many years, our fury has never been extinguished. Now, a voice suddenly resounded both within and outside the minor no-hatred Dao arena. Fu Ting's expression changed, the expressions of the other ingenious Flying Peak disciples and the 3 experts of the dragon race within the palace simultaneously changing greatly as well. The minor no-hatred Dao arena began shaking unceasingly. "An emperor has appeared among Daoist Xuanzhong's descendants, surpassing his predecessors." That voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth. "Since you are an emperor, come out and battle me." Fu Ting grit her teeth, saying in a heavy tone, "My father is currently away on some matters and is indeed not here. If you really want to, you might as well come another day. My father will definitely not avoid battle." As the other party paused slightly, Yan Zhaoge and the others instantly felt the spiritual chi flow of the minor no-hatred Dao arena grow even more chaotic. The other party seemed to be searching for something. After a while, the pressure eased as that voice said, "Is he really not here? Since that is so, I will not make things difficult for you juniors. However, those 3 little dragons come out and die." Hearing his words, the expressions of those 3 experts of the dragon race turned extremely ugly as they were enraged to the extreme. Fu Ting inhaled deeply. "The 3 of them have come to join my ingenious Flying Peaks minor no-hatred Dao arena. There is definitely no reason for my sect to hand them over. I will not lower myself to the level of you juniors for the descendants of Daoist Xuanzhong," the other party said coldly. "Still, I will kill every dragon I see, no exceptions whatsoever. Either I perish or the dragons perish." A powerful force unceasingly shook the heavens and the earth as the air within the minor no-hatred Dao arena suddenly turned blazing hot. The 2 chis of yin and yang intermingled turbid before actually beginning to blaze. Feeling that violent concept that was wild and unbridled like blazing fire, Yan Zhaoge's expression turned extremely strange. Even a look of surprise appeared on Yendi's face. Yan Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his lips. "It might not be a good time to ask this now. Still, Miss Fu, I wonder how those seniors of the Grand Clear Direct lineage helped the dragon race seal this immortal artifact back then?" Currently paying attention to the changes in the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Fu Ting did not suspect anything as she answered, "This Mars Halberd is blazing like fire, being extremely tough and blazing with extreme yang. Therefore, Grandmaster and the others made use of an ancient, cold abyss as a geographical advantage before setting up a formation with the power of the stars of the universe. Many experts of the dragon race sacrificed themselves for others, dying within the formation as they powered the grand formation with the power of their sacrifices, finally suppressing the previously injured Mars halberd. From the looks of it now, during these years of being suppressed, this Mars halberd has also recovered from the injuries he had sustained before being sealed. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, both seeing the shock within the other's eyes. Numerous stars converging, dragons entering the sea, ancient, cold abyss, reverse scale, shocking moon. This was the origin of that dragon tomb which Yan Zhaoge had unearthed that year. Back in the dragon tomb, Yan Zhaoge had sensed that it seemed to have originally been used to seal a certain existence. The sealed existence had already escaped at the time. Yan Zhaoge had still felt curious about what it was. Only now did he know that it was actually an immortal artifact that possessed its own thoughts and was able to move independently. Along with the extreme Yang seal, the extreme Yin crown and the Rahu saber, Mars halberd was one of the 9 luminaries' weapons of the past. Chapter 900. Extreme Yang seal, is it? Long time no see. To think that we would actually meet again under such circumstances. Yan Zhaoge could still recall that back in the dragon tomb, the seal had completely collapsed, the ancient, cold abyss having regained its original appearance as the dragon tomb had collapsed. At that time, a remnant had still existed within the dragon tomb, originating from that sealed existence. When this had appeared, such a sentence had flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind. At that time Yan Zhaoge had been puzzled. The other party recognized the extreme Yang seal. Having had no further connection with it afterwards, he had not taken it to heart. Now, however, everything was already clear to him. Looking at those 3 experts of the dragon race again now, Yan Zhaoge's gaze involuntarily turned rather strange. Most of the dragon tomb had been dug out by him back then. The attention of those 3 experts of the dragon race was currently focused on Mars halberd outside as a resolute, furious look appeared on their faces. "Let's go out," the 3 experts of the dragon race said in a heavy tone. Fu Ting shook her head, about to speak when a voice resounded once more from outside. "If you don't come out..." Violent power rampaged as the entire minor no-hatred Dao arena became unbearably hot. The 2 chis of black and white that had originally coexisted with yin and yang now turned blurry before turning crimson, all of them blazing. "Then I shall enter." Accompanied by that tyrannical voice, the sky of the minor no-hatred Dao arena split apart, dazzling red light shooting out from within, illuminating the roof of the palace. Blazing fire appeared amidst the red light, the flames gradually condensing to form a figure between the heavens and the earth. That was a figure whose features could not be clearly seen. He was 90 feet tall, his entire body entangled by numerous fire dragons. Beneath his feet were 2 even more massive crimson flame dragons. His entire person resembled a divinity formed of fire. A tyrannical, fierce aura swept through the entire minor no-hatred Dao arena, quickly turning it into a sea of flames. The expressions of Fu Ting and the other ingenious Flying Peak disciples were solemn to the extreme. If they had long known that the other party was powerful, no different from an emperor-level expert, it would have been a vicious battle even if the Brocade Emperor himself had been present. Still, the other party having charged into the minor no-hatred Dao arena so quickly still shocked them to the core. While the Brocade Emperor had not been present, this place had still been personally set up by him at the end of the day. Now that it had been broken through so quickly, this special opponent was even fiercer than they had thought. After that divinity of flame had appeared, his featureless face first glanced in Yan Zhaoge's direction. Yan Zhaoge instantly felt as if everything in the space around him was about to explode and be incinerated. It wasn't a simple explosion of a tangible object, but an existence smaller than a mustard seed. At this moment, it was as if it was about to explode and burn into nothingness. Uncountable, far more than billions of specks of dust were about to explode at the same time. As a result, all existences were destroyed, difficult to resist. Extreme Yang seal, it has truly been a long time. From the huge body formed from flames, a voice sounded out, "Young man, you are Gao Han's successor?" Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that his extreme Yang seal was currently shaking intensely. The high-grade sacred artifact, which already possessed extraordinary intelligence in the first place, was now unprecedentedly sensitive. However, it didn't seem like the joy of a reunion between old friends. It was more like fear. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge could not help but have the urge to roll his eyes. Although the Kunlun Nine luminaries were known as the Kunlun Nine luminaries, who knew what their internal relationships were like? Even if they were like-minded, this didn't entail that they were on close terms with each other. On the contrary, many conflicts might exist between them. From the reaction of the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown when they had been brought together, as well as the image left behind by the exalted lunar luminary in the Eight Extremities world back then, it could be seen that the relationship between the exalted solar luminary and the exalted lunar luminary should have been pretty good. Still, from the reaction of the extreme Yang seal towards Mars halberd now, it was likely that the previous owners of the two had not been on good terms. Yan Zhaoge had no choice but to be cautious with this. He could not just casually use the name of a tiger. If Mars halberd gave the exalted solar luminary Gao Han some face, that would naturally be for the best. From the looks of it now, however, bringing up the exalted solar luminary might instead infuriate Mars halberd further. It was fine for the ingenious Flying Peak disciples to know that Yan Zhaoge bore the extreme Yang seal. Those three experts of the dragon race all looked shockingly at Yan Zhaoge now. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, saying calmly, "I am not a descendant of the exalted solar luminary. I just inadvertently obtained the extreme Yang seal and cultivated in the extreme Yang scripture. Still, my understanding of the exalted solar luminary is limited. I also do not know where this senior is currently." That divinity of flame glanced calmly at Yan Zhaoge before saying casually, "Even if you are a descendant of Gao Han, I will not make things difficult for someone of the younger generation. I just need you to follow me and do some things." "I believe your words. Still, you have to think more about it. Gao Han's thoughts are crafty and secretive. He seldom plays useless chess. While he may not have intended it, it might be my intention." With that, his gaze fell on those three experts of the dragon race once more. Instantly, 3 clumps of blazing fire arose from thin air, enveloping those 3 experts of the dragon race. While Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and those of ingenious Flying Peak were just by the side, they were completely unaffected by it. That terrifying blazing fire originated from the bodies of the 3 experts of the dragon race. While the fire was limited to 3 areas of land, these 3 areas of land were directly transformed into a purgatory sea of flames. The 3 dragons simultaneously emitted tragic cries, struggling as they shed their human forms, revealing their true forms as they transformed into 3 true dragons that connected to the heavens. Each of these massive dragons was even more massive than the dragons that had slumbered eternally in the dragon tomb that year, possessing shocking auras. 3 true dragons were equivalent to 3 immortal bridge martial saints of the human race as their chi and blood erupted, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth as they plucked stars and captured the moon. However, as blazing fire wreathed their bodies at this moment, however much they struggled, they were unable to extinguish the flames on their bodies. That true dragon opened its mouth, directly spurting out an immeasurable amount of seawater. The amount of water was sufficient to instantly transform into a great ocean, virtually being able to fill up a small portion of the Royal Reed Sea. However, such an oceanic amount of water that even contained true essence and dragon chi was directly vaporized completely as soon as it came into contact with the flames on his body. Yan Zhaoge could not be bothered to rejoice over his accurate judgment. If this guy were to make a move in the Royal Reed Sea, just a random spark of fire would be enough to vaporize the entire Royal Reed Sea dry. They all used fire. In pre-Great Calamity times, there had also been the Heavenly Fire Emperor, the Flame Devil Emperor. While Yan Zhaoge had not personally seen the Flame Devil Emperor in action before, according to the descriptions of others, the Flame Devil Emperor was only SOSO when he fought. Seeing this, Fu Ting panicked greatly. After a moment's hesitation, she said in a heavy tone to Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, "I am really sorry for dragging the 2 of you into this. Be careful." Not waiting for the 2 to reply, Fu Ting raised her head and gazed at the figure blazing with blazing flames up in the sky, yelling lightly, "Since the 3 seniors of the dragon race have come to my minor no-hatred Dao arena, you are guests of my ingenious Flying Peak. Please forgive this junior for offending you." Saying thus, she directly struck towards her forehead with a palm, as though wanting to commit suicide. However, a Taiji diagram simultaneously appeared on her palm and forehead, resonating with one another. Chapter 901. Accompanied by the appearance of Taiji diagrams on Fu Ting's palm and forehead, the heavens and earth of the minor no-hatred Dao arena abruptly changed. The world, which was already gradually beginning to be devoured by the sea of flames, suddenly distorted. With the palace beneath their feet as the center, the power of reversal of extremities emanated. However, just having moved, a clump of flames suddenly appeared between her palm and forehead. The flames transformed into a sigil, instantly suppressing the taiji diagrams on Fu Ting's palm and forehead. The voice of that divinity of flame resounded within the sky. I do not wish to lower myself to the level of you juniors, yet you want to take the initiative to make trouble. You must know that even if I kill you, I would not care. That sigil of flame immediately began devouring the taiji diagrams on Fu Ting's body. Fu Ting's face and hands were about to be caught in the flames as well. The phoenix-woven brocade and other treasures on her showed no signs of being affected in the least. A silvery white silk that flickered with the crimson light of fire suddenly drifted, keeping the endless blazing fire at bay as it circulated. However, faced with that sigil of flame, it instantly collapsed upon contact as it was hard to resist. Instead, radiance suddenly lit up at the center of the taiji diagrams that had originally been suppressed on Fu Ting's forehead. The palace at the center of the minor no-hatred Dao arena beneath Fu Ting's feet also lit up. The power of reversal of extremities surged once more, even more ferocious and majestic than before. The divinity of flame within the sky paused for a moment. Having been suppressed by my attack, a second hidden restriction was instead triggered? No wonder you surpass your father, even surpassing Daoist Xuanzhou. The entire minor no-hatred Dao arena actually seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. It was not because of Mars Halberd's power, instead originating from the minor no-hatred Dao arena itself. The entire heavens and earth seemed to be collapsing towards its center. This majestic power was fully bolstered by Fu Ting at this moment. Bolstered by this power, Fu Ting was ultimately not injured by that sigil of flame. Everything happened in an instant. Fu Ting could only make use of this instant. She clapped downwards with her palm, the palace before her simultaneously transforming into specks of light of black and white. Yin and Yang circulated, transforming into a taiji diagram which swept along Fu Ting, the disciples of ingenious Flying Peak, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, as well as those three dragon experts who were being incinerated by blazing fire. Everyone flew towards that point of collapse at the center, seemingly about to vanish. The power formed by the collapse of the entire minor no-hatred Dao arena caused the flames on the bodies of those three dragon race experts to finally be extinguished. At the end of the day, this was a Dao arena established by the Brocade Emperor. Fu Ting was also incomparably decisive as she had finally managed to save those three dragons from the brink of death. However, it was at this moment that the god of fire who stood in the void, unmoved even if the heavens and earth collapsed, suddenly moved. What an outstanding young lady. She's just like her father. There seemed to be a mighty dragon roar echoing in the endless distance. In the next moment, the 90-meter-tall body exploded into flames that filled the sky. A twin crescent halberd appeared from within the sea of flames, resembling the halberd of Yan Zhaoge's memories. However, this halberd was crimson in color and carved with dragon patterns. You have courage and ability. I will not kill you, but I will give you some punishment. The crimson halberd slashed through the air. Fiery light flickered, the black and white taiji diagram at the center of the collapse mightily breaking apart. Swept along by the taiji diagram, Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and Fu Ting were already about to retreat into the spatial passageway formed following the destruction of the minor no-hatred Dao arena. However, after the fiery light had flickered, the spatial passageway instantly broke apart. While everyone tried their best to stabilize themselves, they were still involuntarily separated as they were swept into different spacetimes in twos and threes. Meanwhile, the final scene that appeared before the eyes of Yan Zhaoge and the others was that crimson fiery light flashed past. The three dragon experts had all perished. The massive bodies of the dragons had all been cleaved apart at the waist. Blazing fire arose from the wounds, instantly incinerating the 6 halves of the dragon bodies completely. They were reduced to ashes, not leaving any traces behind at all. In the distance where space had been destroyed, the fiery light condensed to form that divinity of fire who stood atop 2 dragons once more. The giant of flame towered amidst space, not pursuing or retreating as he simply stood silently where he was. It was as though he was specifically waiting for the return of the Brocade Emperor. Amidst the chaotic space, Yan Zhaoge turned and gazed over to the other side, seeing his father Yan Di currently trapped amidst the chaotic flows of space. Father and son exchanged glances, both not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. They had completely been caught in the crossfire this time, having been implicated by ingenious Flying Peak and the dragon race. Never would they have thought that such a change would actually occur. Sending each other a look that told them not to worry, father and son could only stabilize their figures amidst the shattered space, drifting along with the currents as they drifted off in different directions. With their current cultivation bases, they were not in any danger. The only problem was that returning to the world beyond worlds would require some effort. Zhao sighed, plans cannot keep up with the changes. I was still thinking earlier that the Heaven Emperor was being held back by the Brocade Emperor and that no powerful reinforcements would arrive. In the end, Mars Halberd immediately came looking for trouble. Good things never come true, bad things always do. Zhao shook his head slightly, stabilizing his figure. As he cultivated in the immortal trapping sword, he had a deep understanding of the Tao of time and space. Now that he was trapped amidst the chaotic flows of space, he was not worried at all. It was just that Zhao was rather troubled by the fact that Fu Ting had actually coincidentally drifted along the same branch of space as him. With that, it was not convenient for Zhao to openly display the immortal trapping sword. Fu Ting was currently expressing her apologies to Zhao. In putting on a brave front, I wanted to make use of the restrictions my father left behind in the Tao arena to help the 3 seniors of the dragon race. In the end, I still ended up implicating you and your father. Please forgive me, young Master Yan. Zhao smiled, it's fine. Miss Fu is polite. This Mars Halberd had his own personality, being no different from an emperor expert at all. He had an unyielding personality but was also magnanimous. If Fu Ting had not interfered just now, nothing would have happened to Zhao and Yan Di. After Mars Halberd had slain those 3 experts of the dragon race, he would most likely have let them leave. Fu Ting and the others might have been detained to draw the Brocade Emperor over, but they might also have been let go. At the very least, their lives would not have been in danger. With Fu Ting's earlier attack, the other party had completely shattered the minor no-hatred Tao arena, causing them to be separated amidst the chaotic flows of space. Still, Zhao did not blame Fu Ting. From another perspective, if it had been the Heaven Emperor who had come to find trouble for Zhao and Yan Di this time, Fu Ting would most likely have done her best to help them as they were guests of Ingenious Flying Peak as well. Of course, being able to be so magnanimous was more or less because the current situation was not too bad as it was still within Zhao's acceptable range. Instead, it was some of Mars Halberd's earlier words that Zhao was rather concerned about. My unintentional, his intentional, is it? Chapter 902. Although Zhao was a little concerned about the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, the information he knew was too little. As such, Zhao stopped thinking about it. The first thing he had to consider now was how to return to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. Zhao asked Fu Ting about this. Fu Ting smiled bitterly. She tapped her forehead with her finger. I don't have any good ideas for now. I can only find my way back slowly. Zhao realized that in activating the restrictions of the minor no-hatred Tao arena earlier, Fu Ting had also expended some of her own preparations. Otherwise, with how much the Brocade Emperor cared for her, he would definitely have left behind some methods on her that would allow Fu Ting to return to the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain as soon as possible in such a situation where she was trapped amidst chaotic space. But now these methods could not be used. If the space-time passageway had not been slashed apart earlier, they might have been able to return to the world beyond worlds together. Unfortunately, Mars Halberd was an immortal weapon after all, and an immortal weapon that could exert its own strength. Thinking of Mars Halberd, Zhao and Fu Ting exchanged glances, bitter smiles appearing on their faces. From the looks of it, the other party had no intention of leaving after shattering the minor no-hatred Tao arena. It actually remained where it was, seemingly waiting for the Brocade Emperor to return. He was arrogant and domineering. Zhao shook his head, identifying the direction of the space before him. Forget it, let's not think about that for now. Let's figure out where we are first. Fu Ting also pulled herself together and observed the surroundings. Even though he had destroyed the minor no-hatred Tao arena in the end, he had still been unable to protect those 3 experts of the dragon race in the end, and could only watch as they were killed right before his eyes. For Fu Ting, who had always been a proud daughter of the heavens and had always been successful, today's matter could be considered a rare setback. In recent years, the only thing that could make Fu Ting feel so aggrieved was the disappearance of the profound sky-purple gold furnace and the disappearance of her sect elders in the black hole. What made Fu Ting feel both exasperated and amused was that Zhao had actually been involved in both of the rare times she had suffered such a huge loss. However, she was strong-willed and quickly adjusted her state of mind. The two of them floated in the void for an unknown period of time. As the space before them changed, the outline of a world appeared. Zhao and Fu Ting exchanged glances before entering that world together. As soon as they entered, the dimensional domain instantly distorted and shook, vaguely seeming like it wanted to squeeze Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting out. As the two of them circulated their energies, they became one with the world in front of them, and the repulsive force immediately weakened. Upon entering, Zhang Xian was greeted by the sight of a lush forest. Yan Zhaoge stabilized himself, gazing into the distance. The spiritual qi flow here is very unusual. Both of them were seeing divinity martial saint experts, but they were able to find shelter in this world very normally. It was unlike lower worlds like the Eight Extremities world, the vast ocean world and the floating gate world. Yet, it did not seem like he had returned to the world beyond worlds. Sensing this, Yan Zhaoge could not help but pull back the corners of his mouth. I hope that this is the roving jade heavens. Otherwise, is this yet another Buddhist world? Young Master Yan also knows of the existence of the world of Buddhism? As the daughter of the Brocade Emperor, Fu Ting knew many things that martial practitioners of the same cultivation level did not. She was rather surprised that Yan Zhaoge knew about this. Uncle Chao even told you this? Yan Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he smiled. It was not the Southeastern Exalt who told me. To tell you the truth, while searching for that furnace previously, amidst the chaos in space afterwards, this Yan and Gao Qing of the roving jade heavens coincidentally entered a Buddhist world. Only then did I learn of some things. Fu Ting nodded, sighing. It is no wonder then. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, she said, my father and the other emperors have kept this a secret out of consideration for the stability of the world beyond worlds and the many lower worlds. There seems to be some hidden story that I am not aware of. While my father did not say it clearly, it seems to be very complicated. Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge smiled. You can rest assured, Miss Fu. This Yan did not openly announce it after returning from that Buddhist world. I have always kept my mouth shut. Fu Ting smiled as well. I believe that. The two sensed the spiritual qi veins of the heavens and the earth as they flew. Signs of human activity could vaguely be seen in the distance. Yet, accompanied by the rising smoke, there was also a faint treasured light that soared into the sky. This was a treasured light that was formed from the power of faith after condensing to a certain extent, turning illusory into real. It is not the roving jade heavens but a Buddhist world in the end? As Yan Zhaoge looked at it, he suddenly frowned. Wait, that's not right. He was shocked. That is not Buddha light. Beside him, Fu Ting's expression gradually changed as she carefully stared at that treasured light that rose into the sky. Why does it look like the power of faith condensed from the power of faith of our Taoism? Exchanging glances, the two could both see the astonishment within the depths of the other's eyes. Indeed, Taoism also had its power of faith. Whether it was Broad Creed Mountain, Ingenious Flying Peak or any other Taoist martial lineage, apart from the ranking of their ancestors, they would also worship the ancestors of the three clear lineages. Still, that was just the simplest form of worship, a pure form of respect. It was just like when the Buddha, the Gautama Buddha, was still in this world that year. Yet, this treasured light condensed from the power of faith of Taoism was different from that of ordinary worshippers. It was similar to the current Buddhist scriptures of the future Buddha as it was condensed from the power of faith of all life forms. Those who sang of the Tao did not seek to cultivate themselves, instead placing their hopes and dreams on a certain existence. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, swiveling his head to look at Fu Ting, asking directly, from the looks of Gao Qing and her fellow disciples, the roving jade heavens should not do such a thing. Still, Miss Gao Qing might only be able to represent her lineage. From what you know, is there anyone else in the roving jade heavens who would do such a thing? Fu Ting's expression was complex, but she did not slander the roving jade heavens as she instead said honestly, from what I know, no. Yan Zhaoge gazed at that treasured light that connected to the heavens. This does not seem to be some place in the world beyond worlds, nor is it a lower world like the Eight Extremities world. The two pondered for a moment before continuing on their way towards a populated area. Having arrived nearby, they landed. As they walked forward, they saw a city on a plain with numerous villages around it. Streaks of treasured light arose from both the villages and the city, some dense while others faint. The treasured light that arose from the city was clearly denser and more condensed. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting stealthily entered. The common language of the people here was different from that of the world beyond worlds as it was extremely strenuous for Yan Zhaoge to understand. Still, Yan Zhaoge gradually understood who they were worshipping. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord? Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting stared at one another, both having blank looks on their faces. As disciples of the three purities, they would often casually chant, Three Immeasurables or Immeasurable Heavenly Lord for blessings, inconceivable merit, in formal settings. The two naturally knew this. The Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, here referred to innumerable heavenly lords or many heavenly lords rather than the title of a single existence. Immeasurable heavenly lord for blessings was the complete saying. Still, inconceivable merit should be added behind it. However, the people of this world, whether they were martial practitioners or ordinary citizens, all worshipping the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord was like Buddhist disciples worshipping the future Buddha, chanting Namo Maitreya Buddha. It was clearly referring to a single existence. Also, it was not a short form. The problem was that Taoism had never had a grand heavenly lord with the title of immeasurable heavenly lord. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. What the hell? Chapter 903. Seeing that treasured light that shot into the skies, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged looks. It was clearly an auspicious and full treasure light, but the world in front of him was indescribably strange. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Fu Ting, both of them could tell that this was not some country bumpkin putting on a show. The concept contained within the treasure light was majestic and exquisite, absolutely not ordinary. Without a doubt, he had obtained the true teachings of Taoism. However, he was different, as if he had opened another path outside of the three clear Grand Masters' orthodoxy. It was just that this path would lead to the same destination as the sutras and teachings of the future Buddha. One Taoist and one Buddha, but they achieved the same result through different means. Surveying their surroundings, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting indeed discovered that while the martial practitioners here walked the path of Taoism, their foundation originated from the treasured light formed within their bodies by the feedback of the power of faith. They were the same as the current Buddhist martial artists. In cultivation, the most important thing was not the comprehension of martial arts, nor was it the study of the principles of heaven and earth. Instead, it was a devout heart towards the Tao. On this basis, they would discuss other matters. He was pious towards the Tao, his will was firm and his conviction was unchanging. With this, the glow of treasure grew stronger and stronger, and it accumulated without end. This treasured light helped them raise their cultivation bases and increase their strength. It was much easier for them than it was for Taoist disciples like Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. Because they knew how but did not know why, the average standard of martial practitioners at the same cultivation level was lower than that of martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds, the eight extremities world and the vast ocean world. However, the threshold was low and the results were quick. In the world beyond worlds and the eight extremities world, those who did not possess sufficient talent and were unable to succeed in their martial cultivation had always been the vast majority. However, in this world, even if one's natural talent and comprehension ability were slightly inferior, so long as one's heart was devout towards the Tao and praised the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, there would be a portion of people that would be able to step onto the path of martial arts and even attain great accomplishments. Those with similar talent would be hard-pressed to achieve much in the martial Tao in the world beyond worlds and the eight extremities world. Yan Zhaoge did not know how many people there were in this world, nor did he know how many similar worlds there were. However, he vaguely felt that there were quite a few of them. This was a world similar to the world of Buddhism, yet different from the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens. He and Fu Ting searched around trying to understand more about this place. Unlike the Buddhist world, this place should have experienced the Great Calamity as well. The historical legacies of this civilization are severely incomplete, with the generations being severely severed. After the two had reunited and gathered the information they had gathered, Yan Zhaoge concluded, other than the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the most frequently mentioned here is the Immortal Court, which is like the blessed lands of Buddhism. The founders of the orthodox Taoism's three clear lineages and the heavenly immortal lords had all been diluted. There were very few traces of them. Even the myths and legends were rarely left behind. The Immortal Court had replaced the Heavenly Court's divine palace, the Jade Clear Sky, the Prime Clear Sky, and the Grand Clear Great Scarlet Sky. As for the Buddhists, the future Buddha's boundless merit helped all living beings avoid the great calamity of the world. There is no such thing as a great tribulation of the world here. Rather, it is the immeasurable heavenly deity purifying the world, removing the filth of the world and recreating the universe. Buddhism, when mentioned here, was a heresy. It belonged to the evil devils and would cause the world to once again turn into a source of filth. Those who believed in Buddhism already had their souls tainted. Those who believed in Buddhism should naturally try to curb the spread of this filth of Buddhism. Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly. To put it simply, this place seems to have frequent interactions with the world of Buddhism, just that they are not very friendly. They seem to be unceasingly at war, denouncing the other as evil devils. The world that the two were currently in should be close to where Taoism and Buddhism clashed. Therefore they were especially hostile towards Buddhism. Meanwhile, the obscured way world of the Buddhist world that Yan Zhaoge had previously been to might be closer to the back of Buddhism. Therefore there were few rumors regarding the world of the immortal court here. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, both sides occupy quite a few worlds. When he had first arrived at the obscured way world, he had guessed that there was a wall that separated the world of Buddhism from the other worlds of Taoism, like the world beyond worlds. At that time he had even wondered if there were only two sides of the wall, not knowing if there were any other divisions. Who would have thought that his words would come true, that there really were not just two sides? For Yan Zhaoge, with his current cultivation base, the wall was not so easy to break through. However, the abnormalities of the profound sky purple gold furnace earlier and Mars Halbert's forcible clash with the restrictions left behind by the Brocade Emperor had been too powerful. The chaotic flows of space that had resulted in Yan Zhaoge drifting to a domain outside of the world of Taoism. However, the world governed by the immortal court had truly surpassed Yan Zhaoge's predictions. He had naturally not only learnt of the existence of Buddhism after having been to the obscured way world. Buddhism had already existed in pre-Great Calamity times, also having been in conflict with Taoism back then. Yan Zhaoge also knew of the changes that had occurred after the future Buddha had presided over the central whirling world. However, Yan Zhaoge was certain that this so-called immeasurable heavenly lord and the so-called immortal court had definitely not existed in pre-Great Calamity times. They were things that had only been born after the Great Calamity. Frankly speaking, Yan Zhaoge was currently rather puzzled, as he felt at a loss for once. It would still be fine if it was a minor power. Still, from the looks of it now, it actually seemed to be in conflict with the Buddhism presided over by the future Buddha. Who was the future Buddha? He had been a figure who had stood at the peak of the heavens and the earth in pre-Great Calamity times. He was the descendant of the Gautama Buddha, the lord of the central blessed lands of whirling world, who had been able to protect so many Buddhist worlds through the tribulation of the Great Calamity. How could the immortal court who could stand against him be ordinary? Still, here came the problem. Where exactly did this come from? Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, Fu Ting's mind similarly filled with question marks. Aside from question marks, Fu Ting was also rather worried as she looked at Yan Zhaoge. Young Master Yan, when you chant or think of that immeasurable heavenly lord, do you feel any discomfort? No. Yan Zhaoge frowned. Could it be that as long as people like you and I mention or think of him, treasured light will also appear, worshipping that immeasurable heavenly lord? Fu Ting shook her head. No treasured light has appeared within my body. Still, I vaguely feel that something seems different. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was rather deep and distant. Is it because you originate from Taoism as well? Many thoughts flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind in an instant. Some of his previous experiences surfaced within his mind. As he pondered, the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth before him suddenly surged intensely. A few powerful auras rapidly approached from the distance. These auras were clashing unceasingly with one another, as they seemed to be in the midst of clashing. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances, retracting their auras as they quietly observed the situation. Soon, a few figures entered their field of vision. One of them was fleeing while several others were pursuing him, also launching attacks at him. Amongst the pursuers, one of them roared loudly, Yang Chong, you have fallen to the external Tao, not only not repenting, you even dare to slander the heavenly lord. You are simply guilty of the most heinous of crimes. Hurry up and surrender yourself. Otherwise, do not blame us for not showing any mercy to fellow disciples. Chapter 904. In the process of those people clashing, Yan Zhaoge glanced at them a few times. His gaze involuntarily grew deeper. It is a martial art that has existed since before the Great Calamity, and has been preserved rather well. It was just that, although these martial artists had cultivated astral energy in true essence, and had tempered their blood and meridians, their foundation was the treasured light of the power of will within their bodies. This was the case for the group of people who were rushing over. However, the treasured light imbued with faith power of the person running in front was a little unstable. The group of pursuers, regardless of their cultivation levels, at the very least, their precious light was very stable, unchanging as usual. As for the person being chased, the treasure light within his body flickered continuously, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Gazing over carefully, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting saw that the fleeing person was a red-clothed middle-aged man who had an authoritative expression on his face and a resolute gaze. His cultivation level was very high. As his acupoints opened and closed, It wasn't just his main acupoints that had been refined to divinity. Even many hidden acupoints had successfully resonated with the real stars in the outer universe, breaking through the void to see the true gods. This was precisely the characteristic of an expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage. Martial saints of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, had all their major acupoints refined into divinity, having attained the peak. Now that he was attempting to refine numerous hidden acupoints to achieve divinity, the first step he had successfully taken was to ascend to the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage. This cultivator called Yang Chong who was being pursued was at this level. Yan Zhaoge recognized the martial art he cultivated in. It was known as the chaotic phenomena heaven-deficient palm, originating from the chaotic heavenly scripture. It had even been kept in the martial repository of the heavenly court's divine palace in pre-great calamity times. It could be seen that although he relied on the treasured light imbued with faith power as his foundation, Yang Chong's talent in martial arts was not low, and he had already grasped the essence of the chaotic phenomenon heaven-deficient palm. But at this moment he was being pursued by several seeing divinity martial saints and even merging avatar martial saints. Moreover, Yang Chong was in a sorry state and could only flee while fighting. The people chasing after him also cultivated the chaotic heavens sutra. As expected, they were from the same sect. Are they injured? Yan Zhaoge pondered, or could it be, among the pursuers someone shouted, "Senior Uncle Yang, don't be muddle-headed. Follow us back to the mountain and sincerely repent in front of the celestial venerables. It's not impossible to turn back." Without waiting for Yang Chong to reply, someone else in the pursuing army shouted, "Quan Haolong, are you going to protect this kind of rebel?" The person who had just spoken turned pale. Yang Chong nodded slightly at Quan Haolong and said, "The outer Tao is not without Tao and the righteous Tao is not the only one. I have seen more paths and I want to choose another way of living based on my own will. The world in front of us is real but it may not be complete. The world we can see is only what the almighty experts want us to see." Yang Chong's gaze wavered. "If we see more things, the world in front of us will be different?" The expressions of the people chasing after him changed when they heard this. "Nonsense. You're trying to mislead people with lies." With loud shouts, they attacked together, using the same chaotic heavenly deficiency palm as Yang Chong. Wherever the palm energy passed, the scenery between heaven and earth changed continuously. The wind was still and the air was thick like a swamp. The flowing clouds froze, descending from the sky like blocks of lead. The ground collapsed, the waters of rivers and lakes surging in reverse as they shot into the heavens. Everything was different from normal as chaotic phenomena arose, causing one to feel incomparably chaotic. Numerous chaotic phenomena congregated, forming a massive, distorting force that seemed about to rip the very sky apart. Infinite tribulations surged amidst the shattered space, causing all of this to appear even more shocking. Seeing this, Yang Chong sighed, simultaneously striking out with both palms, also using the chaotic heavenly deficiency palm. Facing chaos with chaos, setting things right. Where Yang Chong's palm force passed, the scenes of the world instead began to return to normal. Still, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting both frowned as they saw him make a move. This was because the strength that Yang Chong was currently displaying did not resemble that of a late-seeing divinity martial saint at all. Even though he was of the immortal court of Taoism, his strength inferior to those of the orthodox three-clear lineage, the 6th level of the martial saint realm was still the 6th level of the martial saint realm. His entire body's main acupoints had all been refined to see divinity, and he had even already begun cultivating in the concealed acupoints. His strength was sufficient to shake the heavens and shake the earth. His opponents were all martial practitioners of the immortal court and Taoism, their strength not being particularly outstanding as they were not like Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting who were able to surpass levels and suppress life forms. Under such circumstances, Yang Chong of the 6th level of the martial saint realm should have been able to directly sweep through these pursuers who were at the 4th level of the martial saint realm at most. The result, however, was unexpected. Yang Chong was actually unable to take down his opponents. Surrounded by them, he was even in dire straits as he was being suppressed. With Yan Zhaoge's and Fu Ting's current discernment abilities, they were able to see virtually no secrets at all in this battle. It is not the weakness of being injured. It is not that he is intentionally showing mercy. It looks like he is intentionally suppressing his power, or perhaps a portion of his power has been restricted by someone. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It is like his cultivation base has fallen, but he is not injured. This is due to those treasured light of the power of faith. In his earlier cultivation he relied on the treasured light of the power of faith as a foundation, refining his acupoints to see divinity. The foundation of his acupoints resonating with actual stars lies here as well. Fu Ting similarly understood Yang Chang's situation. The treasured light within his body is unstable now. Those acupoints that have already seen true divinity seem to be in deep slumber, not moving in the slightest. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. As time passes, they are unceasingly weakening. Is it because he is no longer chanting the Tao? Yang Chang's current strength was around that of his fellow disciples of the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. If this continued, it would not be long before his strength would likely fall to the third level of the martial saint realm. Also, it would continue to weaken. It was not just the refinement of his acupoints to see divinity. Throughout his previous life, his current cultivation path had always been inseparable from that treasured light of the power of faith. Among the cultivators attacking Yang Chong, the leader said coldly, "Yang Chong, aren't you trying to mislead us with your lies to confuse our minds so that we will end up like you so that it will be easier for you to escape? Stop dreaming. We sincerely seek the Tao blessed by the Heavenly Lord. How could we be as deranged as you? Since you still refuse to realize your error even now, just die." Amidst his words, this person's figure suddenly flickered while Yang Chong was blocking the attacks of the others. The chaotic phenomena heavenly deficient palm was another supreme martial art recorded in the chaotic true scripture, the heaven-earth reversing chaotic finger. Surrounded and attacked by the others, Yang Chong was unable to evade or block in time as he was instantly struck by this finger. His expression suddenly changed, first turning completely red before turning dark green as he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. The other attackers made use of this chance to attack in unison, numerous chaotic phenomena heavenly deficient palms breaking through Yang Chong's protective true essence, completely knocking him down from the sky. Yang Chong fell to the ground, barely breathing as he was unable to move. As the others went up, one of them said slowly, "Junior apprentice nephew Quan, you go and finish him off." Hearing his words, that person called Quan Haolong instantly froze. Chapter 905. Looking at Yang Chong, a conflicted look appeared on Quan Haolong's face. Because they were from the same hometown, this senior apprentice uncle of his had always taken great care of him, the two of them having always been on good terms. In their earlier clash he had shown much mercy. In the eyes of his companions, he had instantly attracted trouble. Quan Haolong stammered, "Senior apprentice Uncle Peng I." The leader of the pursuers swept his gaze over coldly, "Ha." Quan Haolong walked towards Yang Chong with difficulty. Looking at him, Yang Chong sighed, "Having you send me on my way, Haolong, can also be considered a form of help." Looking at Quan Haolong's conflicted expression, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, "Oh, it's like the legacy of the flames of civilization and revolution. Could it be that the death of this senior has sown a seed within the hearts of a junior, one that will eventually sprout one day, thus inheriting his legacy in the future? Will he also die before achieving success like this senior, continuing to leave behind a seed to be passed on, or will he become the leader of that great tide of the era in the future? Or will he just disobey orders, being killed here by his fellow disciples like that Yang Chong?" Many thoughts flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind in an instant. Still, he quickly reined in these random thoughts as he murmured, "The external Tao that they speak of refers to martial practitioners like us?" Fu Ting's expression was solemn. "If this world governed by the immortal court views the external Tao the same as Buddhism, it refers to orthodox disciples of the three clear lineages like us. The immortal court and Buddhism habitually denounced each other as evil devils. Evil devils of the external Tao, evil devils of the external Tao, none of these were good terms at all." Fu Ting said, "Capture them and ask them what's going on," also understanding the situation here a step further. Yan Zhaoge said, "One of us will act, the other holding the fort. This place is close to where the immortal court and Buddhism are battling. The immortal court might have experts with higher cultivation bases in the vicinity." Fu Ting nodded, "I'll do it." The two appeared together, no longer concealing their auras. Only now did Quan Haolong, Yang Chong and the others feel shocked. A man and a woman appeared before them. The man looked valiant and extraordinary as he was clothed in a white robe with a black border. The woman was gorgeous and dazzling. She wore a red shirt and a white skirt with a silver fox shawl over her shoulders. Her beauty was exceptionally flamboyant. However, although the woman was dazzling, the attention of Quan Haolong, Yang Chong, and the others was still focused on the young man. The moment he appeared, it was as if he was the center of the world. Yan Zhaoge smiled, waving his hands towards Quan Haolong and the others as Fu Ting's figure flickered, directly shooting off into the distance. Her red robe and white skirt were as beautiful as a brocade. With a single palm strike, Yin and Yang returned to their origin. Even martial practitioners of the orthodox three-clear lineage of the world beyond worlds would not be able to receive a palm from Fu Ting at the same cultivation level. Not to mention the fact that he was born in a world ruled by the immortal court and had a lower cultivation level than Fu Ting. Yan Zhaoge's observation was mainly to see if those of the immortal court's Taoism had any special methods. At the same time, he was also guarding Fu Ting's surroundings in case a peak expert with a higher cultivation suddenly appeared. Fu Ting attacked and directly captured Quan Haolong's group as well as Yang Chong alive. They attempted to struggle, but Fu Ting flashed a massive jet-black fishing net. Combined with Fu Ting's own strength, she captured them all within the net. Trapped within, Quan Haolong and the others were unable to move even though they were martial saints. "Let's not kill them first," Fu Ting said. "The treasured light within their bodies is likely to have the same effect as the Buddha light of Buddhism. As soon as they are killed, peak experts might quickly sense it and lock onto us as the culprits, swiftly descending here." Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "You decide. I'm more curious about this person." His gaze fell on Yang Chong. Having narrowly escaped death, Yang Chong's gaze was also filled with wariness as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. "You too are of the external Tao?" Fu Ting lifted the net, flying along with Yan Zhaoge as they first left the area. As they walked, she said mildly, "Just like how you and Buddhism mutually reject evil devils, while we do not have such a strong concept of lineage, if we must say it, in the eyes of descendants of the three clear lineages, you are the ones of the external Tao." Yang Chong opened his mouth, smiling bitterly after a while. "This Yang has been rude. Please forgive me." The others who had been captured all berated him now. "Yang Chong, you are indeed colluding with those of the external Tao." Quan Haolong was also looking warily at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting now, avoiding them as though they were snakes and scorpions. That senior apprentice Uncle Peng said coldly, "Evil devils of the external Tao, this lofty towering world is not a place where you can be arrogant." Yan Zhaoge did not move as that senior apprentice Uncle Peng's lower jaw suddenly dislocated on its own, unable to speak any further. The meridians of his entire body were distorting unceasingly, bringing him immense pain. His body twitched intensely, sweat pouring down like rain, yet he was unable to emit any sound. Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "The Buddha light within the bodies of Buddhist martial practitioners can forcibly extinguish themselves, thereby achieving the effect of ending their own lives. What about you?" Looking at Yan Zhaoge again now, looks of shock and fear appeared on their faces. Yang Chong sighed, "Buddhists can extinguish themselves, but we can also transform into rainbows. If you want to use torture, it will probably not have much effect." Looking at that senior apprentice Uncle Peng, he said, "Senior apprentice Brother Peng's words are actually not wrong. The lofty towering world that we are in is one of the 6 great worlds governed by the loathing square immortal realm, close to the filthy lands of the Buddhist kingdom. Currently being a critical juncture in the great battle of exterminating Buddhists and devils, the immortal realm has more than just a single peak expert watching over it. The two of you are not of my side of good, also possessing unordinary strength. If you interfere with the spiritual chi flow of this world, you will very easily draw attention." Yang Chong advised, "You should release senior apprentice Brother Peng and the others and leave quickly." Yan Zhaoge asked rather interestedly, "What about you then?" Yang Chong shook his head, "I am already heavily injured and do not have long to live. Perhaps this will be my final resting place." Glancing at Quan Haolong and the others, he said with a complex expression on his face, "I am not a traitor. Still, there is no point in saying this now. I was born here and grew up here. In the end, I was still unable to leave this place. It is all fate, the will of the heavens." Yang Chong struggled to raise his head and look into the sky. "It is the will of the heavens, the will of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Perhaps I really was wrong, falling to such a state as I deserve." Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, "There is no need for you to worry about the two of us. Instead, I have some questions that I would like to ask you." Yang Chong shook his head, "I am not a traitor. If you want to use torture on me while the treasured light within my body is unstable, I can still transform into rainbows." Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "I do not care whether you transform into rainbows or not. I also have no intention of inquiring about the secrets of your lofty towering world or the higher loathing square immortal realm." Yang Chong was taken aback. What do you want to ask then? Yan Zhaoge pointed at him and then at Quan Haolong and the others. I want to know why you are different from them. Chapter 906. Yan Zhaoge stared at Yang Chong, asking, From what you said just now, I do not feel that you are doubtful about the current views of the immortal court because you comprehended the grand Taos of the heavens and earth yourself. Since that is so, why are you different from them? Yan Zhaoge pointed at Quan Haolong and the others. I think that someone or something outside must have touched you, causing you. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, to enlighten you. Yang Chong was silent, not speaking. It was the other person who had been pursuing him who snorted coldly. Isn't it still because of that relic? Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances, both raising their brows slightly. What relic? That person did not conceal anything as he said proudly. It is naturally the relic left behind by you demons of the external Tao after you perished. In this loathing square immortal realm, the peak experts of our side of good besieged and slew many of your demons of the external Tao, one of them even being an emperor. There are many traces of battle in the loathing square immortal realm and its surroundings. Over the years some have been cleared away but some have still been buried. In recent years, my lofty towering world has inadvertently discovered another one. This person glanced at Yang Chong, feeling rather pained. He was bewitched by you of the external Tao in the process of tidying up that relic, thus falling to such a state. Hearing his words, Quan Haolong sighed, looking worriedly at Yang Chong. In his mind, this senior apprentice Uncle Yang was one of the most outstanding martial experts of his chaotic heavenly sect. That senior apprentice Uncle Peng was of the same generation as Yang Chong, having entered the sect earlier than him. Still, his cultivation base was much weaker. Yang Chong was the youngest seeing divinity martial saint of the chaotic heavenly sect in close to 1,000 years as well as the youngest late seeing divinity martial saint. Over the years, Yang Chong had also participated in the battles against the filthy lands of Buddhism, slaying many Buddhist and devil experts. It was not just the lofty towering world. Even the name of the loathing square immortal realm had spread far and wide, even being thought highly of by some peak experts. He was of the orthodox immortal court. Everyone had thought that he would be able to become the youngest immortal bridge martial saint since the founding of the sect, succeeding the old chief as he became the new chief, leading the chaotic heavenly sect to new heights and occupying a position in the entire loathing square immortal realm. However, not long after he led the team to tidy up the ruins, something went wrong. Quan Haolong, who had always been taken care of by Yang Chong, found it hard to believe at first, but when he saw the treasure light within Yang Chong's body weaken, only fear remained in his heart. It was hard for him to imagine how martial Uncle Yang, whom he had always respected, had become like this. Hearing the other party's words, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting both frowned. Both of them had the same thought. Yan Zhaoge said casually, "Stop boasting. Do you know what an emperor means?" The other party laughed out loud. "You don't have to provoke me on purpose. What's the harm in telling you? I can let you heretics know what will happen to you." That person was known as the Dim Radiant Emperor, and his name was Yin Tianxia. The Dim Radiant sect under his command was a Tao tradition that had been passed down between the heavens and the earth even before the immeasurable heavenly Lord purified the world. After purifying the world, the immeasurable heavenly Lord was benevolent, allowing you heretics and Buddhists to live on. Yet, you do not understand the will of the heavens, continuing to go against the will of the heavens. In the end you will be punished. This chaotic heavenly sect martial practitioner roared, not understanding the will of the heavens, not respecting the immeasurable. What happened to those Buddhas and devils slain by the experts of the immortal court, and that Yin Tianxia today will be your tomorrow? While his tone was severe, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting were not in the mood to listen to his nonsense. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and surveyed the lofty towering world before him. He had indeed been intentionally provoking the other party to speak. This was because he had already guessed as much earlier. The Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had not perished due to the 9 underworlds or Buddhism as he had originally guessed. Instead, it had originated from this world of the immortal court. Aside from Yin Tianxia himself, many of his peak experts had perished here as well. As a result, the Dim Radiant sect which had once reigned supreme in the world beyond worlds had ultimately declined. However, a new question arose. Why had Yin Tianxia led his subordinates in an expedition here that year? Was it because he could not stand the sight of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court? As Fu Ting had said, in the eyes of descendants of the orthodox 3 clear lineages, the actions of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court were not orthodox. Still, The immeasurable heavenly Lord had been able to contend with the future Buddha, and the immortal court had been able to stand against Buddhism. Their strength was virtually limitless. The dim radiant emperor did not seem like an arrogant and rebellious person. Why had he come to provoke them? Was it because he had not been clear about the strength of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court back then? Or was it that the dim radiant sect had attempted to make use of the conflict between the blessed lands of Buddhism and the immortal court to profit from it, sadly having failed in the end? Yan Zhaoge unconsciously looked at Fu Ting beside him. What roles had the Brocade Emperor and the other peak experts of the world beyond worlds played in this? Meeting Yan Zhaoge's gaze, Fu Ting immediately understood what he meant. It was just that she was currently having similar doubts as well. Filled with doubts, Yan Zhaoge ignored that chaotic heavenly sect martial practitioner who was currently hooting as he instead gazed at Yang Chong. Is it as he said? Yang Chong sighed, that's right. The relic site that we sorted out earlier was not the burial ground of a martial practitioner of the external Tao. Instead, it was the remains of a battlefield that was left behind after the battle between the two sides that year. Yang Chong said slowly, it was precisely where that dim radiant emperor battled with the bigwigs of my immortal court. Fu Ting said, a battle between emperor-level experts or even higher would probably have destroyed this world completely. Yang Chong explained, it is just that they temporarily passed through the lofty towering world as they battled. Even so, however, it had still brought about a tribulation for the lofty towering world. This was a heavy, colorful stroke in the history of the lofty towering world. Yang Chong's expression was rather complex. While it was a heretic who attained the Tao, I have to admit that emperors are emperors at the end of the day. Those who can be called emperors are all truly powerful. Still, they inadvertently remained after the battle, actually condensing a will which has remained even after all these years. He coughed dryly, being heavily injured, unable to manifest the scenes within his memories. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, pardon me. He tapped on the other party's forehead, wisps of black qi entering as Yang Chong's eyes instantly became rather dazed. Fu Ting was slightly shocked. Faceless devilish scripture? The expressions of Quan Haolong and the others all changed greatly as they saw black light emit from one of Yang Chong's eyes. The black silhouette condensed amidst space, manifesting as an image. The ruins of the valley were covered in gray haze, neither light nor darkness. The image of a great battle appeared amidst the gray haze, resembling shooting stars streaking across the horizon as numerous wild tides surged, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. If it had been during the great battle, Yang Chong would not have been able to understand what had happened between the two sides at all. Now, however, there were only remnant auras within the ruins of the valley. He could instead see them clearly. Yan Zhaoge and the others could see them clearly as well. The first thing that entered their field of vision was a rather familiar figure. Black clothes and white robes, jet black long hair cascaded down his back while his brows were pure white. The black and white of his eyes were distinct, pure to the extreme. The whites of his eyes seemed to emit immeasurable light while his black pupils resembled the deep abyss. The dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. Chapter 907. In the image, Yin Tianxia's opponents were two people. One was radiant like the sun in the sky. In the martial arts conception, it contained the power of the solar star and the power of the aurora. One was like the descent of an eternal night, darkness covering the sky and covering the sun. The martial art conception was complete darkness and tranquility. These two people were not from the same sect. Instead, they came from two different heritages. Yan Zhaoge was able to recognize that the former was the legacy of a major power of pre-Great Calamity times, vast Yang Palace. In the world of Taoism of the three clear lineage in the world beyond worlds, the legacies of this power were nowhere to be found. It was unknown if they existed in any of the lower worlds. It was worth mentioning that as far as Yan Zhaoge knew, the bigwig expert who had created the extreme Yang scripture in pre-Great Calamity times hailed from vast Yang Palace. On the basis of the vast Yang Sutra of the vast Yang Palace, he combined what he had learned to explore the method of the extreme Yang divine canon. In the collection of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library, compared to the incomplete extreme Yang scripture, the vast Yang Sutra was perfectly preserved. Meanwhile, the supreme sword art executed by the other person contained darkness and concealment which Yan Zhaoge found rather unfamiliar. It looks like the Heavenless Dark Sword, Yan Zhaoge thought. The Heavenless Dark Sword was also a supreme martial art of pre-Great Calamity times, originating from a major power known as the Dark Heaven Sword sect. However, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace Library did not have a collection of the Heavenless Dark Sword. There were only some simple descriptions and some ancient texts. Instead, Yan Zhaoge was extremely familiar with the other force contained within this person's sword arts. One of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders, the thunder of eternal night. Wherever the thunder went, the world would never see the light. Then, with a clap of thunder, the world turned white and the void shattered. Of course, regardless of whether they cultivated the vast Yang scripture or the skyless dark sword, the foundation of these two almighty powerhouses was the treasured light imbued with faith power. What Yan Zhaoge was concerned about was that whether it was vast Yang palace or the legacies that cultivated in the heavenless dark sword, they had never produced an expert who could claim the title of emperor. These two people before him, however, were not like the dim radiant emperor who had surpassed his predecessors. Although the concepts of the vast Yang Sutra and the heavenless dark sword that they displayed had some changes, they had weeded through the old to bring forth the new, eliminating the impurities and retaining the essence. However, in essence, it did not surpass the legacies of pre-Great Calamity times. Yan Zhaoge still didn't dare to be certain about the heavenless dark sword. Yan Zhaoge could confirm that the vast Yang scripture was not as profound as the legacies of vast Yang palace of pre-Great Calamity times. But the two people in front of him were truly powerful beings who had already pushed open the immortal gate and crossed the barrier between mortal and immortal. An expert who could be called an emperor. Even if they were the experts of the immortal court, a great emperor was still a great emperor. With a wave of his hand he could destroy the world. The two of them besieged Yin Tianxia and attacked at the same time. Light and darkness intertwined and the heaven and earth were completely distorted. Looking at the scene of light, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it also because of that treasured light of the power of faith? Yin Tianxia looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. It seemed to be pity, disdain, anger, and helplessness. In the end, it all turned into a sigh. Even though you guys pushed open the immortal gate, you guys weren't the ones who pushed it open. You all stand above countless people, but you already don't understand the inheritances of your ancestors, what principles they are talking about. He raised his hand and pushed his palm forward. In the center of his palm, light and darkness fused together. His palm seemed to be half covered in light and half in darkness. Yet, it also seemed to be enveloped by a layer of light that was neither dazzling nor bright, neither light nor darkness. Where his palm passed, light vanished and darkness ceased to exist. Everything turned dusky as light and darkness were hard to distinguish as it was like chaos. Yin Tianxia said mildly, in pre-Great Calamity times the Dark Heaven Sword sect and Vast Yang Palace often clashed with my dim Radiant sect. It was hard to determine who was superior. Today, however, victory and defeat are clear at a glance. Yin Tianxia resembled a descending divinity as he illuminated his two opponents to the point where their light was dim. We are all cultivators, slaying the Tao to see our true selves. With a single palm, the two opponents before him were both defeated. The scene of light came to an abrupt end here. Looking at the vanishing scene, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting both frowned and pondered. Meanwhile, those of the chaotic heavenly sect broke out in curses. Yang Chang's expression was complex as he shook his head and sighed. Recovering, Yan Zhaoge looked at Fu Ting. She said, it was indeed just a simple trace left behind in the midst of a battle. Has the remnant aura from which you came into contact already been destroyed? Yan Zhaoge asked Yang Chong. Yang Chong smiled bitterly, it should be so. Quan Haolong said in a low tone, after the matter with you, senior apprentice Uncle Yang, the other seniors of our sect arrived afterwards and completely razed that remnant to the ground. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and pondered for a moment before he suddenly asked, do you know where other people like him appeared besides him? Whether it was Yang Chong or Quan Haolong and the others, they were all taken aback. Those chaotic heavenly sect martial practitioners said exasperatedly, a traitor like him who was bewitched by you of the external Tao would already be the greatest joke of the world. Yan Zhaoge was not concerned as he just nodded slightly, there is only one in this lofty towering world? Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Fu Ting asked via sound transmission, you seem to be implying something? Gazing around, Yan Zhaoge answered, the dim radiant emperor fought one against two, domineeringly defeating two experts of the Tao tradition of the immortal court who could also claim the title of emperor, demonstrating the might of our generation's direct lineage of the three clear lineages. Martial practitioners of the immortal court who are witnessing this for the first time will indeed be rather shocked. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was distant. Still, it was not just Yang Chong alone who witnessed this scene. There were others of the chaotic heavenly sect present as well. Why was it that only the treasured light within Yang Chang's body was unstable, his faith in the immeasurable heavenly Lord completely wavering? Because his cultivation base was the highest and his horizons the broadest, it was instead easier for him to accept changes that surpassed his preconceived notions? Because he was actually very intelligent? While his talent and comprehension abilities are actually very high, being able to achieve much in normal martial cultivation like us without relying on the treasured light of the power of faith, Yan Zhaoge said, I feel that is not the reason. Fu Ting said slowly, you suspect that someone set up some sort of mechanism in the remnant with Yang Chong being the one who stepped on it, thus resulting in a change? Yan Zhaoge nodded. Someone who would do such a thing does not seem like a Buddhist martial practitioner. Instead, it seems more like a descendant of our orthodox three-clear lineage. Fu Ting pondered, it is not impossible. Sadly, that remnant has already been destroyed, making it hard for us to verify it. Yan Zhaoge did not reply. He had actually left the latter half of what he had just said unfinished. Connecting this to the situation of his mother, Xue Chuqing, as well as the relationship between her lineage and the dim radiant sect back then, Yan Zhaoge vaguely had a feeling. This seemed a little like his mother's doing. At his current cultivation base, his sudden inspiration senses were no longer illusory as he instead indistinctly sensed the principles of the heavens and the earth, being profound beyond compare. While he could not completely believe it, he had to believe it as well. Perhaps his mother being hunted down had something to do with the death of the dim radiant emperor and the immortal court? Yan Zhaoge had not heard any news of Xue Chuqing after having narrowly missed her by a single step at the border between the eastern vast heaven territory and the northeastern sky heaven territory in the world beyond worlds. Could it be that his mother had done the exact opposite, believing that the most dangerous place was the safest, instead leaving the world of the three clear lineages and hiding in the lands of the immortal court? Chapter 908. Could Xue Chuqing have infiltrated the lands of the immortal court? Theoretically speaking, no. This was because breaking through the wall that separated them from the world beyond worlds and coming to the side of the immortal court would not be an easy thing. Yan Zhaoge had mistakenly entered the world of Buddhism previously due to the abnormalities of the profound sky purple gold furnace. This time, he had mistakenly entered the lofty towering world of the immortal court's loathing square immortal realm because of the clash between the immortal artifact Mars Halberd and the restrictions left behind by the Brocade Emperor. While Yan Zhaoge was unclear on his mother's current cultivation base, it was doubtful that she had ascended the immortal bridge from what he already knew. Logically speaking, Xue Chuqing should not have been able to come here without some external help. First, however, a peak bigwig expert might have helped Xue Chuqing sneak in. Second, Xue Chuqing often performed unexpectedly. Perhaps she had some special methods? Yan Zhaoge pondered, if it really was my mother, she would definitely have kept a low profile here as she would not have taken the initiative to provoke those of the immortal court. From the looks of it, digging a hole in the relic site and screwing over the chaotic heavenly sect doesn't seem like something she would do. Unless. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly, sensing that her tracks were about to be exposed again, she fled once more, digging a hole before leaving as a memento for her enemies. As he thought this, Yan Zhaoge said to Fu Ting, I want to investigate this lofty towering world as well as the other worlds of the loathing square immortal realm. Fu Ting immediately understood, you want to investigate whether there are disciples of the three purities like us here? Yan Zhaoge answered without batting an eyelid, precisely so. If there really is, I might as well lend a hand. The other party should be more familiar with this place than we are. If we can establish contact with them, it would be beneficial for us to leave the territory of the immortal court and return to the world beyond worlds. Still, there may be peak experts of the immortal court guarding over this place. Therefore, it is very dangerous. I can also go alone, coming back to find you later. Yan Zhaoge said, I have no intention of underestimating you. If we act separately, we can avoid being caught in one fell swoop. Fu Ting pondered for a moment before shaking her head. We are unfamiliar with this place. We are also very different from martial practitioners of the immortal court, and there are many language barriers as well. We might as well advance and retreat together and look after one another. Yan Zhaoge nodded, let's set off from here then. As he spoke, a black light appeared in his palm. It was ever-changing, elusive, and formless. With a single palm strike, several chaotic heavenly sect martial artists lost their lives. Yang Chong and the others were greatly shocked, but Fu Ting's expression was as per usual, it is indeed a supreme art recorded within the faceless demon scripture. I had not thought that young Master Yen would actually be proficient in this long-lost demonic art. She appraised Yen Zhaoge all over. Your broad Creed Mountains lineage seems to be a branch legacy of my Grand Clear lineage, also like it has obtained the orthodox lineage of the Jade Clear direct lineage. Yet, looking at you now, you actually even know a peak devilish martial art like the faceless devilish scripture. I really can't see through you at all. Yen Zhaoge acted as though nothing had happened as he replied with a question instead. Coincidentally, I obtained a fortuitous encounter in the outside world. I have let Miss Fu see a joke. Never would I have thought that Miss Fu would recognize the faceless devil scripture. From what I know, this martial art should have been lost in the world beyond worlds long ago. Fu Ting said, because of my father, I do indeed know some secrets such as the existence of Buddhism. Buddha light is very troublesome. If Buddhist martial practitioners are killed, their seniors will learn of it within an extremely short period of time, and they might even directly descend. There are rather limited martial arts that can counter such methods. Amongst them there just happens to be the faceless devil scripture. I have naturally never seen it before, but my father once spoke of the scenes when cultivators unleash a devilish art. This treasured light of the immortal court's lineage looks similar to Buddha light. Fu Ting glanced at Yen Zhaoge. Still, forgive me for being blunt, young Master Yen, but this supreme martial art, Yen Zhaoge smiled, it can bewitch one's mind, even leading one to fall to the dark side and sink into the 9 underworlds. I know. That is why I never cultivated in it when I first obtained it. It is just that when I inadvertently entered the world of Buddhism previously, I also discovered how troublesome Buddha light is. Therefore, I cultivated in it to defend myself. Still, it is only a method to counter Buddha light, not causing it to shake its foundations. As the two conversed with composed expressions, of the chaotic heavenly sect martial practitioners, only Yang Chong and Quan Haolong remained. After his initial shock, Yang Chong instead calmed down, sighing and shaking his head. If the two of you wanted to silence us, why did you have to leave me and junior apprentice nephew Quan behind? Yen Zhaoge answered nonchalantly, up to my mood. Yang Chong instantly smiled bitterly. Quan Haolong calmed down now as well, saying hatefully, while I feel pain that senior apprentice Uncle Yang was bewitched by you of the external Tao, this does not mean that I will submit to you. Yen Zhaoge said in a composed tone, so what? If I let you go, I would have slain all your fellow disciples, with you being the sole survivor. After you return, how would others think of you? Quan Haolong was shocked. Yen Zhaoge smiled. It is also very easy for you to understand, right? The stability of the treasured light within your body shows that you are still devout towards the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Still, other than this, you are no different from us. We are all people with emotions and desires. After this incident, if those of your lineage who are at odds with you and don't like you don't throw stones at you when you're down, that would really be strange. Evil devils and the external Tao must be eradicated. This is a major principle. Still, aside from this principle, there is boundless joy in fighting others, isn't there? Quan Haolong opened his mouth, not uttering a sound in the end as only a bitter smile remained on his face. How could he not understand this principle? Exchanging glances with him, Yang Chong sighed in unison. Quan Haolong shook his head. Anyway, I will not join your external Tao. Saying thus, he closed his eyes and fell silent. Looking first at Quan Haolong and then at Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting, Yang Chong finally fell silent as well. Yen Zhaoge, however, did not mind this. He was indeed up to his mood. If he wanted to leave Yang Chong and Quan Haolong alive, he would do so. Having already known the location of that legacy site, he immediately hurried over with Fu Ting. With the legacy site already having been destroyed, Yen Zhaoge did not intend to waste time there. The target he chose was the vicinity of the legacy site, where ordinary commoners lived. His mother's cultivation was not weak, but her body did not have the treasure light imbued with the power of faith. If she were to move around openly, she would be easily discovered by the descendants of the immortal court. After concealing her cultivation, she had two choices. Otherwise, he would hide alone in the deep mountains and forests, living in isolation and not coming into contact with anyone. Another option was to mix in with ordinary people. Although these people also had treasure light in their bodies, it was far weaker than that of martial arts experts. At the same time, ordinary people could not see each other's treasure light. As long as he avoided contact with the martial artists of the immortal court and disguised his words and actions, he could still hide his identity. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was no large-scale search and no powerful martial artist who had received the news and come looking for him. Under such circumstances, Xue Chuqing would not leave any clues behind. However, Yan Zhaoge vaguely knew what was going on. With his current cultivation, eyesight, and perception, he was almost transparent to the commoners. One by one he quickly scanned the area. After having consecutively visited over a dozen towns and cities, Yan Zhaoge's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 909. Passing by a small town, Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept the area as he suddenly discovered a knot hanging from a family's home. The knot was exquisite and unique. It did not have any special use but was purely an ornament. It was weaved with red string and looked like the character for happiness. Yan Zhaoge's gaze rested for a moment before shifting away. Yan Zhaoge also had those knots. It was something that his mother, Xue Chuqing, had made up for fun back in the Eight Extremities world. It was just that the weaving method was rather strange and unique. Up until now, Yan Zhaoge had only seen his mother use it. Perhaps it wasn't unique. If others wanted to figure out the weaving method, it wouldn't be difficult for them to study it. Still, as Yan Zhaoge had originally been intending to specifically look for Xue Chuqing, suddenly seeing this knot, he could not help but think about it. Beside Fu Ting, Yan Zhaoge did not reveal any abnormalities. Still, scanning carefully, he did not discover any traces of Taoist martial practitioners of the three clear lineages here. Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile bitterly. "My dear mother, you are still the best at running." While he felt rather helpless seeing this knot, Yan Zhaoge's earlier guess was verified. That relic was probably his mother's doing. From the looks of it, it was very likely that she had indeed left this world and set up such a mechanism before she left. Shaking his head, Yan Zhaoge said nothing. After failing to find any other clues in the vicinity, he said to Fu Ting, "Let's leave this lofty towering world and go for a walk elsewhere in the Loathing Square Immortal Realm." Fu Ting said, "Without any clues, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack." Yan Zhaoge was well aware that his mother had most likely sensed the danger beforehand and then avoided it. Since the region under the rule of the Immortal Court had already discovered that she was hiding here, this place had lost the advantage of being in the dark. Instead, it had become extremely dangerous. Every step she took was filled with enemies. Under such circumstances, if Xue Chuqing had the ability to return to the world of the three clear Taoist orthodoxy, she would definitely have done so as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge attempted to visit the other worlds of the Loathing Square Immortal Realm in case Xue Chuqing was still stuck here. Otherwise, Xue Chuqing's current situation would be rather dangerous. Although Yan Zhaoge felt that with his mother's ability to flee, she would most likely have prepared a path of retreat for daring to sneak over here. However, just in case, Yan Zhaoge still decided to search for it. His understanding of the situation in the Immortal Court was limited. Only God knew if the other party had any special means. Moreover, he and Fu Ting now had to find a way back to the world beyond worlds as well. He didn't find anything in the lofty towering great world, so he could only search elsewhere. By the way, why didn't Mother hide in roving Jade Heaven? At present it seems a good place for her to retire. As he walked, Yan Zhaoge pondered, were there any conflicts before? Not just Quan Haolong, even Yang Chong didn't really want to work together with Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. Still, perhaps wanting to send them away as soon as possible, Yang Chong still directed the two to a place in the lofty towering world. There was a domain passageway there that led to another world. Gazing at the distant mountain peak, Yan Zhaoge saw that above the mountain peak, a strange vortex was formed amidst the thick layers of clouds. The depths of the vortex was where the dimensional passageway was located, and it led to another world under the jurisdiction of the Loathing Square Immortal Realm, the Dragon Zheng Great World. However, there were already people guarding that place. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting were not very surprised. Having detected their presence, the people here would most likely be searching whilst guarding the main transportation route between the two worlds, only then would they be able to surround and capture them. The two did not act blindly as they intended to first get a clear grasp of the situation. Who knew that the entrance to the dimensional passageway would actually become unstable at this time? The thick layers of clouds in the sky rapidly dispersed. Streams of golden light surged from within. Seeing that golden light, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting were both taken aback. What a light? A martial practitioner of the Immortal Court's legacy flew into the lofty towering world from the entrance of the dimensional passageway, roaring, "The Buddhists have invaded, the Dragon Zheng Great World virtually falling. All sects of the lofty towering world join forces in defending. Don't let those damned baldies take a yard after taking an inch." In the Loathing Square Immortal Realm, we of the immortal side of good hold the advantage. These damned baldies have come to reinforce the enemies who were trapped earlier. If we defend this wave, we will be able to exterminate them for good. Streams of radiance suddenly lit up on the mountain peak below the entrance of the dimensional passageway, coming together to form numerous profound spirit patterns which enveloped the heavens and earth. Beneath the circulation of the grand formation, bright white light ascended, completely blocking the golden Buddha light emanating from the entrance of the dimensional passageway. The next moment, Buddhist experts indeed descended from the dimensional passageway, attacking this place. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting were instead no longer anxious as they silently retreated. They had no intention of aiding either side. To the immortal court of Taoism and the blessed lands of Buddhism, orthodox disciples of the three clear lineages like them were all heretics. Now they just had to observe the situation and wait for a chance. Still, that immortal court-martial practitioner who had reported the news earlier had clearly been overly optimistic. The attack of the Buddhist experts this time was exceptionally ferocious. Peak Buddhist bigwigs who were equivalent to human exalts of Taoism had descended. The defensive line of the immortal court-martial practitioners who were guarding the entrance of the dimensional passageway quickly collapsed. A great number of immortal court-martial practitioners were slain by Buddhist experts with Vajra techniques. As Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting noticed this detail, their expressions turned somewhat solemn. Deafening Buddhist chanting resounded throughout the world as Buddha light surged about the bodies of peak Buddhist experts, illuminating the entire lofty towering world like a great sun as no corner was spared. Enveloped by that Buddha light, the treasured light within the bodies of the immortal court-martial practitioners was rapidly whittled away. The treasured light fluctuated intensely as the bodies of these immortal court-martial practitioners gradually broke apart, finally transforming into long streaks of light along with the treasured light. Their lives were extinguished just like that. This is the rainbow transformation of the immortal court's Taoism. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. It is indeed the same as Buddhism's great extermination. Still, he was more concerned about the fact that martial practitioners with cultivation bases had transformed into rainbows to resist the Buddha light. Ordinary people who had never cultivated in martial arts had blank looks on their faces as the treasured light of Taoism within their bodies quickly vanished. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, "Are they fighting for it?" He and Fu Ting concealed themselves as they observed the great battle that had erupted between the two sides. The momentum of the Buddhist experts was domineering this time. While the lofty towering world also had experts of the immortal court, they were caught unprepared as they were ultimately hard-pressed to hold on. Just as the lofty towering world was about to be conquered by Buddhism like the dragon rhyme world, the entire heavens and earth suddenly shook intensely. Immeasurable heavenly Lord. The sonorous voice of Taoism resounded, causing that vast, boundless Buddhist chanting to instantly grow faint. Sensing that their opponents' attacks were too ferocious, peak experts of the immortal court's lineage came to reinforce them. The clash of human exalts of the 10th level of the martial saint realm instantly ripped the sky of the lofty towering world apart. Chapter 9-10. As the saying goes, there cannot be two suns in the sky. However, at this moment, two suns hung high in the sky, illuminating the lofty towering world. This world could no longer contain the endless radiance of these two suns. The sky was completely torn apart. Sunlight spread far and wide, illuminating even the dark void. In the middle of the crimson sun, a Buddha could be vaguely seen sitting upright. His hair was in a bun and his body was wrapped in light clothes. He sat in the lotus position with his hands forming a seal. The Buddhist chanting resounded throughout the heavens. The various appearances were perfected, and the Buddhist light shone brightly. The other sun was golden in color, as if it was a real sun that illuminated the world. Within the golden sun, endless radiance spread out in all directions, illuminating the entire lofty towering world. Although it didn't reveal the true meaning of Buddhism's tranquil and perfect enlightenment like the crimson sun, the golden sunlight was brighter, hotter, and purer. However, within this great golden sun, there were also rays of precious light that shone eternally. Seeing this, Fu Ting raised her eyebrows slightly. The lineage of Buddhism's Vairocana, womb realm's Vairocana seal. She looked at the golden sun. This feels a little like, Yan Zhaoge nodded, right, the vast Yang scripture of vast Yang palace of pre-great calamity times. We just met earlier. Back then, there was someone who cultivated in this supreme art of the immortal court who battled against the dim radiant emperor. Two suns, one red and one gold, competed for glory in the sky at the same time. Even the lofty towering world trembled. Not only was the sky torn apart, but the mountains and rivers under his feet were also torn apart. The sturdiness and stability of the dimensions of the lofty towering world surpassed that of the eight extremities world, the vast ocean world and the flame devil world. Still, it could not compare to places like the world beyond worlds. The two supreme martial saints, one Buddhist and one Taoist, fought. It was like the end of the world. Fortunately, both sides were clear-headed, and they tore through the sky as soon as the battle began, intending to place the battlefield in the outer rim. Regardless of whether it was the Taoist immortal court or the Buddhist pure land, this world and its people were an important source of incense and wish power. They were one of the targets that they fought over. Perhaps it was for the sake of not harming the heavens, or perhaps it was for their own needs. In short, the two exalted martial saints soared into the sky and left. Although the world was in turmoil, the lofty towering world had not been destroyed. Apart from their top experts, the other martial artists of the immortal court and Buddhist sect were also fighting against each other. Those with higher cultivations directly tore through the sky with the two exalted martial saints, while those with lower cultivations fought in the lofty towering world. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances now before simultaneously flying into the air. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene before them, the two of them immediately slipped out of the lofty towering world through a crack in the void. Compared to the time when they came to the immortal court because of Mars Halberd's attack, the void at this moment was already in a mess. Time and space became extremely chaotic. There were powerful aura fluctuations everywhere, and it seemed as if the flames of war were rising everywhere. With the current situation, even if Mother is in another world, she would probably not be able to live peacefully. She would have to think of a way to leave this place as well, Yan Zhaoge pondered. To him, Fu Ting and Xue Chuqing, who were orthodox disciples of the three clear lineages, the battlefield between the immortal court and Buddhism was the worst place to hide. If they retracted their cultivation bases, they would easily be swept away by the aftershocks of the battle, dying mysteriously. If they did not suppress their cultivation bases, there would be no Buddhist light or Taoist treasured light within their bodies, as they would be truly conspicuous. As Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting fled far away, they encountered this problem. While those two human exalts were currently locked in an intense battle, ignoring Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. Still, there were other opponents who discovered the abnormalities with Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. A powerful wave of qi swept through the heavens as it surged over towards the two. The newcomer's aura was powerful as it resembled dark clouds that covered the sky. Radiance vaguely flickered amidst the cloud layer as 10 silhouettes could be seen, resembling 10 descended divinities. Yan Zhaoge blurted out, "Heavenly stem cloud roiling qi?" The supreme martial art of the misty cloud star sect of pre-great calamity times, heavenly stem cloud roiling qi? Fu Ting quickly realized, yet another lost martial art of the world beyond worlds. Still, whether or not it was the heavenly stem cloud roiling qi, bright treasured light traversed space amidst that clump of cloud. As the cloud traveled, it defeated all the Buddhist sect cultivators it encountered, sweeping through all the enemies in front of it. Seeing this, Yang Chong and Quan Haolong were both shocked. "Sect Master Shang is here." Yan Zhaoge smiled, asking, "Chief Shang?" Yang Chong laughed bitterly, "The number one expert of my lofty towering world, the sect master of the misty cloud star sect, hand of overturning clouds and rain Shang Jun. In the lofty towering world, the misty cloud star sect was the number one sect, and its strength was above that of the chaotic sky sect. Sect Master Shang Jun was a famous overlord in the entire Loathing Square immortal realm. Ah, even the name of the vast cloud star sect is the same," Yan Zhaoge smiled, shifting to the side. Understanding his intentions, Fu Ting flew alongside Yan Zhaoge, gradually leaving the lofty towering world and venturing deep into space. That clump of cloud changed its direction as well, speeding over as it still looked like it wanted to stop the two. Yan Zhaoge controlled his speed, flying along with Fu Ting for a moment before they were gradually obstructed by that clump of cloud. Amidst the clouds, a man in embroidered robes who looked to be in his 30s appeared. 10 clumps of light revolved around his body, causing him to resemble an exiled immortal who had descended into the mortal world. Looking down at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting, the man said coldly, "Disciples of the external Tao, the matter that the chaotic heavenly sect stirred up in the lofty towering world earlier was your doing, right?" Looking at Shang Jun before him, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Your words are completely baseless." Shang Jun sneered, "There is no use in trying to quibble." Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, "What do you intend to do then?" Shang Jun smiled coldly, "What do I intend to do? Of course we'll talk about it after capturing you." Yan Zhaoge pointed at the ongoing battle amidst space in the distance. "Still, aren't you currently clashing with the Buddhists? Why do you need to be distracted by unrelated people like us? Shang Jun chortled, while the Buddhists and devils are major enemies before us, capturing you would not be a problem at all. The Buddhists and devils before us will not be able to rampage for long. Evil devils of the external Tao all have to be eradicated. Therefore, I might as well capture all the big and small fishes in one net, sweeping away even the small fries along the way. As he spoke, he raised his palm. Looking at your cultivation bases and ages, I can see that the two of you are truly extraordinary. You should be peak geniuses of the external Tao. It is truly a pity that you have fallen to the external Tao. Why don't I guide you into the orthodox Tao? It is still not too late then. Fu Ting said, who is of the orthodox Taoism and who is of the external Tao is not up to you to decide. Shang Jun laughed, what do you two juniors know? Saying thus, he descended with a palm. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge chuckled, I know that your death is imminent. Chapter 9:11. As Shang Jun's palm fell, the 10 balls of light around him began to vibrate. It was as if the gods of all directions were roaring angrily at the same time, standing above the 9 heavens. As soon as he struck out with his palm, the momentum of his palm changed as if it contained boundless profundities. In an instant, it seemed to contain 12 layers of changes. The Misty Cloud Star sect had 2 supreme techniques. One of them was the Qi cultivation technique, the heavenly stem cloud flipping Qi. The other ultimate art that was on par with the heavenly stem cloud overturning Qi was a palm technique called the earthly branch rain overturning hand. When the 2 techniques merged into one, it was boundlessly graceful, and it displayed the changes of the world. As Shang Jun's palm descended at this moment, the space before Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting's eyes seemed to reverse. However, Yan Zhaoge did not seem to care much about this as his figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light as he directly flew out of the range of Shang Jun's palm. He looked at Shang Jun with interest. The heavenly stem cloud overturning Qi, the earthly branch overturning rain hand. Only when one can achieve a 60-year cycle change can one be considered to have truly understood its essence. Not only were you able to evade my palm, you actually also know about the changes in a cycle of 60 years? Shang Jun appraised Yan Zhaoge, young but somewhat knowledgeable. He shook his head and said, I know that you disciples of the heretic path have gone astray and are greedy for temporary convenience. Perhaps you are indeed a bit sharper than the orthodox successors of our Taoism when competing in martial arts at the same realm. But this is just drinking poison to quench your thirst. Very soon, you will realize that your path is getting narrower and more difficult. Shang Jun said in a low voice, at that time, you will look back to yesterday, and you will know that everything that happened today is but a fleeting cloud. Not to mention that all of you are merely at the seeing divinity realm. Even if you have some ability, you won't be able to escape from me. After Shang Jun finished speaking, his palm stance changed again. With both hands, it was as if they could overturn the world and reverse the wind and clouds. Yan Zhaoge smiled, deceiving yourself and others. He didn't even look at Shang Jun's palm and just raised his hand. As he raised his hand, the scene in the void immediately changed. Shang Jun felt that the dark void in front of him, which he could not distinguish between up and down, suddenly had a direction and outline. He, who was originally in the void, seemed to have returned to a world with heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were formless, but in Shang Jun's perception at this moment, his head was in the sky and his feet were on the ground. However, accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's raised palm descending downwards, the sky above his head mightily collapsed. The canopy came crashing down on his head, and the world around him suddenly turned upside down. Shang Jun's palm technique also reversed the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. But at this moment, the wind and clouds seemed to be enveloped by the heaven and earth in front of them, and at this moment, everything was reversed. For a martial practitioner from an immortal court Taoist orthodoxy like you, I'm very doubtful whether or not you have cultivated the 60-year cycle transformation. With his left hand behind his back, Yan Zhaoge raised his right hand, a cyclic heavenly seal mightily descending. Shang Jun raised his hand to block the palm and the sect leader of the Misty Cloud Star sect changed his expression. Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly, this Yan even dares to forcibly resist mid-immortal bridge martial saints of the orthodox lineage of Taoism, much less a defective product like you? Shang Jun's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. The 10 orbs of light around him suddenly became clear. The radiance dissipated, leaving behind only 10 runes. However, every single one of them seemed to contain the majestic power of the heavens and earth. 10 runes gathered in Shang Jun's palm. The essence of the 12 earthly branches overturning rain hands was fully displayed, combined with the 10 talismans obtained from cultivating in the heavenly stem cloud overturning chi, striking towards Yanzhaoge together. The talismans and the palm art combined, 36 variations rapidly manifested. All the variations combined to form a single streak of radiance. Where the radiance passed, the winds and clouds dispersed, the heavens and earth changing color. Shang Jun's palm struck out diagonally, resembling a massive axe as he sought to cleave apart the pillar that supported the heavens. Seeing this strike, Fu Ting's expression turned solemn as well. She possessed outstanding strength as few martial practitioners of the same cultivation level could compare to her. As a mid-seeing divinity martial saint, she dared to forcibly clash against an expert of the 7th level of the martial saint realm of the Immortal Court, an immortal bridge martial saint. However, facing the full-powered strike of Shang Jun of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, Fu Ting felt that she was not completely confident just based on her cultivation base alone. Even if she was inferior to orthodox Taoism, she was still an authentic expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Yet seeing this, Yanzhaoge did not even bat an eyelid. Not having cultivated 60 changes of the 60-year cycle transformation, you have only cultivated 36 in the end? Not only did he not retreat, Yanzhaoge instead strode forward, forcibly meeting Shang Jun's attack head-on. A cyclic heavenly seal descended as per usual, causing Shang Jun's palms to shake. With a flip of his palm, he blocked Shang Jun's palms, preventing them from descending. Then, his other palm struck straight toward Shang Jun's face. A phenomenon appeared between the heavens and the earth before Shang Jun's eyes, the sky below and the great earth above. The heavens and the earth reversed, seemingly merging into a slit. Then, a palm forcibly squeezed out from within this slit, striking right before him. The winds and clouds had long since shattered. At this moment, the sun and moon dimmed as even the end of the world seemed to have arrived. There was only that palm that had caused all of this, the one that could destroy the heavens and the earth as it overturned, filling his field of vision. Shang Jun looked rather disbelievingly at Yanzhaoge. This was the power that a mid-seeing divinity martial saint could possess? As an exalted immortal bridge martial saint, he had originally not intended to wield his sacred artifact. His opponents were merely 2 juniors of the 5th level of the martial saint realm. He could not afford to lose that face. Shang Jun had already been prepared beforehand that Yanzhaoge and Fu Ting possessed great treasures. At that time he would unleash methods to capture them along with their treasures. Yet Yanzhaoge was really too ferocious. Shang Jun could no longer care about face now. A streak of radiance suddenly lit up, a massive axe of white jade flying out from his body. That jade axe expanded alongside the wind, instantly expanding from the size of a needle to over 100 feet in length. Beneath that axe, space was directly shattered as it chopped viciously towards Yanzhaoge. It was shockingly a high-grade sacred artifact. However, while this high-grade sacred artifact was ferocious, Yanzhaoge was even more ferocious. Faced with the massive axe chopping down from above, he did not evade or change his stance at all as he still struck out with a palm. The 5 elements deific immortal body was used on his fleshly body as he secretly circulated the Taiji Yin-Yang palm beneath the cyclic heavenly seal. The profundities of his various martial arts gradually showed signs of coming together as one. Yanzhaoge's palm struck the side of the massive axe, directly sending it spinning to the side. The hairs on Shang Jun's head all stood on end as he saw Yanzhaoge follow up with another palm. The massive axe of white jade was sent spinning back by Yanzhaoge, chopping towards Shang Jun instead. Shang Jun was greatly shocked as he was finally forced to retreat. He retracted his palms, simultaneously extending them to stop his weapon. However, Yanzhaoge had already strode forward once more, continuing to strike out with both palms, striking out with 2 cyclic heavenly seals. The violent force nearly knocked the massive axe of white jade out of Shang Jun's hands. He stumbled backwards once more, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Yanzhaoge again now, Shang Jun was already filled with shock. He had originally intended to make use of the domineering strike of his high-grade sacred artifact to force Yanzhaoge to retreat and evade. Afterwards, he would make use of this chance to intercept Yanzhaoge in the direction he was evading, thereby reversing the situation and seizing the upper hand, not giving Yanzhaoge a chance to react as he would first slay him with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Never would he have thought that Yanzhaoge would actually be ferocious to such an extent. Shang Jun had heard before that martial practitioners of the external Tao paid the price of increasing difficulty in their cultivation in exchange for greater strength at the same cultivation level. Still, wasn't this youth before him really a little too ridiculously powerful? While this was preposterous to the extreme, a thought involuntarily surfaced within Shang Jun's mind at this moment. Was this kid human? Chapter 9:12. Five-colored light flickered on Yan Zhaoge's torso, originating from his 5 internal organs, transforming into his 5 divinities. Under the circulation of the 5 elements, there was endless good fortune and endless vitality. As a result, his physical defense and recovery ability were greatly enhanced. It was as if he had transformed into a human-shaped flipping sky seal, and he smashed it down on Shang Jun. The high-grade sacred artifact in Shang Jun's hand, the universe-reversing axe, was originally a sharp weapon, but at this moment he was forced to passively defend. As he fought, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, "The quality of the high-grade sacred artifact that has been forged is not bad." His palm almost knocked Shang Jun's white jade axe out of his hand. But other than the limitations of a person's own strength, their usage of high-grade saint artifacts can't be perfect either. Although it can display the power of the saint weapon itself, it is unable to complement the saint weapon. It's as if there's a veil separating the two. Yan Zhaoge smiled knowingly. Success is due to treasured light, failure is also due to treasured light. An object appeared in his hand. It was long and looked like a dagger, but it didn't have a sharp point. The top was flattened as if it was broken, but the surface of the port was engraved with markings. It was the Light Yin Sword seal. Yan Zhaoge struck out with a palm, suppressing Shang Jun even as he tapped out with the Light Yin Sword seal on that heaven-earth reversing axe. After being engraved by the Light Yin Sword seal, the radiance of the heaven and earth reversing axe dimmed significantly. The white jade-like axe seemed to be covered with a layer of dust, losing its luster. Shang Jun was unable to withstand the next palm strike. The space between his thumb and forefinger split open and the white jade axe flew out of his hand. Looking at Shang Jun, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. "Seeing Yang Chong, I still find it rather hard to believe. He is at the 6th level of the martial saint realm at the end of the day, having cultivated in the martial Tao for so many years. Could it be that he really has never thought about how serious the problem in his own cultivation is? Now that I see you with a higher cultivation, I seem to understand a little. The treasured light imbued with the power of faith within your bodies not only affects your cultivation of qi and martial arts, but at the same time, it is also subtly influencing your thoughts and thoughts. Everything is gradually engraved in the depths of the soul. It becomes an instinct and common sense that we are used to. We won't think of questioning or opposing it." Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. "Still, the closer one is to the great Tao, the more real it is. Logically speaking, when one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they should still be able to sense it, right? It's just that at your current realm, it seems like you can't sense it yet. Then, how high does one have to be in order to realize the problem?" Yan Zhaoge appraised Shang Jun all over, the latter's face livid. "Even if you run rampant for a time, let's see what you can do hundreds or thousands of years from now." He took a wrong step and stepped 12 times in a row. Ripples appeared in the void as if he was riding on clouds and mist. His entire person flew backward. The misty cloud star sect's earthly branch overturning rain hand was called a hand, but it was actually a palm technique and a movement technique. 12 consecutive steps almost had the ability to move through the void. Shang Jun, however, did not dare to continue fighting with Yan Zhaoge as he wanted to flee. In the distance, his immortal court had a human exalt. As long as he could escape, he would be safe. However, how could Yan Zhaoge let him escape? He formed a sword art with his left hand and pointed the Light Yin Sword seal with his right. Yan Zhaoge merged completely with the sword light, resembling the embodiment of a long river of time as he sped off in pursuit of Shang Jun. Time surged unceasingly as the flow of time around Yan Zhaoge's body seemed to suddenly accelerate. His speed seemed to have abruptly increased as Shang Jun would require a few breaths of time to traverse a distance which Yan Zhaoge could traverse in a single breath. Shang Jun was forced into a corner as he turned and chopped towards Yan Zhaoge with a palm. Yan Zhaoge's sword light dissipated as he avoided Shang Jun's palm. He punched outwards, light and darkness intermingling as chaos vaguely appeared. The next moment, chaos was retracted as light and darkness were born unceasingly. The boundless darkness retreated, transforming into immeasurable brightness. Amidst the brightness, 12 heavenly wheels circulated amidst space, resembling 12 divinities of radiance as they illuminated the infinite space. Next, the brightness shattered, yin and yang no longer existing as the universe was extinguished. A great annihilation brightness palm that contained the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture struck ferociously towards Shang Jun's chest. 10 flickering runes circulated simultaneously around Shang Jun's body, all his true essence protecting his body. A mighty boom resounded as the 10 runes all shattered, Shang Jun spurting out a mouthful of blood. Yan Zhaoge did not cease as his fist halted before Shang Jun's chest, exerting force once more. The next moment Shang Jun's chest was completely penetrated through by Yan Zhaoge's fist. Shang Jun stared wide-eyed at Yan Zhaoge, unable to die in peace. At this moment Shang Jun, who had always been filled with confidence and a sense of superiority towards his Tao tradition, felt rather doubtful for the first time. He, an immortal bridge martial saint, had actually died to a seeing divinity martial saint in a one-on-one battle? Watching from the side, Fu Ting suddenly said softly, "You need not feel so unresigned. We descendants of the orthodox Taoism's 3 clear lineages might not even be able to produce a single figure like him in tens of thousands of years." She had originally intended to join forces with Yan Zhaoge. Having clashed briefly with Yan Zhaoge before and generally understood the depths of his strength, Fu Ting was not worried that Yan Zhaoge would be unable to defeat Shang Jun. Still, whether one could defeat an enemy and whether one could kill an enemy were two completely different things. Even if it was a legacy of the immortal court, Fu Ting would not be confident of being able to keep an 8th-level martial saint from wanting to fight to the death as he wholeheartedly wanted to flee. Still, watching the entire battle, Fu Ting fell silent. She had always been a favored daughter of heaven. Having grown up in a place like the world beyond worlds, ever since she had started cultivating, she had never been defeated by opponents of the same cultivation level or of the same age. If a genius amongst geniuses like the Phoenix Prince Zhuang Chaohui were still at the 6th level of the martial saint realm, Fu Ting of the 5th level of the martial saint realm would not fear him at all. Even Fu Ting's father, the Brocade Emperor, who had already transcended the boundary between the human and immortal realms, might not have been able to defeat her at the same cultivation level back when he had been a martial saint. Having grown up in such an environment, Fu Ting had indeed received quite a blow today. She was not an arrogant and ignorant person. It was not that there were no people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Gao Qing of the roving Jade Heavens was not weak in terms of talent and strength. Still, someone who completely surpassed her had suddenly appeared before her just like that. This still left her feeling extremely unsettled. This unprecedented experience left Fu Ting feeling unfamiliar, as she even felt somewhat at a loss. Still, her will was extremely firm as she quickly calmed her surging emotions. Looking at the unresigned Shang Jun, Fu Ting shook her head slightly as she could not help but say those words. That was actually what she was thinking most directly at this moment. Hearing her words, the corners of Shang Jun's mouth twitched as he seemed like he wanted to smile, yet was unable to do so. He wanted to speak, yet his breath finally dissipated as he breathed his last. Yan Zhaoge was nonchalant as he smiled. "Miss Fu overpraises me. Many geniuses have appeared over the long years. This Yan is merely one of the numerous life forms who have been groping their way forward on the path of the martial Tao." Fu Ting glanced at Yan Zhaoge. For some reason, while his words were clearly very humble, she just felt that something was wrong when they came from Yan Zhaoge's mouth. With this, even the complex feelings within her heart from earlier gradually faded away. "You did not use the martial arts of the faceless devilish scripture just now, directly killing him just like that?" Fu Ting asked instead. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. "I did. It was just mixed in with other martial arts. I did not cultivate in the faceless devilish scripture in the first place. It was only for this one purpose." Fu Ting gazed elsewhere. Perhaps there was no difference whether I used it or not. Yan Zhaoge gazed in the same direction as her. Their powerful auras intersected. Another immortal court exalt had clearly arrived in the vicinity. Chapter 9:13. Yan Zhaoge had also discovered the problem that Fu Ting had discovered. In the Loathing Square immortal realm, in the void near the lofty towering world, a powerful aura descended. It was not inferior to the two suns. He was clearly another peak expert who had reached the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt realm. Looking at that brilliant treasure light, one could tell that it wasn't a Buddhist bigwig, but a Taoist expert of the immortal court's inheritance. Boundless heavenly sovereign. The majestic voice resounded through the void of the surrounding universe. When that powerful aura joined the battle, the Buddhist light immediately dimmed. Other than this peak expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, there were other martial practitioners of the immortal court who had come along with him. As a result, the waves of counterattacks rose, and the Buddhist martial artists began to retreat in defeat. The loathing square immortal realm and the lofty towering great world were, after all, the territory of the immortal court. It was much more convenient for reinforcements and information to flow between them than it was for the Buddhist sections. Still, this was not good news for Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. As expected, in the distant battlefield, after the Buddhists started retreating, the experts of the immortal court started chasing after them. However, that great golden sun rapidly streaked through the jet-black space, attacking in the direction of Yan Zhaoge and the others. In the lofty towering world, Shang Jun, who was a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, was the #1 expert. In the loathing square immortal realm, he was not a nobody. The death of such a person would naturally attract the attention of the experts of the immortal court. While Yan Zhaoge had intentionally increased the distance between them, also secretly using the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture to obstruct the treasured light, it was still too close for an expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, virtually killing someone right before their very eyes. He had no time to be distracted when he was fighting against a Buddhist powerhouse of the same realm. Now that he had some free time, he immediately realized the problem. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting flew in retreat. This time, they were not intentionally controlling their speed like they were fishing, as they were instead distancing themselves from the lofty towering world as quickly as possible. That human exalt of vast Yang Palace had originally thought that he would be able to catch up to the two very quickly. In the end, however, he discovered that the speed of the two surpassed his predictions. As such, he became slightly more serious. Initially, he had thought that Yan Zhaoge had been able to slay Shang Jun of the 8th level of the martial saint realm because they possessed rare treasures. But from the looks of it now, it didn't seem to be the case. Yan Zhaoge were extremely powerful themselves. That golden sun left a dazzling golden trail in the dark void. It didn't dissipate for a long time like a golden river. Its speed far surpassed that of Shang Jun of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. While the two of them were extremely fast, they were still gradually caught up to by that great golden sun after a while. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly as he felt the blazing, piercing heat that resembled the actual sun star. There seemed to be a palace in the golden sun, like the residence of the sun god king. Inside the invisible palace, golden flames were constantly spurting out and swallowing. A voice resounded, "Two juniors of the mid-seeing divinity stage were actually able to kill Shang Jun of the mid-immortal bridge martial saint realm?" The other party didn't seem to underestimate Yan Zhaoge, also not underestimating Shang Jun, who had already been defeated and seemed to have died an inconceivable death due to this. As the sunlight descended, it was like a gaze that could see through the two of them as it appraised them from top to bottom. "There is also a traitor," that voice said. "You're from the lofty towering great world's chaotic heaven sect, right? I remember his name is Yang Chong. It's a pity that he's willing to fall to the heretic path." Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, raising the winds and clouds as his aura dispersed, revealing Yang Chong and Quan Haolong. Yang Chong looked at the golden sun with a complicated expression. Supreme Vast Yang. The Vast Yang Palace was the strongest power in the Loathing Square immortal realm, and it was at its peak when the Vast Yang Emperor was still alive. After the Vast Yang Emperor had perished at the hands of the world beyond world's dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, the Vast Yang Palace had not been able to produce any more true immortals in recent years. However, the rise of Vast Yang Palace's Palace Lord, Vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua, still allowed Vast Yang Palace's reputation to continue to rise. At the very least, it could continue to dominate the Loathing Square immortal realm. In the golden sun, the image of the palace gradually disappeared, and the figure of an old man appeared. The old man's hair and beard were pale gold, and he was dressed in a white robe. His entire body seemed to be glowing. It was none other than the palace lord of the Vast Yang Palace that had been rebuilt after the great calamity of the immortal court's legacy, Pei Hua. Pei Hua glanced indifferently at Yang Chong, saying mildly, "Yang Chong, do you know the consequences of associating with the evil forces and going against the heavenly Tao?" Yang Chong stammered, This disciple. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, yet it was precisely because he saw that emperor of your lineage besieging an emperor of my orthodox Taoism 2-on-1 that he ended up not being a match for, that he realized his problem. The Vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua's gaze swept across Yan Zhaoge and Yang Chong. While it was clearly blazing hot sunlight, it caused a chill to arise within one's heart. Yang Chong clenched his teeth, instead going all out. This disciple definitely has no intention of betraying the Tao. I just hope that I can try walking a different path for myself. I want to try cultivating in the external Tao, but my heart is still towards the heavenly Tao, always thinking of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Pei Hua looked at him. This is the reason why you were unwilling to undergo the baptism of illumination after your treasured light became unstable, preferring to flee instead? Yang Chong grit his teeth. Please spare me, vast Yang exalt. Still not waiting for him to finish, Pei Hua had already waved a hand. Since you have already fallen so deeply into the external Tao, I will not force you to stay. Joy had just appeared on Yang Chong's face when he saw the terrifying sunlight transform into an all-encompassing golden rain, descending towards him. Let alone his current cultivation base being weak, even at his peak, just a single drop of that golden rain would be sufficient to claim his life. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. The extreme Yang seal slowly rose, blocking that golden rain. The difference in cultivation base between the current Pei Hua and Shang Jun was virtually like the difference between the heavens and the earth. The rain only paused for a moment before continuing to descend. Still, making use of that pause, Yan Zhaoge had already pulled Yang Chong along as he rapidly retreated. This sacred artifact. Pei Hua's eyes lit up. Interesting, interesting. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he smiled coldly. You think that you can protect him? Yan Zhaoge similarly smiled. I might even be hard-pressed to protect myself. Still, you definitely won't let me leave so easily anyway. Since that is so, I might as well give it a try. Pei Hua's smile was rather strange. Your talent and strength are good and your mentality is good as well. What a pity. Before his words had landed, the treasured light within his body suddenly grew even more dazzling. At the same time, the originally weakened treasured light within Yang Chong's body became extremely dazzling as well. Yang Chong was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as his body actually began gradually turning transparent before shattering, finally transforming into a long rainbow along with the treasured light. While Pei Hua no longer attacked, he had already ended Yang Chong's life. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge was not vexed as he instead stared at Pei Hua thoughtfully. So this treasured light of the power of faith is not solely provided to the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Important figures of the immortal court with higher cultivation bases and experts of a region can also benefit from it along with the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Oh, it should not be as extensive as the immeasurable heavenly Lords, instead being limited to a single region. For example, you only benefit from the legacy martial practitioners of the immortal court within the loathing immortal realm. When they worship the immeasurable heavenly Lord, you can also bask in some of his glory. Hearing his words, Pei Hua's expression grew more solemn as he halted, appraising Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge similarly appraised Pei Hua. Of course, you yourself still have to worship the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Also, you are one of the sources of the power of faith that is worshipped the most within the loathing square immortal realm. Still, on this basis, you can also be considered to be enjoying some benefits along with the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Am I right? Pei Hua's voice was indifferent and ethereal. We are sincere in our pursuit of the Tao, existing alongside the heavens. Chapter 9:14. Together with heaven? Repeating these words, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. From the looks of it, it should be the same for the emperor experts of the immortal court's lineage. They should be able to share in the offerings of the power of faith and even more than you. Is an exalted martial saint like you the lowest standard to enjoy the honor of being one with the heavens? The expression of the vast Yang exalt Pei Hua had already regained its calm. Under the golden sunlight, his face seemed to be covered with a thin veil. Pei Hua slowly said, "Did you deduce all of this just now?" Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. I only learned about the existence of your immortal court in the past 2 days. Although I had interacted with Buddhism before, my understanding of it was limited. Speaking of which, I was just about to ask if the Buddhist sects are the same as you in this aspect? While Buddhism had already existed before the Great Calamity and Yan Zhaoge also knew what the scriptures of the future Buddha were, his knowledge of the specifics was comparatively limited. Pei Hua declined to comment as he looked quietly at Yan Zhaoge. You already know a lot. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. As I see it, you also know a lot. He looked towards the place where Yang Chong had vanished, towards the place where he had slain Shang Jun earlier. Far, far more than Shang Jun of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. You are completely different from them. Yan Zhaoge appraised Pei Hua with a very strange gaze. You should truly understand the difference between your immortal court's lineage and the orthodox Taoism's 3 clear lineage. Is it because of the sect's accumulation? The great emperor of your sect left a message and you knew it from the beginning? Or is it that when the martial practitioners of the immortal court ascend to the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt realm? When you possess the qualifications to be one with the heavens, you begin to have the chance to see the truth? Yan Zhaoge looked rather curiously at Pei Hua. Pei Hua's expression was indifferent. If you want to gain something, you have to pay a price. Aren't all of you heretic disciples the same? It's just that the price we pay is different. Compared to people like you who may not get anything in return for your efforts, as long as we are sincere in our pursuit of the Tao, the heavens will take care of us. Our rules are far fairer than yours. Pei Hua's gaze swept across Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. As I see it, this is the orthodox path. Yan Zhaoge said, the scriptures of you and the scriptures of the future Buddha are similarly influenced by one's innate talent. Although for all of you the most important thing is to have a heart towards Buddhism and Taoism, and your innate talent and comprehension are all inferior, but the undeniable fact is that under the condition of offering incense and power of will, the higher your innate talent and comprehension, the easier it is for you to reach a higher peak. Yan Zhaoge looked at Pei Hua. For example, your talent surpasses that of Shang Jun and Yang Chong. Pei Hua calmly said, so what? He looked first at Yan Zhaoge and then at Fu Ting. I can tell that the two of you are both shockingly talented, unparalleled geniuses whose auras devour the universe, geniuses amongst geniuses. Two mid-seeing divinity martial saints were able to slay Shang Jun, who was a mid-immortal bridge martial saint. If it were me at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, I would definitely not have been able to do this. Generally speaking, the martial artists of the heretic path are stronger than the righteous cultivators of the immortal court in the same realm. And the two of you have far surpassed your peers in the heretic path. But, Pei Hua slowly raised one of his palms. Before me now, however outstanding the two of you are, it is all useless. Bright golden sunlight condensed on Pei Hua's palm that was incomparably dazzling, because my cultivation base is much higher than yours. I admit that I will most likely not be able to defeat the human exalts of your heretic path. Still, our good has true immortals who can subdue them. Pei Hua's expression suddenly turned rather complex. Meanwhile, the emperors of your heretic path will also be taken care of by sovereigns of my good path. As he said this, Pei Hua slowly pushed out with a palm. The blazing, tough power of Yang enveloped the heavens, causing Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting to feel as though their internal organs were on fire at the same time. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, his internal organs emitting light as it was as though 5 divinities were standing tall. Beneath the manifestation of the 5 elements, power flowed in an endless stream as a 5-colored treasured light enveloped his entire body. Fu Ting was surrounded by plain-colored cloud chi as she executed the grand plainness immeasurable body of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations. The plain-colored cloud chi was unceasingly worn down by the golden sunlight, yet it would immediately be regenerated, neither increasing nor decreasing as it seemed immeasurable. Still, this palm of Pei Hua's was even more powerful than when he had struck earlier. Where the golden sunlight touched, Yan Zhaoge's 5 elements deific immortal body and Fu Ting's grand plainness immeasurable body both showed signs of instability. The difference in their cultivation bases was too great at the end of the day. Beside Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting, Quan Haolong was involuntarily stunned when Yang Chong had died earlier. Now, enveloped by the great golden sun as well, his entire body quivered as he looked disbelievingly at Pei Hua, who had once been the overlord of the loathing square immortal realm in his heart. Even if he was a martial practitioner of the immortal court, having been able to cultivate to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, how could he possibly be a fool? Because he had worshipped the Tao since young, he had never doubted the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court. If Pei Hua had slain Yang Chong with a single palm, Quan Haolong would at most be sad and feel pity for him. Yet, not a single bit of Pei Hua's power had truly landed on Yang Chong just now. It was actually the treasured light within Yang Chong's body that had not been under his control, as it had instead been controlled by Pei Hua. As a result, Yang Chong had been forcibly transformed into a rainbow and died involuntarily. Seeing this, Quan Haolong was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as a chill coursed through his entire body. Whatever method Pei Hua had used to kill Yang Chong, even if it had been poison or a sneak attack, Quan Haolong would not have been as panic-stricken as he was now. Seeing Yang Chong die, however stupid Quan Haolong was, he would still associate it with himself. His expression was both terrified and dazed as his gaze was filled with chaos. The originally pure, bright treasured light within his body became unstable for the first time in his life as it flickered unceasingly. As the treasured light lost its balance, Quan Haolong's true essence and aura immediately grew dim to the point where Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting could clearly sense it. Pei Hua glanced indifferently at him, might as well just not leave him alive. While the force of his palm had affected Quan Haolong, as soon as the treasured light within his body lost its balance, it immediately transformed into a rainbow. Before dying beneath Pei Hua's palm, he had already followed in Yang Chang's footsteps. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Such a method can only be used on martial practitioners of the immortal court who have already betrayed the Tao. If the other party is still devout with the treasured light remaining constant, it will be ineffective? While Pei Hua's palm brought about great pressure, Yan Zhaoge's expression was as usual as he even found the time to ask. You said just now that you could cleanse Yang Chong anew. You should be able to do so for this Quan Haolong as well, right? Pei Hua gazed at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. As compared to him, I would be more willing to cleanse the two of you. If peerless geniuses like you can renounce evil and return to the righteous path, your hearts towards the heavenly Tao, it would be a great merit of mine. Chapter 9:15. Yan Zhaoge wielded the extreme Yang seal to block Pei Hua's palm force. He smiled. Are you rather coveting this treasure of mine as well? Looking at the extreme Yang seal, Pei Hua said slowly, at first glance I still could not be certain. Now, however, I can tell that this is the extreme Yang seal. Of your external Tao, it once belonged to an expert known as the Exalted Solar Luminary. Yan Zhaoge blinked. You know of the Exalted Solar Luminary? Pei Hua said mildly, I have heard of him. I heard that his lineage had some ties with my vast Yang palace. The concept contained within this extreme Yang seal is indeed somewhat similar to the vast Yang scripture. Since that is so, this sacred artifact is truly fated with my vast Yang palace. I have no qualms in accepting it. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Did you ask me its current owner for your plans to be so good? Pei Hua similarly smiled. You have already converted to the heavenly Tao in the first place, entering my vast Yang palace to learn martial arts. Amidst his laughter, he abruptly clenched his open palm. The concept was similar to that of the extreme Yang scripture, also sharing some similarities with the Radiant Light sect's lineage of the dim Radiant sect. The fist that shone with golden light resembled the descent of the great sun, destroying all where its radiance passed. Facing this vast sun-divine fist of Pei Hua's, Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he swiftly went through his original plan once more, preparing to face the enemy. Now, however, space suddenly shook in the distance. The dark space cracked open and a long river appeared, crossing through the void and passing in front of everyone. Seeing this, Pei Hua could not help but frown. Why have you come to the Loathing Square Immortal Realm? The newcomer was shockingly an expert of the Immortal Court at the 10th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the Human Exalt Realm. That majestic aura was not as fierce and blazing as Pei Hua's, yet it was more abundant and long-lasting. The long river formed of his true essence flowed endlessly, traversing the universe as it resembled a heavenly river. Heavenly river scripture? While Yan Zhaoge did not recognize the newcomer, he quickly recognized the martial art he executed. It was a supreme martial art that was not inferior to the vast Yang scripture in the least. In pre-Great Calamity times, there had been a famous sect known as the Heavenly River sect, its disciples renowned for their dense true essence. At that moment, a green-robed man was standing on the surface of the river. When he saw Pei Hua, he hurriedly said, It's best if you're here. Hurry up and come help. Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the direction where the heavenly river appeared. So what if there are two? As the indifferent voice sounded, a white sword chi appeared behind the green-robed man without any struggle. The green-robed man was shocked. He swept up the boundless water of the heavenly river and faced the white sword chi. There was only a wisp of white sword chi. It looked like a cloud of smoke and was almost undetectable. But like a sharp blade cutting through cloth, the white sword energy lightly slashed, and the mighty Milky Way was cut in the middle. It was as if the long river that ran through the void was directly split apart by a wisp of white sword energy. Pei Hua, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting exclaimed simultaneously. Immortal ending sword. Wherever the sword went, there was no spiritual light or Tao pattern. There was only destruction, nirvana, slaughter and termination. Let alone that green-robed man, even Yan Zhaoge and the others who were far away felt illusions appear before their eyes as they saw that faint white sword chi. Between the heavens and the earth, all things of creation, whether they were tangible or intangible, seemed to be extinguished by this sword, drawing a final period. Yan Zhaoge himself cultivated in the immortal ending sword. Seeing this sword now, he could be certain at first glance that this was the most authentic prime clear direct lineage, the immortal ending sword of the immortal exterminating four swords. At the source of the distant heavenly river, that figure seemed to have not moved at all. Yet he had already arrived nearby. He just stood there quietly, just a few steps away from the green-robed man. It was as if he had always been standing there, never having moved at all. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge, Fu Ting and Pei Hua saw that it was a youth. His clothes were white as snow and he wore a jade crown on his head. Apart from a green steel sword, there was nothing else on him. This youth looked no more than 15 or 16, but his actual age was hard to discern. Yan Zhaoge discovered that it was very difficult for him to clearly see his appearance. This was because as he gazed at that youth, his mind would waver slightly as he seemed about to lose consciousness. That feeling was like he had died, his soul having left his body. Still, Yan Zhaoge could be certain that it was not his martial arts that could confuse one's mind. Instead, it was an extremely sharp sword intent. It was sharp to the point that if someone gazed at him, they would be injured by it. Before they could even realize it, they would already have died beneath his sword. In comparison, Lin Hanhua, who resembled a sword, was much gentler. At the very least, Lin Hanhua's sharpness could still be seen. Meanwhile, just having the thought and movement of looking at this youth before them, most people would already have been injured by him. While he looked young, he was clearly a peerless sword cultivator. A peak expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, a human exalt. A human exalt of the orthodox three clear direct lineage of Taoism. Compared to the southeastern exalt Chao Jie who Yan Zhaoge had personally encountered and was also a sword cultivator, this human exalt in the form of a white-clothed youth before them was more domineering as he displayed his sharpness. Pei Hua actually recognized that white-clothed youth, Long Xueji? At the same time, Fu Ting said another name, "You are the little sword god, Chen Xueji of the past?" Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head asking, "Do you recognize him?" Fu Ting muttered to herself, "I do not recognize him." Still, such a sharp sword intent as well as his white clothes and jade crown look very much like a senior of the past. That senior mysteriously vanished. Never would I have thought that he was actually a martial practitioner of the prime clear lineage. That white-clothed youth ignored Pei Hua, not commenting on Fu Ting's title of address. His gaze swept the area, piercingly cold as it finally came to rest on Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. "Why are the two of you here?" Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits, recognizing Fu Ting and recognizing me as well. He is actually surnamed Long. While he was speaking to Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting, that white-clothed youth did not cease in his attacks. Breaking the heavenly river with a single sword, he chopped towards the green-robed man with another. The green-robed man wielded his high-grade sacred artifact to parry. Yet a shocking scene occurred. The white-clothed youth directly broke the other party's high-grade sacred artifact with a single sword. Yan Zhaoge saw this clearly. The sword in the hands of this prime clear lineage sword cultivator's hand was not even a spirit artifact or artifact, let alone a sacred artifact. It was just an ordinary green steel sword, a common weapon that could be found in ordinary blacksmiths, and weapon show being able to break a sacred artifact was entirely due to his own cultivation base. Even more terrifying was that after breaking the other party's sacred artifact with a single sword, the momentum of the sword did not cease as it continued descending on the body of that green-robed man. "So what if there are more opponents like you?" The white-clothed youth said indifferently, "You really bring shame to the name of human exalts." The green-robed man's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding as he wanted to struggle. Yet, struck by a single sword, his body was directly cleaved into two. Chapter 9:16. A supreme being was killed on the spot. Such a scene was undoubtedly a ghastly sight that shook the heavens and the earth. What was even more shocking was that the person who killed that exalt was not an expert of a higher level, but an exalted martial saint. But to the white-clothed youth, all of this was as easy as playing it down. The vast young exalt, Pei Hua, did not step forward to help that green-robed man. On the contrary, as soon as he recognized the white-clothed youth, he turned around and left. Even Yan Zhaoge, Fu Ting and the extreme young seal ignored them. However, although Pei Hua had immediately fled, the white-clothed youth did not let him off. He slashed out with his sword from afar, and a white sword chi instantly caught up to Pei Hua. Pei Hua said hatefully, "Long Xueji, if you dare to come here, my immortal court will definitely send an emperor expert to kill you." Long Xueji, who was dressed in white and had a jade crown on his head, said nonchalantly, "A martial emperor of the heretics cannot kill me." As the sword fell, the golden sun immediately dimmed, and the sun set in the west. Long Xueji took a step forward and struck out with his sword again. The sunlight was completely annihilated, and the void became pitch black again. Pei Hua let out a miserable groan as one of his arms was chopped off. White sword chi lingered around his wound. Not only did the injury go out of control, it continued to spread. The white sword chi rose up along the wound, destroying even more of Pei Hua's severed arm and continuing to threaten his body. The long sword in Long Xueji's hand was raised for the third time. Seeing that Pei Hua could only close his eyes and wait for death, golden flowers suddenly appeared in the void, forming a sea of flowers. The golden flower blocked the white sword chi. Seeing this, Long Xueji frowned slightly. Pei Hua was wild with joy. The hearts of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting both shook as they felt an extremely powerful will descend upon this region of space. He was even stronger than Pei Hua. That was the aura of an expert who had pushed open the immortal gate. He had crossed the boundary between human and immortal, and had already become a true immortal. However, he returned to the human world, descending into the mortal world. "You're not slow." Seeing this, although Long Xueji was a little surprised, he did not panic. He glanced at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting from the corner of his eye, shaking his head slightly. Red light suddenly flickered on his body as he had already vanished amidst space, as if he had never appeared in the first place. As Long Xueji vanished, the golden flowers also vanished along with him. Is he pursuing that person called Long Xueji? Yan Zhaoge pondered. He could sense that Long Xueji had swept a glance at him and Fu Ting before he left, the emotions in his eyes vaguely containing some regret. Connecting this to the fact that Long Xueji knew him and Fu Ting, Yan Zhaoge felt that if not for the appearance of that emperor of the immortal court, Long Xueji might have something to say to him. Although it was extremely sharp, it didn't seem to have any malicious intent towards him. Long Xueji had left earlier not because he was afraid of that emperor of the immortal court. Instead, he had wanted to change the location of the battle lest it implicated Yan Zhaoge and the others. Even as Yan Zhaoge pondered, he did not remain where he was as he instead beckoned Fu Ting to leave with him. But before his eyes, the golden sunlight shone again. Pei Hua's expression was unfriendly as he gazed coldly at the two. "Wanting to leave just like this, aren't you oversimplifying things a little?" Yan Zhaoge looked rather amusedly at the wound on Pei Hua's severed arm. A wound caused by the immortal ending sword is not easy to heal. With no one helping you, you will be crippled for life. Not finding a place to heal your wounds now, you still want to fight us? Pei Hua said coldly, "Capturing the two of you alive for illumination would indeed be difficult. Still, killing you would be a cinch." Looking at his wound, there wasn't much hatred within his gaze as there was more of a sigh. "Even amongst you martial practitioners of the external Tao, Long Xueji should still be one of the top experts amongst human exalts? I'm not his match, but someone can take care of him." Pei Hua swiveled his head to look at the two. "Just like how Shang Jun and Yang Chong are not your match, I can capture and kill you." Saying thus, Pei Hua clenched his fist, directly punching towards Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. As soon as he made a move, white sword chi instantly erupted from the severed arm on the other side once more. The wound had already virtually extended to his shoulder. Pei Hua's face was even paler, but his expression was cold as he was unmoved. "It is useless even if you have the extreme Yang seal. However supreme a genius you are, if you do not ascend the immortal bridge, the extreme Yang seal would still be a pearl covered in dust, unable to display sufficient power." His vast sun-divine fist was ferocious beyond compare, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth as it instantly arrived above Yan Zhaoge's head. Yan Zhaoge laughed, "Don't be hasty, don't be hasty. It would still be fine if you were a human exalt of another lineage. Yet you just had to cultivate in the vast Yang scripture." Yan Zhaoge's smile turned icy cold. "Since that is so, don't just stare at the extreme Yang seal. This yin has even better treasures waiting for you." The roar of a dragon resounded as a palace suddenly appeared. The great gate of the palace opened. Blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark surged amidst the dim space within as it was hard to describe. Amidst the radiance was a massive metal wheel. There were 12 holes on the metal wheel which slowly rotated alongside it. This object just existed there, silently circulating at its own pace as it did not interfere with anything in its surroundings, also not being shaken by anything else. However, as the fist intent of the vast Yang exalt Pei Hua touched it, that metal wheel suddenly shook. Pei Hua was first taken aback. Still, feeling the concept contained within the metal wheel, his expression instantly changed greatly. He was greatly enraged. Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, the first and only vast young emperor in the history of the vast young palace who had pushed open the door to immortality, had perished precisely because of Yin Tianxia that year. That vast young emperor had been one of the many opponents that Yin Tianxia had faced in the final battle of his life in the lands of the Immortal Court that year. His special concept and that unique, vigorous treasured light of the power of faith were stimulating the dim radiant wheel. One of the main materials of the dim radiant wheel was Yin Tianxia's own corpse. He had retained his final will to a certain extent. The dim radiant wheel that Yan Zhaoge was usually unable to wield suddenly moved as it was stimulated by Pei Hua's fist intent. Radiance arose amidst the infinite darkness, forcibly blocking Pei Hua's vast sun divine fist. The powerful rebounding force shook Pei Hua's body to the point of shaking, the wound on his other shoulder exploding even further. Pei Hua glared at Yan Zhaoge. "So you are Yin Tianxia's descendant?" Yan Zhaoge chuckled coldly. "If that person had not appeared earlier and you had not been heavily injured, I would have been thinking about how to retreat safely. Now though," he raised the extreme yang seal, smashing it down towards Pei Hua's head. "Now I am thinking about slaying an exalt." Pei Hua roared furiously. "With just you?" He wanted to retract his palm. Yet, the dim radiant wheel rotated at this moment. Radiance scattered, boundless darkness sweeping the area. Pei Hua was actually unable to retract his attack as his fist was forcibly sucked in by the power of the dim radiant wheel. The dim radiant wheel was currently still incomplete, its power also far from reaching the level of an immortal artifact. Still, being heavily injured, Pei Hua was actually unable to break free for the time being. Seeing the extreme yang seal descending, Pei Hua roared loudly, infinite radiance emitting from his entire body as a golden palace was rapidly constructed around him. With the palace blocking it, the extreme yang seal was temporarily unable to harm him. The two sides descended into a stalemate. Yet Pei Hua emitted a muffled groan. The white sword chi from his wound spread unceasingly, the flesh and blood of his entire shoulder already disintegrating as the wound expanded unceasingly. Chapter 9:17. The injuries inflicted by Long Xueji's immortal ending sword were hard to contain as they continuously damaged Pei Hua's vitality. In the battle with Long Xueji earlier, not only had Pei Hua sustained heavy injuries, he had also lost many of his treasures. In order to block Long Xueji's sword, many of Pei Hua's treasures had been destroyed by the immortal extinguishing sword. Pei Hua had originally thought that even though he was heavily injured, he would still be able to quickly take care of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting even if Yan Zhaoge possessed a treasure like the extreme yang seal. Unexpectedly, however, Yan Zhaoge actually possessed the dim radiant wheel. While the dim radiant wheel had yet to become an immortal artifact, it was still extraordinary. It was just that Yan Zhaoge was still hard-pressed to wield it. But he couldn't, but his opponent could. At this moment, the dim radiant wheel seemed to possess its own emotions and will as it circulated on its own, resisting the successor of the former vast yang emperor, the current vast yang exalt Pei Hua. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge attacked with the extreme yang seal. Unable to extricate himself, Pei Hua was forced to circulate his entire body's true essence, releasing it to protect his body as he resisted Yan Zhaoge and the extreme yang seal. If it were any other time, Pei Hua was confident that he would be able to defend till the end of time, with Yan Zhaoge still not being able to break through his defenses. An exalted martial saint from the immortal court was still an exalted martial saint, an existence that looked down on the world. How could he be compared to an ordinary person? However, Pei Hua was heavily injured. Earlier he had still been barely able to hold on. Now that all his attention was focused on dealing with Yan Zhaoge, the extreme yang seal and the dim radiant wheel, his injuries instantly worsened further. Other injuries were fine, but the injuries caused by the celestial extinguishing sword of the end of death could be fatal if he was even slightly careless. This was how it was now. As Pei Hua was distracted in blocking Yan Zhaoge's attack, his originally already severe injuries worsened further. The white sword chi slashed at his body, turning into terrifying sword scars. Heavily injured, he couldn't keep up, and the golden palace formed by his protective veritable essence finally collapsed. Pei Hua howled in rage and despair. Yan Zhaoge ignored him, a cyclic heavenly seal landing on the extreme yang seal before the great golden seal smashed downwards. Thus there were no two suns in the sky. The sun hung high in the sky and set below the mountains. This human exalt martial saint of the immortal court's lineage had his head smashed into smithereens by the extreme Yang seal. With Pei Hua's death, his original injuries were completely out of control. The terrifying white sword qi scattered in all directions, causing his body to be torn into pieces, dying without a complete corpse. Looking at the scene before him, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. I don't know whether I should say that my luck is good, or that your luck is bad. The surrounding space was constantly changing, and it seemed complicated and chaotic. Yan Zhaoge had no time to feel emotional as he hurriedly fled alongside Fu Ting into space. The commotion caused by killing Pei Hua was much greater than killing Shang Jun. Not to mention that Long Xueji had previously killed another exalt martial saint of the immortal court here. The Loathing Square Immortal Realm was the front line of the battle between the immortal court and the blessed lands of Buddhism. Experts gathered here and experts from the immortal court could arrive at any time. Only now did Yan Zhaoge have the time to ask Fu Ting, who exactly was that expert of the prime clear lineage just now? Fu Ting had a rather complex expression on her face as she said, 200 years ago, there was a shockingly talented young martial practitioner who rose to prominence in the world beyond worlds, his origins a mystery as his sword shook the world. His name is Chen Xueji. He traverses the entire world beyond worlds alone with a single sword, being invincible amongst those of the same cultivation level. He is hailed as the Little Sword God, and some also respectfully refer to him as Third Sword Chen, meaning that no martial practitioner of the same cultivation level would be able to receive 3 of his swords. Yan Zhaoge's interest was aroused. Oh? Is that really so? Fu Ting nodded. As far as I know, there was only one exception. The Northern Exalt suppressed his cultivation base to the same cultivation level as Chen Xueji back then. The two clashed for more than 3 rounds. Fu Ting sighed in admiration. Still, it is said that the Northern Exalt nearly perished beneath Chen Xueji's sword as he released the restrictions on his cultivation base at the critical juncture of life and death, thereby averting disaster. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. What cultivation level was Chen Xueji at that time? Fu Ting said, 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. Yan Zhaoge pondered, that is indeed impressive. The gap between the two was just too great. Even though that Northern Exalt had suppressed his cultivation base, his knowledge, experience and techniques that surpassed many others would still be sufficient to dominate most seeing divinity martial saints. Even so, however, the victor was still that young swordsman. Fu Ting sighed. Still, after that battle with the Northern Exalt, no one saw him again. Such a genius who presided over an entire generation was like a shooting star, suddenly appearing in the world beyond worlds before vanishing just as abruptly. At that time, everyone thought that this monarch was extremely fragile and died young. Everyone felt that it was a great pity. However, it was now known that he was actually of the prime clear lineage. Yan Zhaoge said, it was probably because he had to go all out in that battle against the Northern Exalt that he revealed his background as a descendant of the prime clear lineage. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave the world beyond worlds after the battle, returning to the roving Jade Heavens. Fu Ting pondered and said, from the looks of it, Chen Xueji should be an alias. Perhaps Long Xueji is his real name? If his surname is Long? Yan Zhaoge laughed. I heard that the Dragon Spring Emperor is surnamed Long. Fu Ting slowly nodded. Perhaps senior brother Lin and him? Yan Zhaoge said, according to this senior dragon's past accomplishments and the strength he displayed earlier, an emperor of the heretics shouldn't be able to kill him. We don't have to worry about him. Fu Ting sighed. Although he is a martial art practitioner of the roving Jade Heavens, we are all of the orthodox lineage of the 3 clear lineages. I hope that he can escape safely. After all, his opponent is a true immortal. The difference between a mortal and an immortal was like the distance between heaven and earth. A powerful grandmaster might be able to kill a great grandmaster. A powerful martial grandmaster might be able to kill a martial saint. While the chances of that happening were slim, it was not impossible. Still, from ancient times till now, there had never been a martial saint who had been able to slay a true immortal in a one-on-one battle with his own cultivation base and without the help of external forces. This was because in order to push open the door to immortality, one had to first transcend the immortal mortal tribulation. If one transcended it, they would become an immortal. If they failed, they would perish, their Tao extinguished. However, after transcending the immortal mortal tribulation, they would ascend to immortality in a single step. From then on, they would no longer be mortals. All the tribulations and tribulations of the mortal world would no longer be able to harm them. In other words, however strong a person was, it would be hard for them to slay a true immortal just by relying on themselves. All your offensive methods would be ineffective against true immortals. This was truly a heavenly chasm. Humans could only gaze at the heavens and sigh. All life forms of the past and present were no exceptions. It's fine. Yan Zhaoge said, while the methods of martial saints are ineffective against true immortals, this does not mean that humans are unable to resist the methods of true immortals. With the methods of that senior Long Xueji, even emperors of the immortal court would most likely be unable to do anything to him. True immortals stably stood undefeatable. Still, this did not mean that victory was assured. Of course, most of the time, it actually meant that victory was assured. There were only extremely few exceptions. Still, the Long Xueji that Yan Zhaoge had met today was clearly a human exalt who could create such exceptions. Fu Ting nodded silently. Perhaps. The roving jade heavens was a world that was different from the world beyond worlds, yet similarly vast and boundless. Spiritual qi overflowed with a myriad of phenomena. Green Duckweed Mountain, named after the sword of the founder of the Prime Clear lineage, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, was precisely where the orthodox lineage of the Prime Clear direct lineage was located in the roving jade heavens of post-Great Calamity times. In front of a cave within the mountain stood a youth who was as sharp as a sword. It was precisely the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua who had left the world beyond world's Golden Court Mountain earlier. Now, a white-clothed, jade-crowned youth appeared without any prior warning. The little sword god Long Xueji. Seeing him, Lin Hanhua bowed respectfully. Father. Chapter 9:18. Lin Hanhua, like Chen Xueji, was actually a pseudonym. This sword cultivator of the Prime Clear direct lineage, the former head disciple of Golden Court Mountain of the world beyond world's southeastern Yang Heaven territory, should have been named Long Hanhua. He and his father Long Xueji were both descendants of the Dragon Spring Emperor. When Long Xueji had returned to the world beyond worlds that year, his identity had been exposed and he had returned to the roving jade heavens. When his son Long Hanhua came of age, he would replace Long Xueji in heading to the world beyond worlds. Sadly, he ended up like his father, having no choice but to leave the world beyond worlds and return to the roving jade heavens. Arriving before Long Hanhua, the white-clothed youth Long Xueji retracted his aura, allowing others to look directly at his face. Although they were father and son, his appearance did not resemble Long Hanhua much. Without knowing the relationship between the two beforehand, it was difficult to associate them as father and son. Long Xueji had the appearance of a youth, while Long Hanhua looked older than his father. Long Hanhua said, "Father, eldest uncle invites you to go directly to Scenery Peak after returning to the mountain." Scene Peak? Long Xueji gazed towards the distant mountain range. "Your grandfather has come out of seclusion?" Long Hanhua answered, "Probably in the next few days. Eldest uncle is waiting for you there. He invites you to go with him after you return to the mountain." Long Xueji nodded. "Since that's the case, Hanhua, follow me." In Green Duckweed Mountain, the two of them didn't fly. Instead, they walked all the way to another mountain peak. That place was the residence of Long Xueji's father, Long Hanhua's grandfather, the Dragon Spring Emperor, where the Green Duckweed Mountain Scenery Peak's flowing heaven cliff was located. After Long Xueji came of age, he left Scenery Peak's flowing heaven cliff and set up his own residence on Green Duckweed Mountain, establishing his own Dao arena and no longer staying with his parents. Father and son arrived at the Scenery Peak's flowing heaven cliff, and were informed by the gatekeeper boy that the Dragon Spring Emperor had already left seclusion. Long Xueji and Long Hanhua entered the cave. There were 3 people inside. A young man in his 30s was leaning on the couch with his eyes closed, as if he was taking a nap. A young girl sat at the side, gently massaging his legs. It was Gao Qing. Seeing Long Xueji and Long Hanhua enter, Gao Qing instantly beamed. Little uncle, you've come." Long Xueji's gaze softened. "Qing-er." Gao Qing raised a finger to her lips and said quietly, "Great-grandfather is taking a nap." Beside him was an old man who was sitting upright. Seeing Long Xueji and Long Hanhua enter, the old man nodded. "Third brother, did your trip go smoothly?" Long Xueji cupped his hands in greeting. "Big brother." A youth addressing a white-haired old man as brother seemed to be slightly strange, but Gao Qing and Long Hanhua were used to it. The white-haired old man was Long Xueji's elder brother, the eldest son of the roving Jade Heaven's profound sovereign and Dragon Spring Emperor, and the master of Green Duckweed Mountain's minor White Peak, Gao Shuebua. He was also Gao Qing's grandfather. Their bloodline followed the surname of profound Empress Gao, and they inherited the Gao family's bloodline. Like Long Xueji, Gao Shuebua was also a human exalt of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. One school produced one sovereign, one emperor, two supremes. The fourth-generation disciple, Gao Qing, was already a martial saint. In terms of bloodline, the Dragon Spring Emperor's family could possibly be called the strongest family amongst the martial practitioners of Taoism. Long Hanhua also greeted the old man, "Uncle." Gao Shuebua nodded towards Long Hanhua before looking at Long Xueji. Long Xueji sent via sound transmission. The war between Buddhism and the external Tao has already begun, the flames of war growing fiercer and fiercer as time passes. It should be reaching its peak in the coming years. That is good. I have some plans that should be put on the agenda, Gao Shuebua nodded. Father has already left seclusion, and it will soon be time for mother to exit seclusion as well. Long Xueji was silent for a moment before he continued. This time I saw that Yen Zhaoga in the territory of the external Tao. Gao Shuebua's white brows twitched slightly. He was actually there? And the result? Long Xueji shook his head. An exalt of the external Tao made things difficult for him. I heavily injured that exalt of the external Tao, and he should have been able to escape. Sadly, an emperor of the external Tao descended at the time, and I could only draw him away, not being able to bring him back to the roving jade heavens in time. Gao Shuebua pondered. He already knows about that immeasurable heavenly lord? Long Xueji answered, he should already know about it. The two brothers, one young and one old, fell silent for a time. His current cultivation base should still be at the seeing divinity stage, right? Gao Shuebua's expression turned cold. Could he have been sent there by someone? This would be ruining his future prospects. Long Xueji said, the daughter of the world beyond worlds brocade emperor, Fu Ting, was also with him. Gao Shuebua slowly shook his head. While he is of the world beyond worlds, he is also a rare seedling of our Taoism's direct lineage. Yet, he is actually going to be destroyed as well. No need to be overly pessimistic. Now, a voice resounded by the ears of the two brothers. That youth who had been dozing off on the bed stretched lazily, slowly waking up. We can't come to a conclusion yet. Long Xueji and Gao Shuebua said in unison, Father. That man who had just woken up and looked to be in his early 30s was shockingly none other than the Dragon Spring Emperor. Born of the orthodox three-clear lineage, he had been famous for thousands of years as he had long since pushed open the door to immortality and ascended into the immortal realm. He was extraordinarily handsome as he vaguely resembled Long Xueji and Gao Shuebua somewhat. It was just that he was different from the sharp Long Xueji and the upright Gao Shuebua. This exalted emperor was leisurely and languid. He said lazily, speaking of this, we really have to thank Yin Tianxia. If not for him, even we would probably not be able to leisurely discuss matters of the external Tao here. Yes, Long Xueji and Gao Shueji both had thoughtful looks on their faces. Their conversation had all been via sound transmission as only the three of them could hear it. Gao Qing and Long Hanhua were unable to hear it as they only saw the Dragon Spring Emperor wake up. Gao Qing instantly smiled happily. Great-grandfather, you can't just tell half of the story. The Dragon Spring Emperor chuckled. What? Do you want a reward for doing some work and massaging this old man's legs? I've doted on you all this time for nothing. Gao Qing blinked, saying pitifully, even if there's no reward there shouldn't be any punishment, right? You've only told half of the story. It's just too sad to leave someone hanging like this. The Dragon Spring Emperor could not help but laugh. Where did you learn to be so sharp-tongued? He shook his head. Oh, where was I earlier? Gao Qing hurriedly reminded. I was talking about you and your eldest apprentice brother roaming the world together. The Dragon Spring Emperor said, yes, that's right. That was the time when I was young and wild. Later on, when I grew older, while I was no longer as frivolous, I was still very hot-blooded. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. Gao Qing clapped her hands and smiled. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't be here. Grandfather, little granduncle and little uncle would also be gone. Gao Shuebua shook his head, while Long Xueji and Long Hanhua also smiled. After laughing, Gao Qing then asked curiously, then your eldest apprentice brother didn't come here to look for you? The Dragon Spring Emperor answered, he did. Gao Qing nodded in understanding. Then he definitely wasn't a match for great-grandmother. Otherwise you would have to return with him. A reminiscing look appeared on the Dragon Spring Emperor's face. No, eldest apprentice brother one. Chapter 919. Hearing the Dragon Spring Emperor's reply, Gao Qing was instantly dazed. How could that be? Old ancestor said that in terms of swordsmanship, great-grandmother had already surpassed her. The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled but did not speak. Gao Shuebwa said slowly from the side, when your granduncle traversed the world beyond worlds that year, he was given the title of Little Sword God. Do you know about this? Gao Qing nodded. Yes, granddaughter understands. Gao Shuebwa said, since there is a Little Sword God, there will naturally be a Sword God. This. Gao Qing gradually understood. Grandfather, you mean to say? Gao Shuebwa said, the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain was renowned alongside the 9 luminaries in the past. You know this as well. One of them was acclaimed as the #1 figure in the Tao of the Sword of Taoism in post-Great Calamity times. Gao Qing widened her eyes. Beside him, Long Shueji said quietly, the exalted gold luminary has another title, Sword God. It's a pity that I wasn't able to witness his elegance with my own eyes and experience his swordsmanship. The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled. I can impart eldest apprentice brother's sword moves to you, but I indeed have no way of letting you juniors have a taste of his own flair. Long Shueji smiled upon hearing this. Gao Qing looked curious. While I knew that you were from the world beyond worlds, great-grandfather, I did not know that the exalted gold luminary was your senior apprentice brother. The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled mildly. There are few in the world beyond worlds who know about it now. Gao Qing nodded, quickly turning her attention back. Great-grandpa, did great-grandma really lose to the exalted gold luminary back then? Also, the saying of Taoism's #1 sword cultivator of post-Great Calamity times. There was a conflicted expression on her face. The prime clear direct lineage's supreme martial arts did not just consist of the immortal exterminating 4 swords. However, the immortal exterminating 4 swords were the highest achievement of Taoism's sword Tao, and had always been the pride of the prime clear descendants. Ever since ancient times, the prime clear lineage's top-notch experts in the Tao of the sword had never ceased to exist. After the Great Calamity, generation after generation of prime clear descendants had made a name for themselves in the Tao of the sword, roaming the world. In Gao Qing's heart, her great-grandmother, the profound sovereign, was the #1 expert in the sword Tao. Even if the world beyond worlds still had an expert with the title of sovereign, the sword sovereign. Little granduncle Long Shueji had been invincible amongst those at the same cultivation level as he had traversed the world beyond worlds alone that year, seemingly proving this point as well. Gao Shuebwa then said, the exalted gold luminary came to the roving jade heavens for father's sake. Mother fought with him in the sword, and it was indeed mother who lost in the end. His expression was a little complicated as well. These were all personally said by my mother in the past. My mother had never been convinced by anyone in the path of the sword. However, she was indeed defeated by the exalted gold luminary in a one-on-one battle back then. However, they only fought once. Mother felt that her swordsmanship had improved over the years, but she always regretted that she couldn't have another match with him. Gao Qing pursed her lips, looking unhappy. Gao Shuebwa looked at his granddaughter and slowly said, even mother was defeated. Our prime clear lineage naturally lost face. Fortunately, there was still one more person in the roving jade heavens. Gao Qing rallied her spirits and asked curiously, didn't you say that old ancestor was injured back then and had always been in seclusion? And in terms of swordsmanship alone, the profound sovereign had actually already surpassed her. Yet, she had still been defeated by the exalted gold luminary. The person that Big Brother speaks of is not old ancestor, Long Shueji now said. Instead, it is our little apprentice aunt, your great-grandmother's little apprentice sister. Gao Qing blinked, coming to a sudden realization as she clapped her hands. Little granduncle, are you speaking of that legendary Emperor Purple Ji, the Sword Emperor's senior apprentice granduncle? Purple Ji Cliff's roving jade palace. This was the Tao arena of the prime clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Numinous Treasure. With Purple Ji as his emperor title and the title of Sword Emperor, it could be imagined just how powerful he was and how great his swordsmanship was. It was just that there were very few in the world beyond worlds who knew of this title now. In the roving jade heavens, it was only a legend as it was only recorded in historical records. Gao Shuebwa said, back then little apprentice aunt was in secluded cultivation. Fortunately it was not death seclusion. The exalted gold luminary suppressed the roving jade heavens with his sword. The various seniors had no choice but to invite her out of seclusion. Gao Qing asked excitedly, senior apprentice granduncle definitely defeated the exalted gold luminary? Gao Shuebwa stroked his white beard, letting out a rare bitter laugh. That battle ended in a draw. However, ultimately little apprentice Ant admitted that she lost by half a move. Long Shueji continued. Mother and the other seniors all tacitly agreed to this result. Gao Qing called out unhappily, "Why?" Gao Shuebwa sighed, "Because our prime clear lineage has the immortal exterminating four swords that the Lord of Numinous Treasure left behind, leading Taoism's sword Tao for countless years as it has been tempered thousands of times." Meanwhile, the exalted gold luminary used his great wisdom, willpower and divine abilities to transform the supreme martial arts of the Jade Clear lineage into the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword, allowing this world to finally have a supreme sword art that can stand alongside the immortal exterminating four swords. Even during the investiture of the Gods era, when the immortal exterminating sword formation had been broken, the immortal exterminating sword and the other three swords had fallen into the hands of the Jade Clear lineage descendants of the primordial Heavenly Lord's lineage. Even the Grand Clear and Jade Clear lineages had produced many bigwigs of the Tao of the Sword in their long history. Still, in terms of accomplishments in the Tao of the Sword, the Prime Clear lineage had always been the strongest amongst Taoism. Meanwhile, the immortal exterminating four swords had always been the strongest supreme sword arts of Taoism. That was until a person and another sword art had appeared. The exalted gold luminary and his Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword. The Dragon Spring Emperor had not spoken, appearing rather lost in thought. His memories had already returned to thousands of years ago. That proud figure laughed arrogantly, "Star Spring, come come come. I'll show you something good today. A sword art that I've created myself." Outside the roving Jade Heavens, the two most outstanding rising stars of Taoism's sword arts battled amidst the endless space. The purple-clothed youth struck with his sword, splitting apart the heavens and earth. The white-clothed girl swept her sword horizontally through the air, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the Tao. This was a battle of the pinnacle, displaying the most dazzling brilliance of the Tao of the sword after the Great Calamity. The Dragon Spring Emperor had personally witnessed the most marvelous sword battle of his life. The lingering charm within was something he still yearned for even now. The first time and also the last time. He had not seen it for thousands of years afterwards. Regaining his wits, he smiled as he looked at the shocked Gao Qing. "Because of this, your great-grandmother's little junior apprentice sister admitted that she had lost by half a move, with the Sword Emperor not being a match for the Sword God. It was also precisely this battle that determined the position of the number one figure of Taoism in the Tao of the Sword after the Great Calamity." Gao Qing was also dazed by that scene that surpassed her imagination. After a long while, Gao Qing finally looked pitifully at her great-grandfather. "Great-grandfather, the exalted gold luminary defeated great-grandmother and then great-grandmaster. Then you," the Dragon Spring Emperor was all smiles as he said, "I still stayed behind. Otherwise, how could I have married your great-grandmother? If I had left, wouldn't there be no Qing'er, no grandfather, no little grandmaster and no little uncle?" Chapter 920. Gao Qing chuckled foolishly at her elder's teasing. On the other hand, Gao Shuebwa had a helpless expression on his face. He had a proper personality and was very methodical. With his cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to regain his youthful appearance. However, he knew that he was already a grandfather, so he allowed his appearance to remain that of an old man. It was a pity that his father, the Dragon Spring Emperor, apart from maintaining his youthful appearance, did not hold back when joking with his great-granddaughter. Back then, the relationship between the world beyond worlds and our roving Jade Heavens was not as tense as it is now. Gao Shuebwa helplessly explained to his granddaughter, "Our interactions and contacts are quite frequent. As long as both parties are willing, marriage is not prohibited." Although Gao Qing was rather ignorant in this aspect, she wasn't completely clueless. With her grandfather's reminder, she gradually understood. In that era, the union of his great-grandfather and great-grandmother had more or less been a marriage alliance between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens. It was just that the Dragon Spring Emperor and the profound sovereign were deeply attached to each other. The Dragon Spring Emperor remained in the roving Jade Heavens after their marriage, even though the relationship between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens had already become extremely tense. The Dragon Spring Emperor laughed, "I don't have the ability. If I want to marry your great-grandmother, I can only stay and pester her. Unlike eldest senior brother, who married your great-grandmother's junior sister from the roving Jade Heavens." Gao Qing's large eyes stared wide open. "Great apprentice grand aunt married the exalted gold luminary?" The Dragon Spring Emperor nodded smilingly, a look of pride on his face. Gao Qing turned to look at her grandfather. Gao Shuebua calmly said, "That's right." Long Hanhua also turned to look at Long Xueji, only to see the latter also nodding his head. Gao Qing was rather dazed as she thought about how the exalted gold luminary had descended from beyond the heavens with a single sword and subdued the entire roving jade heavens, even marrying away the most outstanding descendant of the roving jade heavens. He, eldest apprentice brother married little apprentice sister. Gao Qing suddenly laughed, looking at the Dragon Spring Emperor. Little apprentice brother married eldest apprentice sister? The Dragon Spring Emperor chuckled, precisely so. Gao Qing was so happy that she couldn't stop clapping. This can be considered an interesting piece of news. Seeing his granddaughter's unruly appearance, her grandfather couldn't help but glare at her. But looking at the Dragon Spring Emperor, who was also grinning so widely that his eyebrows could not be seen, Gao Shuebua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only sigh helplessly. Long Xueji and Long Hanhua could not help but chuckle. "By the way, great-grandfather, where are your eldest senior brother and great martial granduncle now?" Gao Qing suddenly thought of something as she could not help but look curious. In the roving jade heavens, there are only some legends about grand apprentice granduncle. There is no news of them in the world beyond worlds either. Where have they gone? In an instant the room fell silent. The smile vanished from the face of the Dragon Spring Emperor. His gaze became deep and abyssal as he raised his head to look at the ceiling, falling into a trance. After a long while he closed his eyes. When Gao Qing saw this, she was taken aback. At the side, her grandfather, Gao Shuebua, said softly, "The two seniors are no longer here." Gao Qing's heart shook as she looked towards the Dragon Spring Emperor. The Dragon Spring Emperor opened his eyes, smiling as the heavy atmosphere in the room relaxed once more. They were already gone 2,000 years ago. After the Great Calamity, Taoism fell into decline, with many things waiting to be done. If we want to rise again, there will always be many difficulties, many sacrifices. "I'm sorry, great-grandfather," Gao Qing said softly. The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled, shaking his head. "It's fine. It is a pity that the exalted gold luminary and little apprentice ant died prematurely given their age and cultivation basis." Gao Shuebua shook his head, sighing. "Otherwise, their future accomplishments would probably be comparable to the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, cultivated deity Jade Cauldron, and the Purple Tenuity Emperor, reforging the glory of the Sword Tao." Hearing his words, Gao Qing and Long Hanhua both felt a sense of loss. Long Xueji said calmly, "Predecessors plant trees, the fire never extinguishing. There will always be successors." Looking at his youngest son, the Dragon Spring Emperor smiled. "That's right. From here, we should have hope of returning to the other side of the wall, returning to the territory governed by the world beyond worlds." Yan Zhaoge smiled as he spoke while analyzing the chaotic flows of space before them. Fu Ting nodded as well. "That's right. There is at least an 80% chance of success." After taking care of the vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua, the two fled far away into space. It could be felt that other powerful auras had descended in the vicinity of the lofty towering world in the Loathing Square Immortal Realm. Even the slaying of a mid-immortal bridge marshal Saint Shangjun would have caused great waves, let alone Pei Hua, who was at the peak of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. Also, Long Xueji had slain another human exalt of the immortal court in the vicinity earlier. Two human exalts having successively perished at the same place within a short period of time, it would be hard not to notice it. Still, the simultaneous deaths of two human exalts in the Loathing Square Immortal Realm had caused a temporary vacuum to appear amongst the peak experts of the nearby Immortal Court. An Emperor-level expert had been drawn away by Long Xueji. With the Immortal Court still having to contend with Buddhism, it would be difficult for them to dispatch experts over within a short period of time. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting made use of this chance to flee amidst space. Possessing the peerless heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge would not leave any clues behind when he slew someone of the Immortal Court, also preventing their peak experts from instantly descending to reinforce him. If they were not caught on the spot and there were no witnesses, their opponents would have no more clues left. Yan Zhaoge raised his hand, drawing numerous runes in mid-air. The runes condensed unceasingly, bright all around as it resembled an ocean of light. Seeing this, Fu Ting stared at the ocean of light formed of runes for a moment before reaching out and drawing numerous runes in mid-air as well, sending them into the ocean of light to assist Yan Zhaoge. Watching this scene rather interestedly, Yan Zhaoge could not help but nod in admiration. Miss Fu is indeed a heaven-defying genius. Being able to see through the clues so quickly and even assist him in the actual operation was not something that could be achieved just by relying on her family's knowledge alone. It was indeed not an exaggeration to say that Fu Ting was omnipotent. Many people's so-called omnipotence was just trying to blow their own trumpets. Omnipotence was actually the same as being unable to do anything at all. Fu Ting was clearly truly omnipotent as she was proficient in everything. She said, "Young Master Yen overpraises me. You are the one who shocked Fu Ting, actually being able to open a pathway that connects the immortal court of the external Tao with the world of our orthodox Taoism of the three clear lineages." As the daughter of the Brocade Emperor, she had long since known of the existence of Buddhism. She also understood that traversing such a wall could only be accomplished by experts who had attained the immortal realm. The rare exception would be the likes of the Western exalt who cultivated in the spatial heavenly scripture or other similar peak martial arts. Still, those were all human exalts, bigwigs of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. Not only was it rare to see someone of Yen Zhaoga's cultivation base who did not rely on external objects, she had never even heard of such a thing before. "I dare not compare myself to the likes of your father, the Brocade Emperor." Yen Zhaoga smiled. "Your father and the others opened a door on the wall, and instantly traversed through it, traversing between the two worlds. This method of mine, on the other hand, is a pathway. If we want to return, we will still have to walk through it for a few days." The difference in efficiency is like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Moreover, it would take a lot of time for me to open the pathway now. How would I be like your father and the others who can do it casually? Fu Ting shook her head. "That is still extremely rare." Amidst their conversation, a massive vortex appeared at the center of the ocean of light before them. Space distorted at the bottom of the vortex as an indescribably bright radiance was emitted, being even more dazzling than the surrounding ocean of light. Chapter 921. Yen Zhaoga and Fu Ting exchanged glances before nodding, the two entering the vortex together. As the radiance swirled in front of him, the chaotic scenes kept shaking. When the radiance finally dissipated, what appeared in front of the two was yet another stretch of dark space. However, feeling the flow of spirit chi here and observing the circulation of the stars in the universe, Yen Zhaoga knew that they had successfully returned to the world ruled by the three clear lineages. While space before them was chaotic, forming numerous folds that made it hard for them to move, it was already just around the corner for them to return to the world beyond worlds. This was especially so for Yen Zhaoga. With his previous experience of returning from the Buddhist world, things were much easier this time. Previously he was still a fusing avatar martial saint. Now that he had attained the seeing divinity stage and cultivated the immortal trapping sword, it was much easier for him to traverse the chaotic void of the universe. Although it hasn't been a long time, I feel like a lifetime has passed since I came to the immortal court. Yen Zhaoga smiled. Fu Ting nodded slightly. If not for the appearance of Long Shueji of the roving jade heavens, if not for the treasures left behind by the dim radiant emperor, we would probably have been doomed. Yen Zhaoga said, "It should be said that it was fortunate that that human exalt of the external Tao was of the lineage of vast Yang Palace, his ancestor having once clashed with the dim radiant emperor." A dark look appeared on Fu Ting's face. "My father once said that the immortal artifact left behind by the dim radiant emperor is inauspicious. However, he was not willing to tell me the reason behind it. He only said that he would tell me after I reached the peak of the martial saint realm. From the looks of it, it might be related to the heretics of the immortal court." Fu Ting swiveled her head to look at Yen Zhaoga. "Just now, after leaving the lands of the immortal court and returning to our side, I attempted to recall the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord once more." The smile on Yen Zhaoga's face vanished as he asked solemnly, "And the result?" Fu Ting let out a long breath. "I still have that strange feeling." Yen Zhaoga had a pondering look on his face. Of course, Fu Ting wouldn't worship the immeasurable heavenly lord. The problem was that just the thought of the other party's name made him feel that something was amiss. From a certain point of view, it was as if an invisible seed had taken root in her heart the moment she found out about his existence. However, the seed did not germinate. As for whether it would germinate in the future, it was hard to say. Connecting this to what the Brocade Emperor, the Northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie and the others had said previously, Yen Zhaoga could not help but wonder if the immortal court, the existence of the immeasurable heavenly lord, was the matter that they had not spoken about clearly? If that was the case, it was no wonder that they were so cautious. What about Fu Ting's talent and strength? Including the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens, among those whom Yan Zhaoge had personally encountered, there were only two who could stably defeat her at the same cultivation level. Little sword god Long Xueji. His father Yan Di. Other than that, of those whom Yan Zhaoge had personally come into contact with before, no one at the same cultivation level would be able to easily defeat Fu Ting just based on their cultivation bases alone. Fu Ting's strength did not just lie in her innate talent and the unique skills she cultivated. His mentality, willpower, combat experience, wisdom in battle, observation skills and adaptability were all outstanding. However, it seemed that such a peerless genius could not be exempted from the taboo of the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly lord. Young Master Yin, when you thought of or spoke of the immeasurable heavenly lord, were there any abnormalities? Fu Ting asked, frowning. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. He indeed had not. If one had to ask why, Yan Zhaoge estimated that it was because he cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture. While the faceless devilish scripture could obstruct the special effects of the Buddha light and treasured light, it might not be effective on the problem at hand. Even if Fu Ting herself was not clear on it, if she told her father, the Brocade Emperor, about it when she returned, the latter might become suspicious. Yan Zhaoge had actually always been unable to resolve some of his suspicions regarding the peerless heavenly scripture that served as his foundation. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge had always concealed the foundation of the peerless heavenly scripture. Hearing Fu Ting's question now, Yan Zhaoge answered, I did not feel anything special. Perhaps it is related to the dim radiant 12 arts that I cultivate in. The dim radiant emperor's dim radiant 12 arts contain the phenomenon of infinite chaos. I suspect that it is related to this. Still, Yan Zhaoge frowned. It is also precisely because of this that there might be something hidden within the dim radiant chaos that I myself would instead be hard-pressed to detect. After all, I do not primarily cultivate in the dim radiant 12 arts. Fu Ting nodded lightly. That's possible. Hearing her reply, Yan Zhaoge understood some other meaning. From the looks of it, the Brocade Emperor's lineage of Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak had not grasped the Tai Fist, the head of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations. Still, thinking of the uniqueness of the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly lord, Yan Zhaoge scratched his head a little. Buddhism and the future Buddha don't have similar problems. Is it because the immeasurable heavenly lord is also of Taoism? Fu Ting sucked in a deep breath, looking at Yan Zhaoge as she said, Young Master Yin, the matters of the immortal court's external Tao cannot be spread to outsiders. While you and your sect possess the dim radiant 12 arts, it is still best that you do not take the risk. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Naturally. However, it was a pity that he couldn't use it to trick others. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to trick someone. But from the looks of it, this news wouldn't make anyone unlucky right away. If their enemies knew of it, they might also spread it to others. It would be hard for Broad Creed Mountain to avoid it as well. Under such circumstances, it was better for everyone to keep their mouths shut. Still, the reason that even news of Buddhism had been cut off in the world beyond worlds might also be to prevent news of the immortal court from spreading. It would be great if I could understand this. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. His mother Xuechuqing's lineage and the destruction of the dim radiant sect felt like they were all related to the immortal court. While Yan Zhaoge had some vague guesses, he still lacked proof. As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge's eyes suddenly lit up as he could not help but smile. Fu Ting looked curiously at him. What is it, young Master Yan? Yan Zhaoge smiled. My luck was good and I had some fortuitous encounters. Miss Fu, please allow this Yen to go ahead first. He did not accelerate as he instead halted and sat down in the meditative position. Seeing him like this, Fu Ting's heart jolted abruptly as she seemed to have guessed something as a shocked look appeared on her face. As Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, his entire body emitted radiance as his various major acupoints shook simultaneously, resonating with the numerous stars of the actual universe. Enveloped by starlight, Fu Ting could clearly see that a tiny speck of light had suddenly appeared on Yan Zhaoge's neck. As compared to the other acupoints that resembled stars, that speck of light appeared slightly dimmer. Yet, as soon as the speck of light appeared, Yan Zhaoge's aura surged, rapidly rising as it was exceptionally powerful. While Fu Ting herself had yet to reach this cultivation level, how could she not recognize Yan Zhaoge's current state? That was clearly a concealed acupoint. Having refined an acupoint to see divinity, he had successfully broken through to the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage. Chapter 922. Just a moment ago, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone who was in secluded cultivation at Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds had successfully broken through his bottleneck. After the main acupoints of his entire body resonated with the stars of the actual universe, the North Ocean clone successfully refined a concealed acupoint to see divinity. With this, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone successfully attained the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage. From then on he stepped into a whole new world. Yan Zhaoge's main body was outside the world beyond worlds, separated by layers of space, causing the connection between him and the North Ocean clone to weaken greatly. Still, as the Northern Ocean clone's cultivation base rose and broke through, Yan Zhaoge could still feel it. Most importantly, Yan Zhaoge had comprehended the Northern Ocean clone's path of advancement, having refined the concealed acupoint to achieve divinity. This had benefited his cultivation greatly as well. Although it was not common for martial arts experts to refine doppelgangers, there were still quite a few of them. However, it was extremely rare to cultivate a clone with a cultivation level higher than the original body. Could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Yan Zhaoge just so happened to be one of them. Even if they practiced the same martial arts, different people would experience different paths, big or small. This also applied to a martial artist's main body and his doppelganger. The experience of one party could be used as a reference for the other party, but at the same time, it could also cause a barrier of knowledge and cause the opposite effect. However, Yan Zhaoge's accumulation had been too abundant. After lighting up Starfire and stepping into the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, Yan Zhaoge did not cease in his foots. Yan Zhaoge had not relaxed in his cultivation after the great battle of the Royal Reed Sea had ended. As one of the primordial heavenly scriptures, the cyclic heavenly scripture had many wondrous uses. Usually, even if he didn't deliberately circulate his energy, he would secretly accumulate energy between his breaths, causing his martial arts to become more and more profound. It was as if he was cultivating at every moment and every second. Therefore, while Yan Zhaoge seemed no different from the others when he sat and walked, his accumulations were actually growing stronger bit by bit. While they had not seen the Brocade Emperor during their time at the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Yan Zhaoge and his father had not been in a rush as they had cultivated in peace. Now, Yan Zhaoge had already refined all of his main acupoints to see divinity, standing at the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, just a paper-thin distance away from the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. And now, having been enlightened by the Northern Ocean clone opening the obscure acupoint within his body, Yan Zhaoge instantly broke through that final layer of window paper. As the Northern Ocean clone attained the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, Yan Zhaoge himself similarly stepped into the late-seeing divinity stage. When Yan Zhaoge made his breakthrough, it was right in front of Fu Ting with no one else guarding him. As expected, Fu Ting did not harm him. Instead, she stood quietly by the side, helping Yan Zhaoge guard against the surrounding space. When Yan Zhaoge retracted his technique, he saw Fu Ting exclaiming in admiration, "Young Master Yan is a heaven-defying genius. Fu Ting admires you." "You flatter me, Miss Fu. I still have to thank Miss Fu for protecting me." Yan Zhaoge looked at Fu Ting. "If I am not wrong, Miss Fu's main acupoints are already not far from refining them all to see divinity." Fu Ting said, "It is always the hardest to take a step forward. The closer it is to the final juncture, the harder it is." Yan Zhaoge nodded. If the cultivation of the martial Dao was divided into many different stages, the beginning and the end of each stage would be the most difficult most of the time. With a good start and on the right track, the middle stages would be comparatively easier. Even if it was time-consuming, it would mostly be necessary accumulation which would suffice. With Yan Zhaoge having successfully attained the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage, the two set off once more. With his cultivation base having improved, Yan Zhaoge was able to move more freely amidst chaotic space. Their path back to the world beyond worlds was similarly smoother. After traveling for a period of time, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting both felt that they were finally gradually approaching the world beyond worlds. On this day, as Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting escaped from the chaotic flows of space, bright light suddenly appeared before their eyes. It was shockingly a wound of the sky. After identifying their surroundings, Yan Zhaoge instantly smiled. The world beyond worlds was right before their eyes. They had successfully returned. While they did not know where the other side of this wound of the sky was in the world beyond worlds, they could finally return to the world beyond worlds. Now, however, the wound of the sky before them suddenly shook. Then, someone emerged from within, arriving in the vast, boundless extra-dimensional space. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting, he could not help but be taken aback. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the other party was a black-clothed man who appeared to be around 50 years of age. His aura was orderly as he stood tall and upright. Looking at Fu Ting, that black-clothed man was rather astonished. Red Lotus Fu, you are returning to the world beyond worlds now? Looking at Yin Zhaoge, he hesitated slightly. Could it be Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge? Fu Ting recognized that black-clothed man, so it is Chief Lu of the Jade Mountain sect. She introduced them. Young Master Yin, this is Chief Lu of the Central June Heaven Territory's Heavenly Hut Mountain's Jade Mountain sect. Chief Lu, this is precisely young Master Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled, cupping his hands. Chief Lu, nice to meet you. The Central June Heaven Territory was located at the core of the world beyond worlds. It was naturally most widely known as Kunlun Mountain. Still, the Central June Heaven Territory was vast. Besides the Kunlun Mountain range, there were also other regions. Heavenly Hut Mountain was one of them. While he had never heard of the Jade Mountain sect before, Yin Zhaoge had long since heard of Heavenly Hut Mountain. The Lu Xiangtong before him had already ascended the Immortal Bridge and possessed extraordinary strength. Still, as Yin Zhaoge knew, it was not an easy thing to establish a foothold in the Central June Heaven Territory. One had to be sufficiently strong or have a powerful backer. From the looks of it, perhaps the backer of the Jade Mountain sect was ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff? Still, Lu Xiangtong had seemed very shocked to see Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting preparing to return to the world beyond worlds earlier. Fu Ting detected this as well. Chief Lu, did something special happen? I headed to extra-dimensional space earlier and have not contacted the world beyond worlds for a period of time. I have only just returned today. It is no wonder then. Lu Xiangtong said in a heavy tone, the immortal artifact of the exalted fire luminary Mars Halberd, of the Kunlun 9 luminaries that year, challenged your father, the Brocade Emperor, the day of the battle being today. In order not to affect and destroy the world beyond worlds, the two agreed to battle in extra-dimensional space. Many people wanted to rush over to spectate the battle, and I was one of them. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged looks. Lu Xiangtong sighed. I really did not think that an immortal artifact like Mars Halberd would actually possess complete self-awareness. He is practically another emperor. He looked at Fu Ting. It is rumored that he destroyed your sect's minor no-hatred Dao arena while your father, the Brocade Emperor, was away. Afterwards, he wanted to attack the southeastern Exalt's lineage, Golden Court Mountain. Chapter 923. Lu Xiangtong did not understand what had happened that day. When Mars Halberd had destroyed the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting had been there. While they had avoided a tribulation, they had mistakenly entered the territory of the Immortal Court as a result. After destroying the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Mars Halberd had not left as he had instead remained where he was, silently awaiting the Brocade Emperor's return. Still, for some reason, the Brocade Emperor had not returned. Mars Halberd remained where he was, waiting for a full 7 days yet not seeing the Brocade Emperor appear. Instead, the other experts of the world beyond worlds had arrived. No conflict had erupted between the two sides. Still, Mars Halberd had not accepted the mediation of others as he had wholeheartedly wanted to find the descendant of the Grand Clear lineage who had helped the dragon race seal him back then, settling things once and for all. After Daoist Xuanzhong had perished, his descendant, the Brocade Emperor, had surpassed him as he had become Mars Halberd's target. As the Brocade Emperor had not appeared, Mars Halberd had not made things difficult for those of ingenious Flying Peak. Still, he had temporarily changed his target as he had set his sights on another direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage in the world beyond worlds. Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, Golden Court Mountain. In the end, when he had arrived at Golden Court Mountain, the Brocade Emperor had finally appeared. While the battle between two Emperor-titled experts was not enough to destroy the world beyond worlds, it would definitely cause severe damage to the vast regions of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Mars Halberd did not mind leaving the world beyond worlds with the Brocade Emperor and battling in extra-dimensional space. Finally, beneath the mediation of other experts of the world beyond worlds, the two sides had arranged for a new date for their battle. Today just happened to be the day of the battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd. Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. With the Brocade Emperor having been obstructed by Mars Halberd, would the Heaven Emperor attack the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory once more? With the Brocade Emperor not having appeared previously and unable to ascertain where he was, the Heaven Emperor would not act lightly. Without absolute confidence of victory, he would not directly fall out with him. Even when Mars Halberd had provocatively waited for 7 days at the ruins of the minor no-hatred Dao arena, the Heaven Emperor could not be certain that the Brocade Emperor was truly not present. Perhaps he had been guarding against him, which was why he had tolerated Mars Halberd. Only when Mars Halberd had attacked Golden Court Mountain and the Brocade Emperor had appeared did the Heaven Emperor finally have a chance to act. This was because the Brocade Emperor would definitely not be in the world beyond worlds on the day of the battle. Jade Mountain Sect's chief Lu Xiangtong was currently observing Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. Seeing the exchange of gazes between Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting, Lu Xiangtong's heart involuntarily pounded. This Yan Zhaoge is actually so familiar with the daughter of the Brocade Emperor? Even if the Brocade Emperor was on very good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, and it was rumored that the Southeastern Exalt took great care of Yan Zhaoge, this did not mean that the Brocade Emperor would definitely view Yan Zhaoge in a different light. Of course, Yan Zhaoge was indeed shockingly talented. Looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, Lu Xiangtong felt his heart beating wildly. This was no longer an astonishing talent, but a frightening genius. Why did this young man before him seem to be a late-seeing divinity martial saint? His eyesight shouldn't be so bad that he was seeing things, right? But upon further observation, his true age seemed to be less than 40? A late-seeing divinity martial saint who was not even 40 years old. Lu Xiangtong's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He was younger than Fu Ting, but his cultivation was higher than Fu Ting's. What did this mean? While Lu Xiangtong could be considered to be rather knowledgeable, there was only a single thought in his mind at this moment: either I have misjudged his cultivation base or he has concealed his true age, misleading others. Still, Lu Xiangtong still felt that even if Yan Zhaoge had faked his age, his talent was still shocking. Thinking about it this way, even the Brocade Emperor favored him greatly. This did not seem to be something hard to accept at all. Lu Xiangtong's gaze fell on Fu Ting as he wondered, speaking of this, there has yet to be any news of this Grand Red Lotus having any affairs between a man and a woman up till now. Could it be? While there was no jealousy or hatred looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lu Xiangtong could not help but sigh inwardly, what good karma indeed. It is said that he possesses the immortal artifact left behind by the dim Radiant Emperor and has also obtained the favor of the Brocade Emperor and his daughter. His talent is outstanding as well. He is definitely going to soar to the heavens and the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting had not thought that so many thoughts would be running through the mind of this chief of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, Lu Xiangtong. The two were both focused on the possible influence that this battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd might bring. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before cupping his hands towards Lu Xiangtong. Chief Lu, there is something that this Yan does not understand. I wonder if Chief Lu knows the reason for this? Lu Xiangtong regained his wits. Please speak, young Master Yan. Yan Zhaoge asked. Mars Halberd intentionally challenged the Brocade Emperor and agreed not to fight in the world beyond worlds, instead changing the battlefield to extra-dimensional space. This is easy to understand. Still, why did he agree to another time? Having just asked Lu Xiangtong about the current days in the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge already knew that he and Fu Ting had still spent quite a bit of time finding their way back from the Immortal Court. It had been far more than 7 days since they had escaped from the minor no-hatred Dao arena. Mars Halberd had waited for 7 days at the ruins of the minor no-hatred Dao arena, not seeing the Brocade Emperor return. He had rushed to the world beyond worlds Golden Court Mountain, where the Brocade Emperor had finally appeared to obstruct him. Still, the two had set the date of their battle to be today, more than a month having passed since then. Fu Ting asked, Chief Lu, do you know which majesties are currently guarding the world beyond worlds? Lu Xiangtong nodded towards Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting. This Lu is not clear on the reason. Still, Mars Halberd did indeed agree to set the date for today. In the world beyond worlds, from what I know, the concealed sovereign and the female emperor are still present. The other majesties seem to be absent. Still, this Lu only heard this from others and cannot be certain. The concealed sovereign was the most mysterious of the 3 sovereigns as he was in secluded cultivation all year round. The last time he had appeared was several hundred years ago. Battles between emperors were very rare. Generally speaking, sovereigns would most likely mediate between them. Still, no one had ever seen the concealed sovereign do something like this. The concealed sovereign had indeed not appeared in the storm stirred up by Mars Halberd this time. Meanwhile, The female emperor had always been a lone wolf as she rarely participated in the affairs of others. Just like the concealed sovereign, the female emperor had not appeared in the battle between Mars Halberd and the Brocade Emperor this time, expressing no opinion at all. Lu Xiangtong said, "The earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign seem to have not been in the world beyond worlds all this time. It was the encompassing emperor and the earth exalt who mediated between them before the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd finally agreed to battle today." The encompassing emperor, also known as the encompassing emperor, was one of the 5 emperors alongside the Brocade Emperor, the female emperor and the heaven emperor. He was similarly a bigwig who had pushed open the door to immortality many years ago. The Earth Exalt was a personal disciple of the earthly sovereign who was one of the 10 exalts alongside Chao Jie, Zhuang Shen and Lu Jinggu. The so-called 10 exalts referred to the 8 directions, up and down. Still, the world beyond worlds habitually referred to lesser exalts as the Earth Exalt. Yan Zhaoge asked, "Then after the date of the battle was set, the encompassing emperor and the Earth Exalt both left the world beyond worlds?" Lu Xiangtong said, "That's right." Chapter 924. After the date of the battle was decided, the encompassing emperor and the Earth Exalt left the world beyond worlds. The Brocade Emperor did not seem to have returned to Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak either. Lu Xiangtong continued, "But recently the Earth Sovereign seems to have returned to bear witness to this battle." Hearing Lu Xiangtong's words, Yan Zhaoge's previously suspended heart was instantly put at ease. Outside the world beyond worlds, some major events were likely to occur in the infinite extra-dimensional space. As a result, it attracted the attention of many peak experts of the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge, who already knew of the existence of the Immortal Court and Buddhism, deduced that it was most likely related to them. Mars Halberd probably knew about the existence of the Immortal Court and the Buddhist sect. After all, he had followed the exalted fire luminary in stabilizing the world beyond worlds in the past. He could also be said to be of the orthodox 3-clear lineage, and had ties with the world beyond worlds. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he had agreed to postpone his battle with the Brocade Emperor. After deciding on the date of the battle, the Brocade Emperor, the encompassing emperor and the others hurried to extra-dimensional space. The situation there seemed to be rather tense, such that the Brocade Emperor had even postponed his battle with Mars Halberd to deal with matters there first. It was very likely that the concealed sovereign and the female emperor had stayed behind to maintain the stability of the world beyond worlds. Under such circumstances, as one of the 5 emperors, since the female empress had decided to stay behind, then the heaven emperor would most likely not stay behind, and would also head for the outer realm void. However, he still couldn't let his guard down. With the Brocade Emperor being free today, he could return to complete his battle with Mars Halberd. Who knew if the heaven emperor would return to the world beyond worlds as well? Moreover, the outcome of the battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd was still unknown. Yan Zhaoge exchanged glances with Fu Ting, nodding slightly. Both of them could understand the importance of this matter. However, their actions fell into Lu Xiangtong's eyes, causing his expression to involuntarily become even stranger. Fu Ting cupped her hands towards Lu Xiangtong. "I only found out about this matter today. Since I know about it, of course I can't miss it. I wonder if Chief Lu can point me in the right direction?" Lu Xiangtong hurriedly collected his thoughts and said seriously, "Of course." Saying thus, he led the way as Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting both followed suit. In the world beyond worlds, battles between emperor-level experts were extremely rare. Even if there were conflicts between the 5 emperors and they fought with each other, it was rare for them to fall out with each other. Even if they did, the 3 sovereigns might intervene. For today's battle, firstly, the 3 sovereigns seemed to have their own matters to attend to, and secondly, Mars Halberd's situation was special, which was why he was able to participate. Yan Zhaoge was also very interested in this. However, even he could not get close to the battle between the 2 great emperors. There were so many people there today. Although they said that they were spectators, they were actually unable to get close. It could only be said that they all wanted to witness this rare grand event. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause one to be swept away by the shock waves, and there would be no one to blame even if one died. Although we don't dare to get close, just being able to sense the changes in the clash of energies from afar is also extremely beneficial to us. Lu Xiangtong sighed in admiration. "I can only hope that the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd do not clear the area in advance." In a duel between experts, some didn't mind others watching from the sidelines, while others might clear the place. It all depended on the wishes of both parties. Fu Ting didn't say anything more. She just followed behind Lu Xiangtong silently. After walking for who knew how long, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted. Gazing over, he saw a clump of light in the distance, lying amidst the darkness of space. The ball of light wasn't bright. It looked yellowish and gray. It was oval and shaped like a chicken egg. A heavy intent emanated from within, causing the trio to feel as though they were facing the vast, boundless earth of the world beyond worlds that bore all things. Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up slightly. Oh, condensing one's true essence, virtually creating an actual world? Fu Ting and Lu Xiangtong both nodded. It's the work of an Earth Supreme. Of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts, the southeastern exalt Chao Jie, the northeastern exalt Lu Jianghu and the southern exalt Zhuang Shen had all presided over a region, being lords of a territory. The east, west, north, south, east, south, southwest, northeast and northwest supremes were all the same. Meanwhile, the other two exalts resided in the central June Heaven territory. The central June Heaven territory was where the Kunlun mountain was located. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had each established their own abodes and Dao right grounds there. Although the peak of the martial saint realm was strong, he was still a revered figure in the human world. In the central June Heaven territory, he naturally could not act like the other 8 territories, where his words carried enormous weight and he reigned supreme. Still, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were often not in the world beyond worlds or cultivating for long periods of time. Therefore, these immortal realm experts seldom interfered with the daily affairs of the central June Heaven territory. The other exalts' whereabouts were also uncertain. Therefore, the affairs of the central June Heaven territory, big or small, were actually all handled by the Earth Exalt. The Earth Exalt was a personal disciple of the earthly sovereign, as his current title was related to the earthly sovereign. It was also rare for exalts to directly clash with one another. Still, it had long since been rumored in the world beyond worlds that the upper and lower were superior to the 8 directions. Sects and experts who could establish themselves in the central June Heaven territory were all not simple figures. Still, it was not just them who had to submit to the Earth Exalt's rule. Even martial practitioners of the lineage of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors like Fu Ting of Kunlun Mountain had to give face to the Earth Exalt as well. To a certain extent, the Earth Exalt was like Chao Jie and Lu Jianghu in that he was the lord of a territory. The lord of the central June Heaven territory. Besides the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and the other exalt, he could control everyone else. I've gone to see the Earth Exalt. Will the 2 of you be coming along? The Earth Exalt was a senior as well as the referee of this battle. While it was necessary for Fu Ting to go over and greet him, she would not be staying behind. The Brocade Emperor had arranged a battle with someone else. His ingenious flying peak would definitely be coming. After meeting the Earth Exalt, Fu Ting could just meet up with her fellow disciples. Lu Xiangtong had always been backed by ingenious flying peak in the central June Heaven territory. Still, if he could form a good relationship with the Earth Exalt and become familiar with him, he would naturally be happy to do so. Therefore, he was prepared to accompany Fu Ting. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not intend to go over. The central June Heaven territory and the eastern Vast Heaven territory were similarly searching for Xue Chuqing. Without knowing the relationship between the two, it might be very difficult to link them together. Still, there was no harm in being careful. Actually, Yan Zhaoge had wondered before whether Fu Ting and the descendants of ingenious flying peak had already seen through something like Lu Jianghu and Chao Jie had. Perhaps they had not. After all, ingenious flying peak had not participated in the search for Xue Chuqing. Yet what about the Brocade Emperor? He had previously invited him and Yan Di to the minor no-hatred Dao arena as guests. Had he considered this in this regard? While he had some guesses, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as ever, no fluctuations in it in the least. Fu Ting did not force him. My fellow disciples of ingenious flying peak should already be in the vicinity. If young Master Yan is willing, you can first meet up with them. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I will have to trouble you again. After watching the 2 of them head towards that clump of light, Yan Zhaoge turned and walked elsewhere. When the experts of ingenious flying peak arrived, they would also set up a formation amidst space like the Earth Exalt. Fu Ting had given him a jade talisman that resembled a red lotus whilst also a flame which could help him guide the way at close range. After traveling for a while longer, Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up once more. In the distance, he indeed saw an extremely massive crimson lotus blooming soundlessly amidst the darkness of space. Streams of plain-colored cloud chi wreathed the surroundings of the red lotus. Chapter 925. Gazing over from afar, that red lotus occupied close to half of the region of distant space as one could imagine just how massive it was. Yan Zhaoge had heard Fu Ting mention that this was actually ingenious Flying Peak's riding wind heavenly vessel. The Brocade Emperor had refined numerous undefeatable red lotuses into a riding wind heavenly vessel, thus resulting in its current form. It was worth mentioning that Fu Ting's unique treasure, the Red Lotus Tribulation, originated from that undefeatable Red Lotus. The Red Lotus heavenly vessel could also be considered one of ingenious Flying Peak's signature vessels. Currently, the heavenly vessel was no longer moving as it hovered amidst space, the essence chi of fire emanating outwards as it reconstructed the form of a red lotus with the divine vessel concealed within. Streams of plain-colored cloud chi wreathed its surroundings, signifying that there were experts of ingenious Flying Peak who were proficient in the grand plainness immeasurable body present on the vessel. Yan Zhaoge kept that jade talisman which resembled fire whilst also a red lotus, heading towards that massive red lotus in the distance. Currently, the appointed date of the battle between the two emperors was already drawing near. Many world beyond worlds martial practitioners who had come to watch the show were gathered in the vicinity. From the looks of it, the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd had no intention of chasing them away. Yan Zhaoge observed as he walked. Without making a move, he would not be able to recognize the origins of most people. Now, however, Yan Zhaoge felt that someone was staring at him. Following his gaze, he saw a yellow-clothed girl who was currently appraising him with her big round eyes. Seeing Yan Zhaoge look over, the girl felt rather awkward. Still, she did not shift her gaze away as she continued to meet his gaze. Beside that yellow-clothed girl stood a few people who seemed to be seniors of her lineage. These people were all brimming with vitality as powerful auras emanated from their bodies, looking like they were no ordinary people. This was especially so for the middle-aged man who seemed ordinary yet was hard to ignore. At first glance, Yan Zhaoge was virtually certain that he was stronger than the chief of the Jade Mountain sect, Lu Xiangtong, whom he had just met. Also, he was not just a little bit stronger. That middle-aged man smiled apologetically at Yan Zhaoge before frowning and glancing at the yellow-clothed girl beside him. "Don't be rude, Yulua." The yellow-clothed girl shrunk back, yet did not retract her gaze as she muttered, "It should be that one of Broad Creed Mountain." The middle-aged man scolded softly, "But you can't stare at him so rudely." "Oh." The yellow-clothed girl pursed her lips and then said, "Eldest martial uncle, I want to ask him about Sister Feng." The middle-aged man said helplessly, "How can I be so presumptuous to ask other people's business?" Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted as he walked forward, smiling, "Is there something you need? Forgive this Yan's poor eyesight, but we have never met before." "Is it Broad Creed Mountain's solar luminary young master Yan Zhaoge of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea?" That middle-aged man straightened his expression, cupping his hands towards Yan Zhaoge. "We are of the northern Profound Heaven Territory's Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant locale." Yan Zhaoge blinked. Northern Profound Heaven Territory, Cloud Pavilion Mountain, Profound Remnant Monastery. Yan Zhaoge was not unfamiliar with this name. They were of the Northern Exalt's lineage. "I am indeed Yan Zhaoge. Everyone please." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands in return before his gaze fell on that yellow-clothed girl. "I wonder if there is anything I can help you with?" That middle-aged man smiled bitterly, first introducing himself. "I am surnamed Zheng Imo. These are my fellow disciples." He looked at that yellow-clothed girl as well. "This is my junior apprentice niece, Guan Yulua." Yan Zhaoge had long since noticed that the Profound Remnant locale martial practitioners present were all not weak. For example, their leader, Zheng Imo, was shockingly an expert of the mid-immortal bridge stage. Yan Zhaoge had never seen him before. Still, as soon as he said his name, Yan Zhaoge recalled that he had once heard Mu Jun, Chen Zhiliang and the others of Golden Court Mountain mention his name. Northern Heavenly Chi, Zheng Imo Profound Remnant locale's lineage, the head disciple of the Northern Exalt. He was one of the few powerful figures of the entire Northern Profound Heaven Territory, a peak expert of the world beyond world's senior generation alongside the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Lin Hanhua. While he appeared ordinary on the surface, he was actually a hegemon of a region. While they were both mid-immortal bridge martial saints, Lu Xiangtong would virtually have no chance of victory against him at all. Zheng Imo aside, the Profound Remnant locale martial practitioners here were all extraordinary as well, the weakest being seeing divinity martial saints. There was only that yellow-clothed girl who was not even a martial saint as she was still only a martial grandmaster. Such a martial grandmaster was incomparably conspicuous amongst a group of seeing divinity martial saints. While anyone could come and spectate this peak clash between emperors as long as they could ensure their own safety, there was still a minimum requirement. But no matter what, there was still a minimum requirement. Martial artists with too low a cultivation base would not be able to clearly see the movements of these two powerhouses, let alone understand the mysteries of their fight. Zheng Yimou and the others controlled their distance, not getting too close to the battlefield. It would definitely not be a problem for them to take care of Guan Yulua. Still, it would be completely meaningless for Guan Yulua to spectate this battle as she would not gain anything from it. Still, if she is surnamed Guan. Seeing Zheng Mo's rather doting attitude towards Guan Yulua despite being strict, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. The northern exalt was surnamed Guan. Now that Yan Zhaoge was before her, Guan Yulua's expression turned solemn as she greeted him politely. "Greetings, young Master Yan. Please forgive me for my lack of manners just now." "It's fine," Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Is something the matter?" Guan Yulua said, "It's like this, young Master Yan. Do you have any news of Sister Feng Yunxing?" Yan Zhaoge asked curiously, "You know Yunxing?" Hearing how Yan Zhaoge had addressed Feng Yunxing, the hearts of Zheng Yimou and the others all jolted slightly. "A few days ago I was traveling alone and encountered some trouble. Thanks to Sister Feng I was able to escape." Guan Yulua said, "But then I was separated from Sister Feng. I went to your sect to look for her, but Sister Feng did not return. I wonder if young Master Yan has seen her recently?" Yan Zhaoge looked rather playfully at Guan Yulua. After entering secluded cultivation for a period of time, Feng Yunxing successfully broke through the final bottleneck, transcending mortality and entering sainthood, becoming the third person of her generation to step into the martial saint realm after Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei. The Northern Ocean clone was still on the mountain. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was already aware of the situation. After transcending mortality and entering sainthood, Feng Yunxing still had to bid farewell to her sect and embark on the path she wanted to take. However, judging from the time, she should have left the mountain not long ago. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as he went out for a walk. In order to protect herself and her sect, Feng Yunxing would not easily reveal her identity when she was outside. Yan Zhaoge believed that Feng Yunxing would be able to grasp how to deal with it and what to say to whom. At the end of the day, Feng Yunxing was not a fledgling who had just started out, as she was extremely experienced in traveling. Yet, this yellow-clothed girl knew Feng Yunxing's name and background. This meant that she had left a very good impression on Feng Yunxing. This Yan was not in the world beyond worlds before this. "Having just returned from extra-dimensional space, I have yet to see Yunxing," Yan Zhaoge answered truthfully. "Where did you meet earlier?" Chapter 926. Hearing that Yan Zhaoge also didn't know where Feng Yunxing was, Guan Yulua was instantly greatly disappointed. "We met in a foreign dimension outside of the world beyond worlds. Sadly, we were separated afterwards." She looked rather worried. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "The next time I see her, I will tell her that there is a little girl who has always been thinking about her." Guan Yulua said happily, "Thank you, young Master Yan. If you have time, please come to Yunj Mountain with Sister Feng." Zheng Mo's expression didn't change when he heard this, and he had no intention of objecting. "Our clan has long heard of the great name of the Northern Exalt. It is our honor to be able to make a trip to Cloud Pavilion Mountain." Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding. According to Xiao Ai, his mother, Xue Chuqing, had once traveled through the Northern Profound Heaven territory for quite some time. He had met and taken in Xiao Ai somewhere in the Northern Profound Heaven realm. The Northern Profound Heaven territory had never responded to the search for Xue Chuqing. Although it couldn't be said that they were taking good care of him, at least they turned a blind eye. However, it was said that the relationship between the Northern Profound Heaven territory and the Northeastern Sky Heaven territory was not very harmonious. Border disputes, competition for resources, and talent between neighboring realms were often not on good terms. This was to be expected. However, the two great exalts of the North and Northeast seemed to be standing on the same side when it came to Xue Chuqing. After Yan Zhaoge exchanged greetings with Zheng Yimou and the others, they all headed towards the distant Red Lotus heavenly vessel together. The Northern Exalt's lineage of Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant locale did not have any special relationship with the Brocade Emperor's lineage of ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. However, since they had come to spectate this grand event, etiquette dictated that they pay a visit to the people from ingenious Flying Peak. On the way, Zheng Yimou and the others were actually also observing Yan Zhaoge. While Yan Zhaoge did not intentionally reveal his cultivation base, he also did not conceal it. with the cultivation bases of Zheng Yimou and the others, they could all tell that Yan Zhaoge was currently extraordinary. Therefore, everyone experienced what happened to Yaoshan sect master, Lu Xiangtong. It wasn't surprise but fear. Guan Yulua was unable to see through Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base. Still, after hearing Zheng Yimou and the others' secret sound transmissions, she instantly stared wide-eyed. A profound remnant monastery martial artist next to him hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Eldest senior brother, could his age be?" Throughout history, there had been cases of martial artists using special methods to conceal their true age and mislead others in order to gain fame. Although it was rare, it was not impossible. "Even if he faked it, at least I can't tell how he did it," Zheng Yimou said calmly. The Xianlu monastery martial artist nodded silently. Even if it was fake, being able to fool Zheng Mo's eyes was also a kind of ability. No one dared to look down on him. If it wasn't fake, then it would be even more impressive. Zheng Yimou said, "Instead, this young Master Yan's relationship with ingenious Flying Peak is so deep that it somewhat surpasses our expectations. While it is rumored that the Southeastern Exalt admires him greatly, the Southeastern Exalt is the Southeastern Exalt at the end of the day, and the Brocade Emperor is the Brocade Emperor." His fellow disciple muttered, "If it's really as he said, and the token was given to him by that Red Lotus Fu, then could it be?" Zheng Yimou shook his head. "It's hard to say." Another person asked via sound transmission, "Eldest apprentice brother, do you think that the immortal artifact left behind by the dim Radiant Emperor in the past really ended up in the hands of this young man?" Zheng Yimou said, "It is rumored that a 9th-level martial saint expert of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, perished at Broad Creed Mountain. I think that the rumor of the immortal artifact should be true." The other party pulled back the corners of his mouth, his expression rather unnatural. Speaking of this, while Guan Lide was unrelated to the Northern Exalt, they shared the same surname. Many people in the world beyond worlds were still guessing whether the two were related. That person muttered to himself, "That immortal artifact should have been left at Broad Creed Mountain. It shouldn't have been brought around by this Yan Zhaoge as he roams the world, right?" Zheng Yimou glanced at him. "What do you want to do?" The other party was silent for a moment before he said, "Master has strict orders that all Xianlu monastery disciples are not to ask about the dim Radiant Emperor's legacy." "Of course I remember that." "Still, eldest apprentice brother, that is an immortal artifact at the end of the day." Zheng Yimou was not enraged as he just asked calmly, "How many times has Master issued such strict orders for us not to touch a certain treasure?" Hearing his words, a thoughtful look appeared on that profound remnant locale disciple's face. The answer was not that many times, very few indeed. Still, it was precisely because of this that the severity of the problem was all the more apparent. The profound remnant locale martial practitioners spoke no more as they silently followed Zheng Yimou. Traveling alongside them, Yan Zhaoge soon arrived in the vicinity of the Red Lotus. Only in close proximity could they feel the massive size of that Red Lotus. It was crimson, boundless as it resembled a sea of flames. The Red Lotus bloomed, each massive petal seemingly filling space itself. Some people had already gathered on the flower petals in 2s and 3s. Yan Zhaoge knew that these were all martial practitioners who were on friendly terms with ingenious Flying Peak while possessing rather sufficient statuses. At the center of the Red Lotus, 2 streams of qi coiled, one black and one white, resembling the pistils of a flower. The black and white streams of qi coiled, forming a taiji diagram. At the center of the taiji diagram was a massive divine vessel. From the outside, it seemed to be around half the size of an ordinary riding wind heavenly vessel. Walking towards that Red Lotus heavenly vessel, Yan Zhaoge encountered someone familiar along the way, Mu Jun of Golden Court Mountain of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage. After greeting Mu Jun, Zheng Yimou and the others took their leave of Yan Zhaoge, heading towards the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. Yan Zhaoge stopped where he was, chatting with Mu Jun. Great chaos seems to have arisen in extra-dimensional space. Therefore, the Brocade Emperor and the Heaven Emperor both headed there earlier, Mu Jun said. "There is no need to worry." Mu Jun said, "The Heaven Emperor has yet to return. There is no need to worry. If not for his arranged battle with Mars Halberd, the Brocade Emperor would not have the time to return either." Yan Zhaoge looked around. "The Exalts have not come for such a grand occasion?" Mu Jun said, "Besides the Upper Exalt whose whereabouts are uncertain, Master and the other Exalts generally have to remain in the world beyond worlds. The Earth Exalt is here to mediate things, thus coming over." Yan Zhaoge asked curiously, With the relationship between the Southeastern Exalt and the Brocade Emperor, why is Senior Apprentice Brother Mu here at the Red Lotus and not on the vessel? Speaking of which, while the Brocade Emperor is on very good terms with my master, the one currently presiding over the Red Lotus Heavenly Vessel is the Brocade Emperor's junior apprentice sister, the Grand Plainness Origin Lady Tao Yu. Mu Jun did not stand on ceremony with Yan Zhaoge as he said directly, "She is not on good terms with my master and also has a high seniority. I will not go up and invite trouble for myself." The flames of gossip within Yan Zhaoge's heart were instantly ignited. Oh? Seeing his expression, Mu Jun instantly curled his lips. It is purely a conflict between my master and her. To be honest, it is rumored that she and the Brocade Emperor seem to have. Still, I cannot be too certain. Mu Jun glanced at Yan Zhaoge. "I would personally advise you not to go up as well. You are rather close to junior apprentice sister Fu Ting, and the relationship between the Grand Plainness Origin Lady and junior apprentice sister Fu is also rumored to be bad." Chapter 927. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The Grand Plainness Origin Lady is still a senior at the end of the day. She shouldn't go to the extent of making things difficult for us, right? When he had previously interacted with ingenious Flying Peaks martial practitioners, the Brocade Emperor's daughter Fu Ting included, he had not been too domineering. Mu Jun glanced at the massive vessel hovering above the Taiji diagram at the center of the Red Lotus. It is rumored that the Grand Plainness Origin Lady was used to being arrogant and domineering in her youth. Her relationship with the Brocade Emperor is hard to say. However, it is certain that she has a terrible relationship with my master. Mu Jun laughed bitterly. "You're close to our sect and you're close to junior sister Fu. It's very easy for them to vent their anger on you. Many people believe that experts should be broad-minded. Otherwise there was something wrong with their temperament. But in reality, there was no absolute connection between the two. There were some top-notch experts who did things in a grand manner, but there were also many who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance and had a perverse temperament. The most common situation was actually doing things according to one's heart and not stifling oneself. If they were willing to be magnanimous and considerate of others, then so be it. If they were unwilling, then exterminating an entire clan would be no big deal. Most of the time, what a bystander saw was only one side of someone. Yan Zhaoge, on the other hand, was very accepting of this. In his own Broad Creed Mountain, there was a senior apprentice aunt Fu Enshu. Towards Yan Zhaoge, she was gradually only left with the praise and gratification of the clan's seniors. However, he was still brooding over Xue Chuqing even to this day. While she had never mentioned it, Yan Zhaoge knew that Fu Enshu was very concerned about Xue Chuqing's matter, not being any inferior to Yan Di and his father. "Since you're already here, according to etiquette, you should at least go up and say hello." Yan Zhaoge smiled. At the very least, the Brocade Emperor is about to battle Mars Halberd. It can't be that this Grand Plainness Origin Lady will start a fire in his backyard at this time, right? Mu Jun thought for a moment and said, "It's better for you to go up alone now. Otherwise, when junior sister Fu comes and you go up together, I'm afraid Senior Tao will make things difficult for you." Whatever the case, the Brocade Emperor once personally invited you and your father to the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena as guests. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. "Please wait, Mr. Mu. This yen will be right back." As he finished speaking, he strode towards the Red Lotus sky ship. Just as they neared the Taiji diagram, they saw a beam of light fall from the Red Lotus sky ship, sending a portion of the people off. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge saw that one of them was precisely Zheng Mo Guan Yulua and the others who had just ascended. Aside from the people from the northern Profound Heaven Realm's Profound Remnant Monastery, there was another group of people who also disembarked. However, Guan Yulua seemed to be arguing with those people. Her voice resounded in the distance within Yan Zhaoge's ears, that Yan Zhaoge only managed to obtain a few treasures by chance, thus being able to achieve his current accomplishments. Miss Guan's words are a little exaggerated. Guan Yulua stopped and said unhappily, "Senior brothers of Nongli Mountain, aren't you the one who is biased? If the solar luminary young master did not possess true ability, how could he have obtained the favor of the Brocade Emperor and the Southeastern Exalt? Nongli Mountain, the legendary west peak of Taoism in the distant era before the Great Calamity. Together with the Middle Peak, Kunlun Peak, East Peak and Broad Creed Peak, they were known as the Five Peaks of Taoism. In the present day after the Great Calamity, there were still people in the world beyond worlds who had re-established their lineage under this name. The Western Turtle Heaven Territory's Nongli Mountain was where the Western Exalt's Tao Arena was located. Hearing Guan Yulua's question, that Nongli Mountain martial practitioner was neither flustered nor flustered. How exactly the Brocade Emperor sees him is another matter altogether. As for the Southeastern Exalt, it is probably more on account of the extreme Yang Seal and the extreme Yin Crown, as well as the exalted solar luminary and the exalted lunar luminary, right? That person shook his head. Still, it is uncertain whether these two major figures are related to that Yan Zhaoge, right? These two major figures of legend have already not appeared for over 1,000 years. The so-called solar luminary young master title is also just a figment of some people's imagination. How can it be taken seriously? Seeing Guan Yulua's dissatisfied expression, the other party smiled. Others aside, even the Southeastern Exalt has never acknowledged this title before, right? Miss Guan, please speak cautiously lest others misunderstand that this is the Northern Exalt's will. I'm afraid that even the Northern Exalt has never said this before. Guan Yulua felt slightly stifled. Her grandfather, the Northern Exalt, had indeed never acknowledged Yan Zhaoge's title as the solar luminary young master on any occasion. She snorted, "You have also never seen Mr. Yan in person. It is all just your guesses." Guan Yulua did not have any special relationship with Yan Zhaoge as they had only met once earlier. Still, as Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing were of the same lineage, Guan Yulua unconsciously defended him somewhat. 6th level martial saint, late seeing divinity stage before 40 years of age. How many have achieved this since ancient times till now? Hearing her words, the Nongli Mountain martial practitioners could not help but laugh. Even faster than ingenious Flying Peak's Grand Red Lotus? He must have been lying about his age. Guan Yulua looked at Zheng Yimou, eldest apprentice uncle. There shouldn't be a problem with Mr. Yan's age, right? Zheng Yimou shook his head slightly, saying mildly, "At the very least, I cannot see any problem with it." The laughter of those Nongli Mountain martial practitioners halted. Still, they could not really question the famed Zheng Yimou of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Still, one of them quickly asked, "I believe that you, Baidian Zheng, did not personally clash with him?" Zheng Yimou said candidly, "Since we met once, I naturally did not clash with him." That Nongli Mountain martial practitioner clapped. "That is naturally the case. This Yan Zhaoge and the sect he hails from have been able to cause some disturbances purely because of external objects. Perhaps he has some special methods of the evil, crooked path to conceal himself? How could such a heaven-shocking, earth-shocking figure be produced by a minor sect from the lower worlds? Even if he truly possessed outstanding talent, he would still have been buried and wasted by the environment of the lower worlds. Having come to the world beyond worlds, possessing many great treasures on him, he can only put on a false front if he wants stability. First, he faked the name of Taoism's East Peak. Next, he resorted to trickery and deceit. It is all for the same goal. This Nongli Mountain martial practitioner chuckled. It is fortunate that they are so scheming. Otherwise, how could they have gained the trust of Golden Court Mountain? How could they have caused so many disturbances in the world beyond worlds? Guan Yulua said huffily, "Is your sect unhappy that Broad Creed Mountain also originated from the name of one of the 5 peaks of Taoism in pre-Great Calamity times?" Hearing her words, the Nongli Mountain martial practitioner was not enraged as he instead smiled. "This is only natural, isn't it? Who would be willing to be on par with such fame-seeking people? They don't even have an immortal bridge martial saint. Are they even worthy?" Zheng Yimou silently glanced at the other party. As far as he knew, this was probably not the only reason. The relationship between the Western Exalt and the Southeastern Exalt Chaojia was very poor. Apart from that, while he was not on bad terms with the Brocade Emperor, the Western Exalt was also very friendly with the Heaven Emperor as they interacted frequently. Guan Yulua said, "The star-plucking practitioner of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, an expert of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, perished at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain. They merely relied on external objects," that Nongli Mountain martial practitioner said mildly. "Still, their methods are unable to do anything to human exalts." As his voice drifted into Yan Zhaoge's ears, he chuckled, walking forward neither hurriedly nor slowly. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.